Alexander at Gordium, from the Anabasis of Alexander, by Arian of Nicodemia, 86 to 160 A.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Alexander at Gordium. When Alexander arrived at Gordium, he was seized with an ardent desire to go up into the citadel, which contained the palace of Gordius and his son Midas. He was also desirous of seeing the wagon of Gordius and the cord which bound the yoke to the wagon. There was a great deal of talk about this wagon among the neighboring population. It was said that Gordius was a poor man among the ancient Phrygians, who had a small piece of land to till and 2 yoke of oxen. He used one of these in plowing and the other to draw the wagon. On one occasion, while he was plowing, an eagle settled upon the yoke, and remained sitting there until the time came for unyoking the oxen. Being alarmed at the sight, he went to the Talmesian soothsayers to consult them about the sign from the deity, for the Talmesians were skillful in interpreting the meaning of divine manifestations, and the power of divination had been bestowed not only upon the men, but also upon their wives and children from generation to generation. When Gordius was driving his wagon near a certain village of the Talmesians, he met a maiden fetching water from the spring, and to her he related how the sign of the eagle had appeared to him. As she herself was of the prophetic race, she instructed him to return to the very spot and offer sacrifice to Zeus the king. Gordius requested her to accompany him and direct him how to perform the sacrifice. He offered the sacrifice in the way the girl suggested, and afterwards married her. A son was born to them named Midas, who, when he arrived at the age of maturity, was both handsome and valiant. At this time the Phrygians were harassed by civil discord, and consulting the oracle, they were told that a wagon would bring them a king who would put an end to their discord. While they were still deliberating about this very matter, Midas arrived with his father and mother, and stopped near the assembly with the very wagon in question. They, interpreting the oracular response to refer to him, decided that this was the person whom the god told them the wagon would bring. They therefore appointed Midas king, and he, putting an end to their discord, dedicated his father's wagon in the citadel as a thank offering to Zeus the king for sending the eagle. In addition to this, the following report was current concerning the wagon: that whosoever should loosen the cord with which the yoke of the wagon was tied was destined to be the ruler of Asia. The cord was made of cornel bark, and neither end nor beginning to it could be seen. It is said by some that when Alexander could find out no way to loosen the cord, and yet was unwilling to allow it to remain unloosened, lest it should exercise some disturbing influence upon the multitude, he struck the cord with his sword and cut it through, saying that it had been untied by him. But Aristobulus says that he pulled out the pin of the wagon pole, which was a wooden peg driven right through it, holding the cord together. Having done this, he drew out the yoke from the wagon pole. How Alexander performed the feat in connection with this cord I cannot affirm with confidence. At any rate, both he and his troops departed from the wagon as if the oracular prediction concerning the untying of the cord had been fulfilled. Moreover, that very night The thunder and lightning were signs from heaven of its fulfillment. And for this reason Alexander offered sacrifice on the following day to the gods who had revealed the signs, and assured him that the cord had been untied in the proper way. End of Alexander at Gordium by Arian of Nicodemia, 86 to 160 AD.
Before Grant Won His Stars by E.J. Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We know, with a good deal of detail, the story of Grant's successes from the time of Belmont to the day when he delivered over the White House to his successor. But the part of his career contained in the months just prior to the outbreak of the Civil War and the weeks just after, or until he received his colonelcy, is so little known that all that can be said of it by almost anyone is that it was a period of trial, of hard luck, and at times almost of despair. It is possible now, however, to give something like a detailed narrative of that time, because one who was near Grant in Galena, who saw him in the leather store many times, who went with him to a meeting called by the citizens of Galena in answer to Lincoln's first call for troops, who had him as a companion from Galena to the Illinois capital, and as a roommate in Springfield while Grant was there struggling desperately to gain an entrance into the service, is now living and can recall those days with vividness. He is Brevet Major General A.L. Chetlain, now residing in Chicago, and known to every member of the Loyal Legion, both as a fearless fighter in many battles and as the man who was the intimate of Grant in the days when Grant had few intimates. General Chetlain's ability to speak accurately of Grant in those early times is endorsed by Colonel Fred D. Grant, who said in answer to a question, "Oh, yes, I know General Chetlain very well, and he was the intimate and faithful friend of my father in the early days of the war." It is from General Chetlain, in the main, that this narrative has been obtained, although his precise language is not followed, and although some of the incidents narrated were collected from other sources of information. With this understanding, the story will be told as an historic narrative whose accuracy can be vouched for by a living witness. In a few particulars, it differs from General Grant's own account of the same period. But General Chetlain has been at pains to assure himself that his own recollection is right. Captain Grant went to Galena to serve his father as a clerk in the leather and hardware store of J.R. Grant and Company. He gladly accepted that employment a year or two before the outbreak of the war. He received, at first, $40 a month, but his pay was afterward raised to $75. He rented a little cottage, still standing, and paid $12 a month rent. This left a sum upon which he could support his family only by the closest economy. A clerk who would rather talk than trade. As Grant had been a captain in the regular army, and had seen service in the Mexican War, the people of Galena, for a little while, looked upon him as a young man who had had something of a career. He acquired a local distinction, however, not due to his military experience, but, strange to say, to his loquacity. The subsequent silent man of the war was perhaps the most continuous and rapid talker of all the clerks in the town, which would seem to show that the taciturnity of Grant in the field, like that of Sherman in the Treasury Department, was assumed because it was found to be a necessity. Upon stormy days, or at other times when customers were few and idle moments plenty, the young men used to gather in the Grant store, where they found Captain Grant very ready for a chat. He wore in the winter months a blue army overcoat that had seen much faithful service, for it was a relic of the Mexican War, and very vivid is the recollection of General Chet Lane of that coat, of a soft and rather rusty black felt hat, and of a stream of interesting comment and reminiscence. His talk, however, was never frivolous and never coarse. It was marked always by strong common sense. Captain Grant talked with great freedom about the political situation, expressing very frank opinions of the public men of the day, and now and then setting forth his reasons for believing that the country was drifting into trouble. He would frequently sit and talk all day, sometimes forgetting that the dinner hour had come until he was reminded of it. Thus Grant came to be known in Galena as a clerk who had no special fondness for the counter or for leather, but who would rather sit and chat than sell goods or take in money. When Lincoln's call for 75,000 volunteers was published, and with it the report that Fort Sumter had been fired upon, a public meeting was held in Galena, of which the mayor of the city was made chairman. He was not a very enthusiastic Union man, and made a weak, apologetic, timid speech. Under the effect of his remarks, the meeting adjourned without decisive action. Most of the people present were filled with indignation, and another meeting was called for a day or two later. When the public-spirited citizens were asking themselves what man among them ought to be asked to preside at this second meeting, someone said, "Why not ask Captain Grant?" The suggestion was thought a happy one, and Augustus Chet Lane and one or two others called upon Captain Grant at the leather store. As nearly as can be remembered, this conversation took place. "Captain, we are going to have another public meeting tonight, and we don't propose to have a half-hearted man preside over it. We all feel that you are the man to call the meeting to order and to state its object." "What, I?" said the young captain in surprise. "Oh, no, you had better get somebody else. I never made a speech in my life, and I don't believe I could." "Oh, but you're not asked to make a speech. Just call the meeting to order, and state in the plainest way that Galena is sure to do its part in furnishing the volunteers Lincoln asks for, and that an opportunity will be given for enrollment as soon as the meeting adjourns." Captain Grant talked rapidly and with great earnestness of the necessity for raising troops at once, and of the way in which it could be done, until at last someone said to him, "My Captain, if you will only talk to the meeting as you talk to us, they will say that you have made a pretty good speech." But only after it was suggested to him that the chief reason why he was asked to preside was that he had served in the Mexican War as a captain in the regular army, did he at last consent. Grant as chairman of a war meeting. Captain Grant came upon the platform at the appointed hour in a shy, hesitating way, and took a chair, which was pointed out to him, behind the table. A number of the more prominent citizens sat nearby. At the proper moment he arose, and in a clear enough voice, but with a manner which plainly revealed embarrassment, he said something like this: "This meeting has been called for the purpose of taking action upon the President's call for volunteers. We in Galena must do our part. We ought to be able to organize a company right away. It is a time for the highest patriotism, for the government is in peril, and it must be sustained." When he had finished, he sat down and seemed glad that his part was ended. Others made ringing speeches, after which an opportunity for enrollment was offered. The first man to step up and put his name to the paper was Augustus L. Chet Lane, Grant's friend. He looked up after he had signed his name and saw Grant smiling upon him, and by a common impulse each extended a hand to the other. Enlistments followed rapidly. The next day it was determined to send a committee to a little town some 12 miles from Galena, that a public meeting might be held there and an opportunity given for the enlistment of volunteers. Grant was invited to be one of this committee. He accepted, and he seemed pleased when he was told that a young lawyer of Galena named John A. Rawlins would accompany him, though the two were at this time not much known to each other personally. Rawlins, energetic and studious, was thought to have a successful career before him at the bar, and had gained the highest respect in that community. His path and Grant's till that night had lain quite apart, but that night their paths were merged in a manner that the men themselves little dreamed of as they started out upon a 12-mile drive over the muddy roads. Grant suffers an interruption in a war speech. When they reached the village, they were conducted to the schoolhouse, which was the only public hall. As they entered, Rawlins said to Grant, "You will have to make a speech." "Well, I will try," answered Grant. "I can't make a speech, but I'll say something, and you will have to do the real speech-making." So Captain Grant was introduced, and it was explained that he had presided at the Galena meeting. He spoke in a conversational way, very much as he would have done had he met the people he addressed in his father's store. But his talk was earnest and full of common sense. But in the very midst of his speech there came a catastrophe. The long stovepipe beneath which he was standing broke, and the pieces fell to the floor at his feet. He was unhurt, but he was blackened from head to foot with soot. Brushing it off as well as he could, he continued his speech, and in his earnestness made his hearers soon forget his rather ridiculous appearance. Rawlins followed in an impassioned address, and as a result of the meeting, 12 young farmers came forward and signed their names to the enlistment roll, and promised to go the next day to Galena and join the company organizing there. Grant and Rawlins drove back home that night, reaching Galena about midnight. An early instance of Grant's executive ability. The following day, Grant began to reveal his executive capacity. It was already plain that Galena would furnish a full company, and there arose the question of providing uniforms. In his autobiography, General Grant says that these uniforms were provided through the generosity and activity of patriotic women of Galena, but in that he has fallen into error. With Mr. Chet Lane, Grant himself went to the leading tailor shop in Galena on the third morning and asked the proprietors how much cloth they had suitable for making into military uniforms. They found they had sufficient cloth to uniform some 80 men. "How long will it take you, using your entire force and calling in help, to make up these uniforms?" asked Grant. The tailors decided it could be done within 2 or 3 days. "Do it," said Grant, "and we will see that you are paid." Some citizens of financial standing then went to the leading bankers of Galena and secured an advance amounting to some $1,400 to pay for the uniforms. This money was afterwards paid back by the state treasurer. The company being enrolled, Captain Grant's experience was helpful in the preliminary drill and the details of organization. Then the question arose, who should be chosen for officers? Every man in the company was desirous that Grant accept the captaincy, but this he declined to do. So Mr. Chet Lane was chosen captain. In conversation with Captain Chet Lane soon after, Grant said, "I don't want to overestimate my abilities, and I don't think I do, when I say that I feel that my education at West Point and my service in the Army have qualified me to take the colonelcy of a regiment. I feel pretty sure that I could command a regiment creditably enough, and I suppose that I have a share of military pride, which causes me to feel justified in asking the governor to give me a regiment, and I'm going to do it. Grant goes to Springfield in search of service. On the day when the Galena Company was to depart for the state capital, Springfield, patriotic enthusiasm was most gloriously stirred in the crowd. The company in the new uniforms paraded the principal streets and then turned toward the railway station. As they passed the leather stores of J.R. Grant and Company, Captain Chet Lane saw standing in the doorway a short, slender young man wearing the overcoat which had done service in the Mexican War. Upon his head was the familiar and faded, soft felt hat. In his hand he held an old-fashioned, well-worn traveling bag. Captain Chet Lane nodded and received in reply a recognition which was half military salute and half a friendly sign. When the company had passed, the young man stepped from the doorway, fell in behind, and marched, with modest step, at the rear, carrying his faded carpet-bag and looking neither to right nor left. A lad of 19, standing where he could see this modest departure, was greatly impressed by it. Not so much the military music, the cheering of the throng, the excitement of the moment, as that inconspicuous swinging into line of the leather clerk sent the patriotic blood of the youngster tingling, so that he was impelled to enlist. He did, beginning as a private and coming out as a brigadier general. He is General Livermore of Boston. At the railway station, just before the train started, the Reverend Mr. Vincent, now Bishop Vincent, addressed the company, standing upon a freight car as an improvised pulpit. On the way to Springfield, the train was delayed for an hour or two, and at Grant's suggestion the company went to a neighboring field where Captain Grant put them through some of the simpler tactics. A cold reception on all sides. Captain Grant carried with him to Springfield nothing except the change of linen which was contained in the old carpet-bag, and a letter of introduction to Governor Yates, written by Elihu B. Washburn, then a member of Congress from the Galena district. The capital was in a turmoil. Gaily uniformed volunteered officers were proud to display their buttons and their activity. The governor was hedged about by these fussy soldiers who thought they were actually engaged in war, although they were only playing at it. Immediately after the Galena Company reached Springfield, General Grant went to the State House to present his letter to Governor Yates. An acquaintance had some business which called him to the capital. As he walked down the corridor, he saw a man sitting upon a bench and looking almost the picture of despair. The gaily dressed young soldiers brushed by, some of them turning for an instant to glance at this man, who seemed almost like an outcast, so strong was the contrast between his appearance and theirs. The acquaintance recognized him, and going up to him, said, "Why, Captain, what are you doing here?" "Well, I am trying to get my letter of introduction to Governor Yates, and I have been waiting so long that I don't know as it will be of any use. However, I am going to stay here until the building closes." The friend saw that Grant was a little despondent, and suggested to him that the governor was very busy, but that he would sooner or later be sure to receive anyone who bore a letter from Congressman Washburn. A little while after, Grant was able to find someone who would condescend to take his letter of introduction to the governor, and after a while this messenger returned, saying that the governor would see Captain Grant as soon as he had leisure. The governor must have been very busy, for leisure did not come until another hour or two had passed. When at last Grant went into the governor's room, the governor, casting a quick glance at him, and perceiving that he was coarsely dressed and shy of manner, seemed to decide to make the interview a short one. So he said,
"Ah, you are Captain Grant. What can I do for you?"
"Well, Governor, I have come to see if I can be of any service to you, and I hope that by and by you will be able to give me a commission," answered Grant, adding that he was willing to do anything that would help the governor in those trying times. He then referred very briefly to his experience as an officer in the regular army. When Grant had finished, Governor Yates said,
"Well, I don't know that there is anything you could do. You might stay around for a day or two. Perhaps the Adjutant General may have something that he can give you to do. Suppose you see him."
Grant, a petty clerk under a state adjutant general. Upon him, the adjutant general also put the critical eye when Grant applied to him, and seemed, like all the others, to be disposed to measure the unassuming man by his clothes rather than by his record and his intelligence. He, too, said,
"Well, I don't know that there is anything you can do to help us. We are pretty well organized. But," he added, "hold on. You must know how to rule blanks for making out of such reports as we make up. You certainly learned how to do that when you were in the army."
"Oh, yes," replied Captain Grant. "I know how those blanks should be ruled."
"Well, you see," continued the Adjutant General, "we are short of these blanks. The department at Washington cannot forward us the printed blanks as fast as we need. The demand is so great. I think I'll set you to work ruling blanks. You may come around tomorrow."
Captain Grant came, according to appointment, and paper, ink, and pen with ruler were given to him. But he was not permitted to have a desk in the room where most of the clerks of the Adjutant General worked. That was a room well carpeted, a room with handsome desks and other convenient and comfortable furniture. Just outside of it was a little anteroom, where the floor was bare, and the only furniture was a plain table and a hard-bottomed chair. There they put Captain Grant and set him to work ruling blanks. And thus, in that humblest of clerical work, he, who was a few years later to command all its armies, and finally to rule the nation, began his formal service in the war. A day or two later, Captain Chet Lane had occasion to go to the Adjutant General's office, and to get there he must needs pass, as everyone did, through the little anteroom. He saw what he thought was a familiar figure, at least a figure dressed in familiar clothing, bending over a table and at work upon some papers that seemed to be reports. He touched him on the shoulder. Without moving otherwise than by slowly turning his head and looking up, the clerk responded to the touch. Then, meeting the eye of Captain Chet Lane, an expression almost of despair and of humiliation came to his face, and he turned again to his work. "What are you doing, Captain?" said Chet Lane.
"Oh, I'm ruling blanks. Work such as any clerk could do. I can do it no longer. There's no place for me here, no chance, and I'm going back to Galena."
"No, I would not do that, Captain," cried Chet Lane. "Be patient. Everything is in a turmoil here. Even if you give up this work, don't go back to Galena. I am sure some chance will come for you very soon." Saying nothing, Grant went on with his work. Grant's purse runs low. That evening he met Captain Chet Lane again, and he then told him that he had decided to remain in Springfield a little longer, but that to do so he must practice the strictest economy. Said he,
I can't live at the hotel any longer. It costs too much. But I have found a room across the street. It is of good size and has a double bed in it. The price is $3 a week. Now, if you will come and share it with me, it will cost us only $1.50 a week each, and we'll get our meals where we can find them.
Captain Chet Lane agreed to this proposition, and thus became Grant's roommate, and remained with him until his company was mustered into the service and joined its regiment. Captain Grant must have lived very plainly at this time. He did not complain. He went to the state capital every day and returned every evening more and more despondent. Twice he decided to go back to Galena. Once he determined to go back by the next train, and it was only at Chet Lane's urgent persuasion that he decided to remain a few days longer. In the latter part of May, Governor Yates detailed Captain Grant to look after Camp Yates, and that occupied him for a time, but gave no promise of advancement. At last one day he came to Captain Chet Lane in camp and said to him, "They have asked me to go down to Mattoon to muster in a regiment which is going into camp there." And then he also confessed that his money had so completely given out that he would be unable to make the journey unless some friend would advance him $15. The small sum was found, and Grant went down to Mattoon and spent a day or two with the new regiment, giving its officers the benefit of his military experience. He returned to Springfield, and again there was a time of waiting. Grant's services declined in 4 states. Thinking there might be an opportunity for him at St. Louis, he finally went there. But although he met Captain Nathaniel Lyon and some other Army friends, and even rode with them when they set out to break up a Confederate camp, he found no reason to believe that the state of Missouri would accept his services. So he returned to Springfield and again almost determined to go to his home. Then he thought of McClellan, who was then in Cincinnati, preparing to leave for the front. He knew McClellan slightly, and was certain that McClellan knew of him. So he went to Cincinnati, but encountered there the same indifference and bad luck. McClellan himself had just gone to Washington. His brilliantly uniformed staff were in and about the hotel, but there was no offer of comradeship when Captain Grant timidly introduced himself to 2 or 3 of them. Of McClellan, he said to Colonel Chet Lane. Chet Lane had now been chosen lieutenant colonel of the 12th Illinois Volunteers. "I look upon McClellan as one of the brightest officers of the regular army who has received appointment in the volunteer service, and he is now to make his mark in this war." There was nothing to do but return to Springfield. On the way back, Grant stopped over for a day in Indianapolis, thinking that perhaps his services might be accepted by Governor Morton. But a few hours there showed him plainly that political colonels and political influence were quite as strong in Indiana as in Illinois. When he again reached Springfield, his mind was made up. Seeking out Colonel Chet Lane, he bade him goodbye, and then returned to his home in Galena, utterly despondent, and believing that, for the time at least, there was no chance for an obscure military man, since the politicians were making the officers for the regiments and brigades. A colonel at last, but without horse or uniform. In his brief services at Mattoon, however, Grant had sown better seed than he knew. The ability, energy, and thorough understanding of himself and his duties that he displayed when mustering in the 21st Regiment of Illinois Volunteers had made a deep impression on some of the officers and many of the men. For some reason, the colonel of the 21st resigned. At that time, the officers of a regiment had the privilege of signifying to the governor their preferences for the office of colonel. Among the officers of the 21st was a Captain Patterson, who afterwards was an able judge in one of the Illinois districts. Captain Patterson suggested, when the matter of a new colonel came up for discussion, that the officers endorse that Captain Grant who had mustered the regiment in. The idea was received with instant favor. A vote was taken, the proposition was carried, and a petition setting forth the facts was sent to Governor Yates. A few days later, Governor Yates sat talking with the state auditor, Mr. Dubois, father of the present Senator Dubois of Idaho. Suddenly, Governor Yates took up a paper and said,
"Look here, Dubois. I have just received a petition from the officers of the 21st Regiment asking me to appoint as colonel of that regiment that Captain Grant, Washburn's friend, who was around the State House a little while ago. What would you do about it?"
"Do about it? Why, I'd appoint him. He's a good man. I talked with him. He has a clear head. He is full of common sense. He knows something about military affairs, and if these men want him, I'd appoint him."
The next morning, Captain Grant, sitting in his father's leather store, received a telegram from Governor Yates asking him if he would accept an appointment as colonel of the 21st Regiment. Accept an appointment? Would an eagle fly? Grant telegraphed back instantly that he would gladly command the regiment, and as soon as possible went again to Springfield. He received his commission and joined the regiment, and the firm impulse of his discipline became immediately apparent. But Grant was not yet freed from humiliation. He had been unable to procure any better clothes than those which he wore when he first went to Springfield. He had an old cavalry saber, which he had found in the arsenal, and that, strapped to his waist, was the only military badge that he wore, and it served well enough when he was drilling the regiment. But he could appear on dress parade only in full uniform, and he did not possess the money to buy a uniform, a sword, or a horse. For more than 2 weeks, he left to Lieutenant Colonel Alexander the duty of leading the regiment on dress parade. No man but himself in all the regiment knew that the only reason why he did not himself take command was because his clothing would not permit him to do so. In this emergency, Grant wrote to his father and asked for the loan of $400, the money to be used in buying a uniform, a sword, and a horse. The father did not see his way clear to advancing the money, but Euless, as he was known in the store, had a good friend in the junior partner, Mr. Collins. Knowing of Grant's request for a loan, Mr. Collins obtained the money at the bank and sent it to Colonel Grant, not even indicating at the time that it was sent by himself and not by Grant's father. Along with a draft for $400 was enclosed a promissory note, put in out of motives of delicacy, so that Colonel Grant would feel that he had borrowed the money, whereas Mr. Collins looked upon the money as a contribution to the cause of the Union. With a part of the money, Grant bought the famous yellow horse, which became afterwards known as Old Clayback, and as soon as he could have a uniform made, he appeared upon dress parade. Grant's promotion to the rank of Brigadier General. A common belief has been that Grant owed his appointment as colonel to the influence of Congressman Washburn. Mr. Washburn's service to Grant came later and consisted in the procuring for him promotion to the rank of Brigadier General. In the summer, when most of the Northern troops had taken the field, and when Congress had conferred upon President Lincoln the necessary power, Lincoln summoned the Illinois delegation in Congress to a conference and said to them, "I have authority to appoint 6 brigadier generals from the state of Illinois, and I want you to agree in recommending suitable men for these places." Mr. Washburn suggested Colonel Grant of the 21st Illinois Volunteers. He had heard of Grant's efficiency in organizing and drilling the 21st Regiment. At his suggestion, every member of the Illinois delegation joined with him in the recommendation. For the other 5 brigadierships, no one received a unanimous recommendation, and it was because Grant was endorsed without division that his commission was dated back to the early days of May, which made him the senior brigadier general of the state. After Grant, by a swift, shrewd movement, which the whole North applauded, had taken his brigade over the Ohio River and gained possession of Paducah, he met Chet Lane, now become a colonel, one morning and said, "I have got to go through tomorrow what will be to me a most unpleasant and distasteful experience. You remember, perhaps, hearing me speak of General C.S. Smith. He was my old instructor at West Point. A nobler man never lived, nor a finer soldier. Tomorrow morning, he is compelled to report to me as commanding officer, and it doesn't seem right." That experience was passed through the next day with all due formality. Happily, the 2 generals knew perfectly well what was in the mind of each, and there went out from each silent but potent tributes of respect. End of Before Grant Won His Stars by E.J. Edwards. Read by Rick Rodstrom.
A California Motor Tour by Francis Lee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. California is the motorist's paradise, but only a few of the many thousands of people who visit it annually are aware of the great amount of pleasure which may be derived from motor tours throughout the state. California roads, while not generally up to the standard of European highways, compare favorably with those of any other section of the United States, and in the near future will be superior to those of most states, for the subject of good roads is being vigorously agitated, and bonds for this purpose have been recently issued. Los Angeles County alone has voted a $3,500,000 bond issue, and other counties are following. In addition, the legislature has authorized a bond issue of $18 million on behalf of the state at large. But an even greater factor than smooth, hard roads is the mild climate of Southern California, which makes touring delightful at all times of the year. When automobiles are practically useless in the snowbound eastern states, California motorists are reveling in spins among orange groves, palms, and roses, skirting the foothills, and gliding over flower-carpeted mesas into the mountain glens or where the surf breaks on the beach. Taking Los Angeles as a starting point, many are the pleasant trips to be made in all directions, some a day's or a half-day's jaunt, some requiring more time. A favorite day's trip is one leading along the Foothill Boulevard through a number of pretty little towns nestling amid orange groves at the foot of the mountains, about 65 miles to Riverside, returning through Corona and the Santa Ana Cañon by the lower road back to Los Angeles. To go to San Diego requires more time. The coast road leading along the very edge of the Pacific for quite a distance is 140 miles in length. Returning by the inland route over the mountains and past Pala Mission, the distance is about 180 miles. Many excursions to the beaches and back may be made in a few hours. Of the long tours, that which offers the greatest pleasure and the most varied attractions is the one which leads from Los Angeles to San Francisco and return, going via the valley or interior route, and returning by the coast along the pathway of the old Mission Fathers. Leaving Los Angeles by the San Fernando Road, passing on the way miles of tall, stately yuccas in bloom, the waxen white candles of our Lord, San Fernando is reached at a distance of about 20 miles. Here are the ruins of the old mission, founded in 1797. The Silmar olive orchard, said to be the largest in the world, is a few miles farther on, and then one of the steepest grades in California, that leading up to Fremont Pass, is encountered. A deep gorge cut in the mountains has reduced the climb some 70 feet, but the gradometer indicates 30% for a short distance even now. However, this climb is soon to be obviated by either a tunnel or a circuitous route. In the picturesque San Francisquito Cañon, the road plays tag with the stream, and so we must cross the water some 60 times in a distance of 10 or 12 miles. But as the bottom is hard and sandy and the water is usually less than a foot deep, this only adds to the interest and pleasure. On the edge of the Mojave Desert, about 50 miles from Los Angeles, the giant tree yuccas, or Joshua trees, wave their grotesque and scraggly arms, looming 4 or 5 times a man's height toward the sky. Antelope Valley is well called by the Indians the place of the year-long wind, for never is there a day when the air is not stirring briskly. Up and down easy grades the road winds, and at length we come in sight of Castiac Lake, a tiny sheet of water lying a little distance to the right of the road, shimmering through the oak trees and the meadows of dark brownish green grass and sedges enlivened by yellow snapdragons. Just 100 miles from Los Angeles are the ruins of Fort Tejon, founded in 1854 by General, then Captain Fremont, the Pathfinder, in one of the finest of California's natural parks. Here were stationed government troops until 1864, when it became unnecessary longer to guard the pass to the great San Joaquin Valley from the raids of Indians and of Mexican horse thieves. From the appearance of the adobe ruins of the fort, one might think that at least 2 centuries have passed since it was occupied. Here the northern slopes of the hills are veiled in a pinkish purple mist thrown over them by a low flowering plant. On down the cañon, in company with a loquacious little brook, we pass blossoming buckeye trees, their white spikes scattering fragrance along the road. Down a long winding grade we coast for miles without spark, and there comes into view the great central plain of California, the San Joaquin Valley, extending northward from the Tehachapi 400 miles to Mount Shasta. The valley seems limitless in length toward the north, and in the far distance east and west rise hazy purple mountain ranges. Bakersfield is 150 miles from Los Angeles, and from here northward, past the oil fields, for a couple of 100 miles, the white level road leads through towns, pasture land, orchards, and vineyards, with here and there a river on its way to the sea. The roads are generally excellent. If you are going to the Yosemite Valley, that lodestone which draws so many beauty lovers to the coast, keep straight up the San Joaquin Valley to Merced, and there leave your car while you take the train into the Yosemite. Automobiles are not allowed to enter the valley, and if they were, it would not be advisable to take them, for the roads are rocky and extremely hard on tires. The marvels of the Yosemite are too well known to be described here, and even the best pen picture is entirely inadequate to portray this wonderfully beautiful valley. Returning to Merced, take the road to Los Baños and through the Pacheco Pass to Gilroy. A very lovely trip. From Gilroy to San Jose, we are in the midst of the fertile, lovely Santa Clara Valley, with its miles of deciduous fruit trees. Traveling along the east side of the San Francisco Bay, we come to Oakland, bowered in trees. While here we take a run over to Berkeley and visit the State University, set on the hills overlooking the bay amid large, wide-spreading oaks. Then on the ferry across the bay to San Francisco, and after having seen the sights of this interesting city so cruelly injured by the terrible earthquake and fire of April 18, 1906, we follow the west side of the bay south, 35 miles to Palo Alto, where several hours should be spent visiting Stanford University, unique in its architecture and having an endowment of $30 million. Continuing on our homeward journey, we again come to San Jose and leave it via Los Gatos and Summit for Santa Cruz. This ride of 40 miles over the Santa Cruz Mountains is one of the most picturesque in California. The road leads through hills thickly wooded with stately fragrant redwoods and madroños with smooth red bark and waxen leaves. We stop to eat our lunch beside a little stream of clear, cold, delicious water trickling down through blossoming shrubs, and then on we go, following the narrow, winding road. But though the road is narrow and there are many sharp turns, the way is generally smooth and can be safely traveled by a skillful driver. Santa Cruz is a very popular summer resort and a thriving little city on the northern sweep of Monterey Bay. Here we can make a side trip to the Felton Grove of big trees containing many huge and famous sequoias. Whoever has heard of California has heard of Monterey, and this picturesque and sleepy old town, so full of history and romance, charms us. After paying a visit to the mission, we take the world-renowned 17-mile drive through forests and by the breakers, past wind-bent cypress trees, rocky points, and sandy beaches, on to Old Carmel Mission. From Salinas southward, the scenery is not particularly beautiful for some distance, though the roads are excellent for the most part, leading through a rolling country. San Miguel Mission is passed en route to Paso Robles, which is nestled among the hills. Its hot springs are famous for their curative powers. Very lovely are the wooded hills between this place and San Luis Obispo, where there is another mission. Pismo Beach stretches a long, hard roadway of sand for many miles, and here automobile races are held on the beach, which excels that of Ormond, Florida, in its adaptability for this purpose. Up and down hill the road leads, past Los Olivos and the old Santa Ynez Mission, and into the Gaviota Pass, very picturesque with no very steep grades. At the end of this pass we come again within sight of the ocean, and from Gaviota, for many miles south, we ride along the bluffs at the edge of the water. Just after sunset, sea and sky are suffused with a rose and amethyst glow, reflected on the low purple mountains to the east. On the water the kelp beds draw dark maps on the delicately tinted surface, like the brown mottlings in a turquoise matrix. At Santa Barbara, the beautiful, ideally situated on a narrow strip between the mountains and the sea, with its balmy breezes and its attractive homes, its mission, one of the best preserved in California, stored with ancient manuscripts and relics of the days of the padres, we would fain linger for many days. Numerous are the short drives to be taken in the vicinity, offering most entrancing views from the mountains and from the shore. A few miles below Santa Barbara is Summerland, where an unusual sight meets our eyes. Oil derricks rise from the very midst of the waters of the sea, for there are submarine oil wells here, and the surface of the water for a long distance is black and iridescent with crude oil. From the heights of the Casitas Pass are obtained splendid views of range upon range of hills on the one side, and on the other the fertile valley and the ocean, with the Channel Islands lying tranquilly on the bosom of the sea in the distance. The pass itself is remarkably pretty, shaded with fine old trees. There are some quite steep grades, the gradometer registering 20% in some places for a short distance. At Ventura we may visit another of the old missions, and here we bid goodbye to the ocean for the rest of our journey. There is one more range of low mountains to cross before we come into the San Fernando Valley, whose metropolis is Los Angeles. We may keep straight ahead from Camarillo and go over to the Conejo grade and pass Calabasas, or, what is perhaps a prettier way, we may turn to the left at Camarillo and go by the Santa Susana Pass and through Chatsworth Park and San Fernando. The Conejo road takes us over the low Cahenga Pass and through Hollywood to Los Angeles, while the Santa Susana way takes us back to the road by which we left Los Angeles at San Fernando. Or we may go across from Chatsworth through Cahenga and Hollywood. And when we have reached our starting point, Los Angeles, we immediately begin plans for a similar trip to be taken in the not too distant future. So delighted are we with the pleasures of our 1,000-mile journey. End of A California Motor Tour. Read by BettyB.
A Despicable Trick In The Canadian Wheelman, London, Canada, July 1884. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. Mr. A.T. Lane, the bicycle importer of Montreal, has been made the victim of a very mean trick, being the first instance ever recorded in Canada, viz., having a tricycle stolen from him. The following is a description of the machine: an Apollo front steering tricycle, all bright parts plated, including spokes, 2 nickel-plated King of Road lamps, cushioned seat, Singer & Co. pedals with all the rubber knobs out but 3. While Mr. Lane was attending the CWA tournament in Toronto, the machine was loaned to a young Englishman named C.A. Speechley of London, England, and he has not been heard of since. The police are also wanting him for other charges. The thief is described as being about 19 or 20 years of age, fair complexion, but spotty, puts on a large amount of quote-unquote side, has an abnormally developed gall, and has the appearance of being out about 2 months. Anybody hearing of him will confer a great favor by communicating immediately with Mr. Lane. End of A Despicable Trick.
Draft Riots in Wisconsin During the Civil War by John W. Oliver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861, Wisconsin was found to be among the most loyal states of the Union. Within her border, the new Republican Party, founded upon the principle of checking further extension of slavery, had just been born. A determination to stand by the national government at whatever cost was the instant decision of both political parties, and the overwhelming response accorded to the first call for troops surprised even the most enthusiastic. But before the close of the first season's campaign, enthusiasm began to dwindle, and even signs of opposition were noted in certain sections of the state. The reverses suffered by the Union Army and the absence of a vigorous campaign on the part of the national administration was believed to be inexcusable. Volunteering showed a marked decrease, and those who had opposed the war or who had been even lukewarm in their support now bestirred themselves in making it unpopular. The situation in Wisconsin became alarming. In July 1862, when President Lincoln called for 300,000 more men, volunteering had practically ceased. In August, a second call was made for another 300,000. Wisconsin's quota was fixed at 11,804, and the men were to be mobilized within 15 days. In such an emergency, the volunteer system was hopeless. Governor Salomon and the military authorities decided to adopt the draft at once, and steps were immediately taken to put the plan in operation. Even with the draft system, it was impossible to fill the quota within the allotted time. The sheriffs in each county were ordered to enroll all able-bodied male citizens between the ages of 18 and 45. The rolls showed 127,894 men subject to military duty. Governor Salomon appointed a draft commission and an examining surgeon for each county. November 10th was the date set for drawing the names. As the day of the draft drew near, great excitement prevailed. This was especially true in the eastern and southern counties. The opposition newspapers, with their sensational headlines, added to the excitement. Men possessed of robust health suddenly discovered some terrible ailment and had to seek treatment in a different climate. Canada at once became a mecca for such invalids. So many healthy and robust men appeared before the examining board in Fond du Lac and asked for exemption that some wag placed a sign over the door which read "Cowards Headquarters." In Ozaukee County, where Lincoln had received only 627 votes out of 2,450, armed opposition first broke out against the draft. On the morning of November 10, 1862, the draft commissioner, Mr. Pores, and his assistant were attacked by a mob of 1,000 or more people, variously armed and under the influence of whiskey. The draft rolls were seized and destroyed. Mr. Pores was dragged to the door and thrown down the steps. The mob then took possession of a small 4-pound cannon that had been used on former 4th of July celebrations, and loading it with the only ball they could find, mounted it on the pier in Port Washington and defied Uncle Sam to come and arrest them. Governor Salomon learned of the trouble and decided to take instant and vigorous action. He ordered 8 companies of soldiers to be sent to Milwaukee to arrest the mob. The presence of the armed soldiers caused the leaders to flee, but upwards of 80 were captured and given a trial in the Provost Marshal's court. They were convicted and taken to Milwaukee, where the company marched through the streets of the city in the form of a square with the prisoners in the center. After being confined in Camp Washburn for a time, they were transferred to the Bullpen in Madison. The following week, the draft was to take place in Milwaukee, and Governor Salomon took a vigorous stand to prevent the reoccurrence of the Ozaukee trouble. A proclamation was issued to the people of the county warning them against such disgraceful scenes as had been recently enacted by the Port Washington mob. Colonel John C. Starkweather was ordered to take charge of the troops and guard the city. Soldiers were placed on picket duty on all roads leading into the city. One company kept inside guard at the courthouse where the draft was to be made. With these precautions, the drawing of numbers began at 9 o'clock in the morning and continued throughout the day and late into the night. The report of Colonel Starkweather, now on file in the State Historical Library, shows that absolute quiet prevailed throughout the city. In West Bend, Washington County, slight trouble against the draft developed, but the sudden appearance of 4 companies of the 31st Regiment quieted the troublemakers, and the strong arm of the state government again triumphed. All the later drafts following 1862 were made under federal authority. Those who formerly were inclined to resist the authority of the government later decided that it might not, after all, be wise to do so, and we hear no more of any combined opposition to the draft. They had learned what it meant to resist the iron hand of the government. Half a century later, when the country called for an army on the basis of a selective draft, Wisconsin was among the most enthusiastic states in the Union in filling her quota. End of Draft Riots in Wisconsin During the Civil War by John W. Oliver.
The Furnace by H. C. Bunner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When I first moved into the country, I have told this story before, but only in the comparative privacy of the poetic form, I inquired for a suitable man to take charge of my furnace. One was recommended to me, and we opened negotiations, which were conducted warily on both sides, for each of us was wondering how much the other knew about a furnace, and each of us was conscious of plenty of ignorance to betray. Finally, the man asked me how much time I wanted him to devote to the furnace. Here I turned and rent him. I told him that if he were applying for the post of furnace tender, he ought to know how much time it was his duty to devote to that particular furnace. This disconcerted him, and he said that he had asked the question only because it had occurred to him that I might want him to stay with the furnace all day. I asked him why he should stay with the furnace all day, and he said, to prevent its blowing up. Now, in my simple city ignorance, I supposed that that man was simply trying to impose upon me and to get a profitable job for himself. But I have since come to know that he merely reflected in his uneducated, exaggerated way the attitude of all suburbanites toward that domestic Moloch, the furnace. The furnace is, for 8 or 9 months in the year, the heart of domestic life, and it may be said to feed the pulse of all suburban conversation. Even the question of domestic service has to yield to it in importance as a topic, for you may or you may not at any given time have a cook, but you always have a coal bill. Now I wish to do all that lies in my power to reprehend this tendency. It not only imparts to suburban conversation an ashy and uninteresting flavor, but it spoils the furnace. Long experience has taught me, and I do not hesitate to affirm it, that furnaces are just like children. You can spoil them and set them all wrong in life by making too much fuss over them, by coddling and petting them, by paying attention to their little whims and fancies, and above all by talking about them to their faces in the presence of visitors and strangers. You all know how it is with children. If little Clarabelle is in the room and you say to the lady who is visiting you, "Oh, I don't know what to do. Little Clarabelle is so sensitive. Do you know the other day she wept for 5 hours together because the cat killed a little bird on the lawn?" Do you know what happens after that? Little Clarabelle's one idea is to beat her own record for sensitiveness by weeping 6 hours over the next dead bird she finds. And if she can't find any other way of attracting attention and winning praise for her delicate susceptibilities, she will drop a tear on a deceased tumblebug just to attract a moment's notice. In the same way, if you tell your visitor in the youngster's hearing that your dear little Reginald has such a wonderful flow of spirits that it seems impossible for him to control himself, why, you must not be surprised if Reginald seizes the opportunity to kick his football through the parlor window by way of showing the exuberance of his spirits and the impossibility of restraining them. Well, you can spoil a furnace much in the same way as you can spoil a child. Do not for an instant imagine that I began my suburban life with any superiority of knowledge over my neighbors, at least so far as the management of a furnace was concerned. In many other respects I knew more than they did, although I am not using so much knowledge now. I treated my furnace with the same familiar indulgence and familiarity, and gave it just as absurd an idea of its own importance as did the most thoughtless of those about me. Many and many a time has that furnace heard me talking through the thin floor that separates the cellar from the ground story, telling of its ways and its fancies, of its extravagance in coal one week, and of its strict economy the next, of its entire unwillingness to work in an east wind, and its furious enthusiasm to roast the house every time there was a breath from the south. Beginning that way, no wonder I turned the poor thing's head. But this was only the least of the foolishness with which I encouraged that furnace to misbehave. I discharged the man whom I had first engaged to take care of it, not because I could find any real fault with him, but because he seemed to me to have no real sense of the seriousness of this responsibility. I thought he treated the furnace in a slighting and disrespectful manner, and I didn't like the way that he slammed the door after he had put the coal in. I hired a small boy to sleep in the house so that he might be at the service of the furnace day and night. I can say for the boy that he carried out one part of his contract. He slept in the house. It was I who went down late at night after I had got home from a dinner or a dance or a trip to the city to hear the opera, and dove into the cellar to study the immediate needs of that furnace, drowsily summoning to my aid what small scraps of knowledge I possessed about draughts and heat units and cold air supply, only in the end to stir up something or other, I didn't know why, to let down something about the end and aim of which I knew still less, and to make some combination of dampers and slides and doors for which I never in the world could have offered the slightest reason. Of course, in my earlier suburban days, I was even more foolish in my treatment of my furnace. I took a number of plumbers down to see it, and consulted with them, one at a time, of course, in its very presence. Each one laid out for me a different set of rules by which to work it, and explained to me a different set of principles which governed each set of rules. You could not have told them from so many doctors. At first, too, I showed the furnace to friends of experience, and to distinguished strangers who occasionally honored my humble roof. On one occasion I took down a distinguished poet, a scientist of wide reputation, and a man who had recently invented a 10-cent puzzle. And this overdose of glory and dignity was quite too much for the furnace. It would not draw for the next 3 weeks, and it gave out very little more heat than the refrigerator. The furnace did not improve as the years went on, and the members of the household learned with each successive 12-month to rely more and more upon open fires and upon a gradual toughening process that went on from September to April, and that made an indoor temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit bearable, if not perhaps enjoyable. Then there came a day, a happy day, when the owner of the furnace asserted himself. It was a mild January day of a winter which I had begun by laying in 20 tons of coal for the consumption of that furnace. The boy came up to tell me that they were consumed. He was not the first boy who had made of his young energies a burnt offering to my furnace. He was only one in a long succession. When I heard from his lips that the coal was all gone, and when I reflected that the chilly annoyance of the winter were to be succeeded by the cruel inclemencies of springtime, I was bitterly angered, and for the first time in my experience I went down into the cellar, conscious of an angry and unkind feeling toward my furnace. The boy had spoken truth, yet not all the truth. The 20 tons of coal had vanished from the bin, and now, slightly charred, formed a large portion of what was supposed to be a pile of ashes in a lonely region of the cellar. One door of the furnace was broken, another had lost its hinge, and a huge crack rent its fire-pot halfway through. I gave my order sternly and precisely. The food for the furnace was no longer to be purchased in 20-ton lots. It was to be fed from hand to mouth, ton by ton at a time. No plumber was to heal its gaping wounds, and I was never to hear one solitary word about it until the summer-time should come, when I could tear it out and sell it for old iron and put some more modern device in its place. That was 6 years ago, and all has changed since then. That day the furnace learned its lesson. In bitterness of spirit, I have no doubt, but faithfully and fully. Never since then have I had to contend with it. Perhaps its duties are not performed in absolute cheerfulness of mind, but so long as it locks up its discontent in its breast and locks no clinkers there, I shall not complain. A dull and sullen servant it may be, but so diligent and loyal and steady that I try to shut my eyes to the fact that the crack in the fire-pot is steadily widening, and that before long the companion of many days and nights of suburban solitude and solicitude will be loaded on a truck and will be borne dangling and clanging away from its home to lie in some riverside junkyard and rust itself redder than it ever would fire up for me. In the meantime, it patiently eats and turns to good account short rations of coal grudgingly doled out to it too often from the sifted ash-heap. End of the Furnace by H.C. Bunner.
Healthy but Not Social by Milton Bradley. From The Canadian Wheelman, London, Canada, February 1886. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. The bicycle has doubtless become one of the greatest promoters of healthy outdoor exercise among our young men, as well as some of the older ones. But there is necessarily nothing social in it. In fact, it is the most selfish conception possible. Think of a family man buying a bicycle and starting off for a ride while the wife and children are left at home on the veranda to admire the grace and ease with which their lord and master wheels off to get exhilarating whiffs of fresh country air. The economical young man mounts his wheel on the fine afternoon and whirls off to the house of his lady-love, leans his steed against the front fence and spends the summer evening on the piazza, while the young lady is no doubt thinking of her possibly old-fashioned but more fortunate companion, who has gone out on the road beyond a good trotter to breathe the refreshing air. The one wheel is far more economical in every way, and its enthusiastic, if not fanatical admirers, no doubt get much good from it. But in an article on social recreations, they cannot hope for high praise, for their favorite machine is certainly not a family invention. When Mr. Edison will invent a motor which may be hung beneath the seat of a sociable tricycle, with a small seat behind for the children, and by which the whole load may whirl off to the country without the danger of running away at the first railway crossing, or the necessity for grooming or feeding on the return, then the family may sing the praise of the quote-unquote cycle. End of Healthy But Not Social by Milton Bradley.
Limitations of Truth-Telling by Edward F. Adams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Something less than 2 years ago, at an age whose exact figure is of no public interest, but which may be described as a period at which it is useless to pretend to be young, while there is no desire to pretend to be old, I was pitchforked into an editorial position on one of what we are accustomed to call our great modern journals. The idea of filling such a place had never occurred to me, but within a few seconds after the proposal was made it was mentally accepted, although for the looks of the thing I believe that I deferred an actual acceptance for several minutes, as long as I dared to risk the chance of the proposal being withdrawn. For the truth is, although I had never proposed to myself this exaltation, having spent my previous life in the sordid pursuit of business, I was secretly of the opinion that the only people in the world whose lives were passed in the enjoyment of unalloyed pleasure were the members of the editorial staff of a great modern journal. Having accepted the unlooked-for offer, within a week I entered upon my new duties. The translation from the business turn of mind to the lofty and unselfish train of thought which I assumed must reign in the breast of an editor was not easy. My first day was payday, and my first thought was, where does the money come from? There were a lot of people on the paper to draw down weekly pay, and the thing that impressed me was the smooth and regular working of the financial machine, which regularly, in all weathers and at all times, ground out this multitude of weekly salaries. The delivery was as monotonous and mechanical as that of the great mint around the corner, and the hidden source of supply as mysterious. I saw an army of well-fed men take their turn at the windows. I knew of the daily expenditure for news, telegraph tolls, white paper, and miscellaneous supplies. I saw the long row of linotypes and the wonderful presses, and I knew something of their cost. And I knew that the machine I was observing had ground out the money to pay for them, and for the tall building which contained them. Then and there I resolved to go straight to the business manager for a detailed statement of costs and prices, for a magazine article. Upon reflection I didn't go, but I still regard that sudden impulse to make copy as some evidence that until then I had missed my vocation. Having observed and reflected sufficiently upon the outward workings of the machine of which I had become a part, I went up in the elevator to my little den near the roof to begin to think thoughts. I was greatly impressed with my responsibility, and resolved to lose no time in transmuting the mutton chops and rolls which had been my breakfast into glowing words which should help to make the printed pages of next morning's paper worthy of the nickels which must be gathered to pay my salary. I should say that I was engaged to write only upon a special line of topics, which the managing editor imagined me to know something, and to which certain space was devoted, which I was to fill at my discretion. Beyond this, if I did anything, it was as a volunteer. I had no hours to keep except those of payday. All that was required was that my stuff should be on the galleys when wanted. Newspapermen will recognize this as a soft snap in journalism, offset, however, by a corresponding modesty in compensation. I should hate to have to live on what I can earn by this kind of journalism. Few lines of work covered by daily journals can be adequately discussed without impinging on the domain of economics and politics. Mine was no exception. In entering upon my duties, I had received but one instruction: find out the truth and tell it. This was delightful, for I took it seriously, and fully in accord with my lofty conception of editorial duties, and of the pure and serene ether of truth in which I conceived editors to live and move and have their being. Inspired by this noble emotion, I took my pen and wrote an editorial. Resting from my labors, I remembered the suggestion of the managing editor that I keep a close watch on the editorial columns in order, as he said, to avoid any inconsistency of expression. Surely this was sensible. Although all truth is consistent with all other truth, yet a number of us in equally eager search for the article someone might miss a little, or inadvertently so express himself as to appear to have missed it, and thus open our armor to the javelins of the jeering and unprincipled sheet on the opposite corner. So I took up the file and turned over the pages, and upon the editorial page of the second number back, I found an exceedingly vigorous article taking a view of my subject diametrically opposed to the conclusion I had reached, and intimating grave doubts as to the moral sanity of all who pretended to disagree with it. An allusion recalled to me that it was merely upholding the soundness of a minor plank in the last platform of the great Demo-Publican party, of which I am an unworthy member, and for whose nominees, God willing, I expect to vote. Here was a pretty mess. Although an ardent seeker after truth, I am not a roaring idiot, and I promptly recognized that the particular dish of truth which I had just prepared would be sadly inopportune just then in the editorial columns of the Advocate and Harbinger. I also got my first lesson in the matter of the limits within which truth may be told in a public journal. As a private citizen, I may and do denounce any portion of the platform of a political party, which, on the whole, I deem it best to support. But for a great daily paper, to do so is to commit harakiri. The platforms of political parties are necessarily filled with compromises on minor points in order to hold together enough of those who agree in the more important matters to carry an election. Such agreements, when made, must be kept, and a journal which professes to support a party must do so unreservedly. Even in some points it does not reflect the opinions of a single person connected with it. Political journals may be undesirable, but while they exist they must fulfill their missions, and in the long run the consensus of a great political party is perhaps as reliable as the individual judgment of a newspaper proprietor, unless the latter is a very able and honest man. At any rate, I was connected with a political journal, and therein found my first limitation to the telling of truth. My first editorial went into the wastebasket. A day or two later I had occasion to deal with another subject which I certainly understood, and as to which there would be no disagreement among disinterested persons who are familiar with it. Unfortunately, however, the truth in this case, as often happens, was not in accord with the current popular prejudice. Here, thought I, was my long-sought opportunity to set the world right, and in a glow of enthusiasm I wrote an editorial, which was a trumpet blast of no uncertain sound. There was no politics in this, and I was sure I had found my field. This was surely what I had been born for. What the managing editor wanted was the man who knew and had the courage to say, and I was he. Tomorrow the Advocate and Harbinger would show the world how to champion fearlessly an unpopular cause, and I went home happy. On the way I met a friend, an editor whom I had known for a long time, and took occasion to compliment him on the stand he had been taking on a certain matter of popular interest. His was not a political paper. He was himself a proprietor, and could say what he pleased. He laughed quietly at my compliments, but said he feared he did not deserve them, as he was going to quit. Every one of the editorials which I had liked had brought him a dozen stops, and no new subscriptions that he could trace to them. His partners were kicking, and he himself was tired of it. If he were rich, he said, he might undertake to reform the world, but for a man of moderate means to attempt it meant disaster to himself, with little accomplishment. The fact was that no newspaper could live long and prosper which habitually went contrary to the prejudices of its subscribers. This set me thinking. If I knew the proprietor of the Advocate and Harbinger, and I thought I did, he was a man who would be very glad indeed to see right triumphant and virtue prosperous everywhere, but yet by no means glad enough to see it done at the expense of the popularity of the Advocate and Harbinger. On the contrary, I was sure that he would interpret his implied contract with his subscribers to mean that he should give them the stuff they liked to read, and that he would feel no call to engage in any kind of a crusade for reforms in which he had no personal interest, and which would merely invoke a languid approval from a certain number of his readers and active hostility on the part of others. It therefore at once occurred to me that I had discovered another limitation to the truth, which I could be permitted to tell in a newspaper, and this was that it must be only that kind of truth which the general public desires to read. I therefore went back to my den and put another editorial in the wastebasket. And in this I was not only wise but right. I was wise because the proofs of the work of a new hand would quite certainly be carefully looked to by the managing editor, and in this case killed, and I was right because even if it had escaped him and got in, nobody has a right to go out reforming at other people's expense without their consent. Having agreed to take this man's money, it was my duty to give him such service as he desired, and if I did not like it, to quit. And this was none the less true because I did not give the desired service. I should have to quit. It was my duty to help from the start, not to hinder. Neither do I see how it is possible for the proprietor of any paper to do otherwise than cater to the wishes of his readers, except upon the theory that his journal is to be run for the benefit of mankind, regardless of personal consequences. The fact is that truth cannot be told constantly without raising up enemies, while the disinterested majority of mankind give no corresponding support. There seems to be practically no way to make sure of the regular collection of the funds necessary to payday, except by the avoidance of attacks upon vested interests. Once or twice in a generation a strong man may appear, whose personality may attract support for a really independent journal, but these instances are too few to be considered. There are great profits in frauds and shams, and they who live by them have profits to divide, which more honorable men have not. Without the aid of advertisers who wish to sell property for more than it is worth, I do not know that payday would always be payday. Everybody knows that adulteration and poor workmanship infest all branches of trade. This general statement any journal may safely venture, but when it begins to assist the public by pointing out particular shams, it does so at great peril, and there is really a monetary interest at the bottom of all subjects of general discussion. The public does not sustain the truth-teller or the more decent journals. I know a city in which at one time the daily papers seemed to vie with each other as to which would come the nearest to the line of indecency which would exclude them from the mails. The women of the city rose up in protest, and mass meetings were held to denounce the offenses of the press. At the height of the excitement, a change of ownership took place in one of these journals, and the new proprietor, possibly as a matter of business, took sides with the women, denounced his contemporaries, and engaged to and did run a perfectly clean paper. After a few months of trial and an active canvass on that basis, the proprietor told me that he had not won over a single subscriber whose subscription could be traced to the cause, while his saloon and barber-shop patronage fell off to nothing, and his sales to mill hands were seriously impaired. He said he presumed he did get some, but he never knew them. At considerable expense he had lists made of the men and women prominent in the clean paper agitation, including a long list, many thousands, of those who had registered themselves in the movement, compared his own carrier's books, and made a deliberate set to get the subscriptions of these people who were taking the papers they denounced. He got substantially none of them. Only the ordinary changes took place which are constantly going on, and yet his paper was as good as the others, and clean. He was utterly disgusted. He said these reformers were humbugs. Every one of them really wanted the nasty stuff which they were getting. He seemed to be right, for in a few weeks more the whole thing dropped. The fact is that every community makes its own press. What the papers give people is really what they want. In public meetings they may say they do not want it, but their subscriptions say they do. The long list of clergymen and society leaders who were taking the papers they denounced and refused to change to one equally good in all things except sensationalism convinced me that newspaper men know their business. I doubt if there are 3 papers in America whose course on any non-political subject in which the proprietor has no pecuniary interest cannot be changed by 100 stops for an identical stated course. That the daily press is what we find it is due to the fact that stops do not come. In this being the case, I do not see how a daily journal can be conducted as an impartial investigator and champion of the truth as it is discovered. The necessities of payday will prevent it. The public has come to demand from the daily press what it costs large daily expenditure to provide. That expenditure can only be met by maintaining a circulation which shall be a basis of profitable advertising rates. If the general public does not find what it wants in the journal, the circulation cannot be maintained. If the income falls off, expenses must be reduced. Then the paper becomes dull, for the brightest men will go where the largest salaries can be paid. Then those who would be its staunchest supporters leave it in flocks, and there inevitably follows a change of character, if not a change of ownership. It is the inexorable payday which so impressed me at my first entrance into journalism, which controls the character of the press. I am convinced that the ideal newspaper can no more be made a source of personal profit than the ideal university. The ideal newspaper, if we ever have it, will be endowed. I suppose some benevolent billionaire will sometime do it. I believe it would be as useful an application of money as may be found. The obvious difficulty is to arrange for a suitable directory whose single duty would be the choice of the editor-in-chief and the business manager. There would be no policy to dictate, since the one instruction would be that which I received, to find the truth and tell it. But in this case it would not be given in the Pickwickian sense. Such a board would necessarily be, in the majority, ex officio, probably presidents of colleges and librarians of great libraries, and with these in the majority, might safely be made self-perpetuating as to the minority. The salaries of the editor-in-chief and the business manager should be such as to make them the great prizes of journalism. Within their spheres they should have absolute power. The profits or the income of the endowment should go to some designated public purpose. There should be a deficit, the income of the endowment would make it up. If I were a benevolent billionaire, I now think I would do this. Whether it were pecuniarily profitable or not, it would modify the character of all daily journalism. It will be seen that I no longer have illusions as to the limitations of truth-telling in journalism. So far as the salaried editor is concerned, he has not, by virtue of his position, the power to tell any truth or express any opinion. Incidentally, he may do, and much of the time he does, both. But what he knows or what he thinks does not necessarily determine what he writes. What he writes is determined by the managing editor, who expresses the wish of the proprietor. Whoever does not wish to write on these terms should not enter journalism. Of course, managing editors have common sense, and are personally good fellows and gentlemen, and do not habitually and wantonly set the gentlemen in the editorial rooms to writing what they abhor. They usually have at command those who can express the desired views con amore, but when the exigencies of the service require it, the salaried editor must write what is ordered, or quit, and he seldom quits. If I was impressed on the first day with the effectiveness of the financial end of the newspaper machine, I was equally impressed, as I gradually became acquainted with it, with the relentless grinding of its interior works. Picking up a random yesterday's 16-page paper, I find it to contain, exclusive of advertising, about 130,000 words, less cuts and headlines. The Sunday paper will contain more than twice as many. Comparing this with Butcher and Lang's translation of the Odyssey, which lies upon my table, I find that the latter contains only about 200,000 words. Every day the staff of this journal writes a book 2/3 as large as the Odyssey, and every Sunday one a good deal larger, and nearly all about what happened the day before. Our journal is run to make money, and there is no surplus of attachés. Every man has his duty, and must do it every day. When he goes to his desk he does not know what he is to write about, but he does know that about so much copy will be demanded, clear and interesting, and not a surplus word. The writer has no choice of subjects or of time. We go to press at 3 o'clock, and the ideas which have not yet occurred to him must be in the forms at that time. If he knows little or nothing of the subject, so much the worse for him. He must scrabble the harder and find out. That he does not feel in the mood does not count. Moods themselves do not count. Creative work is not expected or desired, but plain common sense discussion of current affairs with no errors of fact. This he can do, and this he must do, sick or well. Under the stress of these circumstances, the romance of editorship promptly disappears, or rather is found not to exist. It is hard, grinding, inexorable work. Of such work as I have done in this world, sawing cordwood comes the nearest to it. The difference in the thickness, toughness, and shape of the different sticks gives the same kind of relief from monotony that attends the writing of editorials. Only in sawing wood there is a pleasure in the increasing pile of finished work behind you, and the diminishing pile of work before you. The next week you may not be sawing wood, but in editorship what you have done is whisked out of sight and forgotten of all men. What is before you you cannot see, but you know you will be at it next week, and that it will never end. This is doubtlessly a pleasure in creative work. There is a certain agreeableness even in such writing as I am now doing, simply because I wish to, and which may or may not even be printed. But the only pleasure I conceive of in writing editorials for daily journals is the knowledge that payday is weekly and certain. It will be remembered that I am writing as one in the business, but not of it. I suppose no one of strong will and beginning late in life can become a real newspaper man. I only write what I seem to see. There is, after all, a pleasure in all work well done. And very likely my comrades, if I may so call them, like their jobs. For myself, I am mildly tolerated about the editorial rooms as one who is there and to be made the best of. I am permitted freely to express my opinions on current topics, but I think the office boy who brings in visitors' cards to us would have quite as much weight in council. He may at least some time become a newspaper man, while I never can. And it is only newspaper men who can take the right view of things. We recognize each other as good fellows and would be mutually helpful should occasion require, but I am made to feel that between me and them there is a great gulf fixed. It is when I stray into the newsrooms that I am at my worst. There I have absolutely no standing at all. I am simply sat upon. A pointer given by one of our sharp elevator boys would be jumped at and followed up, but my opinion of what is news could not get even passing attention. The newspaper world has a cult of its own, into which the profane may not lightly pass. But mostly they are wholesome fellows, and I like them, and I also enjoy such work as I do in journalism, while I am permitted to do it, recognizing that I am any day liable to be pitchforked out as I was pitchforked in. San Francisco. End of Limitations of Truth-Telling by Edward F. Adams.
Mary Anning, The Fossil Finder by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in December 2019. Mary Anning, The Fossil Finder by Charles Dickens. Everyone must have seen at least an engraving of that strange old-world monster, the Plesiosaurus, of which Cuvier said, when the skeleton was sent to him from Lyme Regis, "Verily, This is altogether the most monstrous animal that has yet been found amid the ruins of a former world. It had a lizard's head, a crocodile's teeth, a trunk and tail like an ordinary quadruped, a chameleon's ribs, a whale's paddles, whilst this neck was of enormous length, like a serpent tacked on to the body. This liassic, first cousin of all lizards, was discovered by a self-taught geologist, the daughter of a lime carpenter. Things in this world pretty much repeat themselves. Women's pursuits follow this law. In Lady Jane Grey's time, hard study was fashionable. Mary Hutchinson and the Duchess of Newcastle are representatives of a race who were something far more than mere students. Then came a frivolous age, and then, by and by, science got to be popular. The ladies' pocketbooks and annuals of some 40 or 50 years ago almost invariably contain a few algebraic equations, besides arithmetical problems like those which Longfellow's Kavanagh sets his wife, and some chemical experiments to boot. This age produced the class of whom Mrs. Somerville is the type. We have now got round again to the frivolous epoch. It will be the men's fault if it lasts long, for women have consciences, and feel that what their sons are to be depends mainly on them. Besides, their minds are naturally more active than those of the lords of creation, and if they now and then taboo everything intellectual, it is because they find such conduct pleases. Geology does not seem a pursuit likely to attract women, yet we have known several who had picked up a very fair knowledge of its outlines, some of them literally like Horace's slave, who had mastered the Stoic philosophy while acting as pew-opener in Sir Athenius' lecture hall. There was a quaint old lady who used to go her Midland circuit, calling on all persons and other supposed encouragers of science, carrying about with her boxes of specimens, and begging to be allowed to enlighten the national school children at so much a head. Then there is Miss Wetherall, at Amesbury, quite worth a visit, her museum being a collection of flints in the oddest shapes, twisted like snakes, knotted like ropes, branching like coral, and her talk being about Stonehenge and the universal pre-diluvian serpent worship, of which she believes a remnant, and of noting the zealous affection with which she points out tracings of Karnak and snake temples in India and America drawn by her father, the ex-cicerone of the neighborhood. But Mary Anning was something more than a mere village celebrity, interesting to those who like to study character and are fond of seeing good, stubborn English perseverance make way even when there is nothing in its favor. She acquired, if not an English, certainly a European reputation. Professor Owen thought so highly of her usefulness that he moved the authorities of the British Museum to grant her a pension of £40 a year, which she enjoyed for some little time before her early death. Her father used to employ the church holidays in picking up along the beach pretty pebbles and shells, fossil and recent, and vertebrates, and John Dory's bones, and ladies' fingers, and other curies, as they were called. Lyme and its neighbour, Charmouth, were then on the old coach road, and the passengers mostly liked to take away a specimen or two, which they got either from Anning or from a Charmouth fossiler, called the Curie Man, or Captain Curie, from his trade in curiosities. In August 1800, little Mary Anning was taken to see some horse riding in the Rackfield. A thunderstorm came on. Those in charge of her hurried her under a tree. A flash of lightning struck the party, killing 2 women on the spot and making the child insensible. A warm bath restored her to consciousness, and, strangely enough, she, who had been a very dull girl before, now grew up lively and intelligent. She soon got to accompany her father in his rambles. Fossiling, however, does not appear to have paid so well as steady carpentry, for the family went down the hill. The father died of consumption, and Mary, at 10 years of age, was left very badly off. Just then a lady gave her half-a-crown for a very choice ammonite. This encouraged her to take to collecting as a regular means of life. But she soon proved something more than a mere fossiler. Gradually that truth dawned on her mind which our laureate has so beautifully expressed. There rolls the deep where grew the tree. O earth, what changes thou hast seen! There where the long street roars hath been the silence of the central sea. In 1811 she saw some bones sticking out of a cliff, and, hammer in hand, she traced the position of the whole creature, and then hired men to dig out for her the lias block in which it was embedded. Thus was brought to light the first Ichthyosaurus, fish lizard, a monster some 30 feet long, with jaws nearly a fathom in length, and huge saucer eyes, some of which have been found so perfect that the petrified lenses, the sclerotica, of which it had 13 coats, have been split off and used as magnifiers. People then called it a crocodile. Mr. Henley, the lord of the manor, bought it of the enterprising young girl for £23. It is now in the British Museum. Sir Everard Home, writing in 1814, supported the crocodile theory. By and by, when more perfect paddles had been discovered, he said it must be a fish. Dr. Buckland, father of our lively young salmon hatcher, pronounced its breastbone to be that of a lizard. Dr. Ure hit upon the happy name Ichthyosaurus. Conybeare and de la Beche and others had a turn at it, and at last all their drawings, specimens, and a great many fresh details, which Miss Anning had since brought to light, were sent over to Cuvier, and, after a 10 years' siege, the protean monster surrendered, and took the form under which he is at present known. Then came the Plesiosaurus, which was the occasion of a sharper, though shorter, battle. Miss Anning's business, of course, was not to take sides, but to furnish the combatants with munitions of war, now a paddle, then a jaw, then a stomachful of half-digested fish. She had in a high degree that sort of intuition without which it is hopeless for anyone to think of becoming a good collector of fossils. Here, as in everything else, field and chamber practice are widely different. You may be well up in the latest theories, and able to argue perfectly on the specimen when it is laid before you, and yet you may totally lack that instinct which will lead your brother collector right to the place where the specimen is to be found, and will direct him in the following up the track, till from finding a fragment of a claw he succeeds in ferreting out the whole skeleton. Our heroine would have been able, for instance, out of 50 nodules, all looking to you much of a muchness, to pick without hesitation the one which, being cleft with a dexterous blow, should show a perfect fish embedded in what was once soft clay. Scenting out valuable specimens in this way, she enabled the savants to fix 4 kinds of ichthyosauri, besides 2 plesiosauri, and the extraordinary pterodactyl, discovered in 1823, which made Cuvier retract what he had said of the lizard's cousin, and award the palm of strangeness to a monster half vampire, half woodcock, with crocodile's teeth along its tapering bill, and scale armor over its lizard-shaped body. If you have never seen the creature delineated, take Dr. Buckland's wonderful plate, Duria Antiquior, wherein the dragons of the prime, which tear each other in the slime, are shown swimming, flying, biting, fighting, as was their nature too, and aloft in the corner of the picture, those things that look like Japanese kites are nature's first attempt at anything in the bird line. Gruesome beasts they seem to be. Even if the pre-Adamite man is ever proved to have been existing at that epoch, we cannot imagine his wife making pets of them, or his children liking to have them hung about the house in cages. They have such a family likeness to the evil spirits who beset Aeneas or Satan in an old illustrated Virgil or Paradise Lost. One more discovery Miss Anning helped to bring about. The lady's fingers were at last judged from their surroundings to be the bony processes of prechaotic cuttlefish. Belemnites they are now named, because they are long and dart-like instead of flat like our present cuttlefish's inside. Some of them are so perfect that the ink bag has been found and utilized. Dr. Buckland, in his amusing Oxford lectures, used to show drawings in sepia the coloring matter used in making which was countless thousands of years old. Of this lias itself, in which all these creatures are discovered, we must say a word. It is largely exported, especially to Holland, for lias lime has the property of hardening under water, and so is invaluable in forming the dikes, whereby, with facings of immense blocks of Finland granite, the Dutchmen try to keep the sea out of their polders or low-level meadows. Everybody knows that our geological strata, of which we can show a greater variety in this little island than much larger countries possess, do not run parallel with any of the coasts, but transversely from northeast to southwest. The chalk goes from Norfolk across to the Isle of Wight, with the Wealden and London clay and other beds laid upon it, the oolite from the North Riding down through Oxfordshire and westward to Bath, and so on of the rest. Then again the bands are not continuous and unbroken. Often one bed is washed away, denuded, along more than half its original course. This is especially the case with the lias. It is found at Lyme, it crops out again in a few other places, but is not largely represented anywhere else except in Leicestershire, where, at Barrow-on-Soar, fish and reptiles identical with those at Lyme might, till lately, have been bought for a fifth of the price which the Duke of Buckingham, who gave £120 for a very indifferent Ichthyosaurus, and other amateurs have made fashionable at Lyme. Alas! O intending speculator, the Barrow men have now learned how to charge. But to return to Miss Anning. Dr. Carus, who went with the King of Saxony through England and Scotland in 1844, and wrote an account of His Majesty's journey, speaks of visiting her collection and securing 6 feet of reptile for £15. The doctor says, "Wishing to preserve the name of this devoted servant of science, I made her write it in my pocket-book. She said, with unaffected pride, as she gave me back the book, 'My name is well known throughout Europe.' Better known indeed abroad than at home. In her own neighbourhood, Miss Anning was far from being a prophetess. Those who had derided her when she began her researches now turned and laughed at her as an uneducated assuming person who had made one good chance hit. Dr. Buckland and Professor Owen and others knew her worth and valued her accordingly, but she met with little sympathy in her own town, and the highest tribute which that magniloquent guide-book, The Beauties of Lyme Regis, can offer her, is to assure us that her death was, in a pecuniary point, a great loss to the place, as her presence attracted a large number of distinguished visitors. Quick returns are the thing at Lyme. We need not wonder that Miss Anning was chiefly valued as a bait for tourists, when we find that the museum is now entirely broken up, and the specimens returned to those who had lent them. No one had public spirit enough to take charge of a non-paying concern when the early geology furore had calmed down, and people came to bathe and not to chop rocks. You may now visit the old abode of saurians without being able to see a single tolerable specimen. Miss Anning wrote sadly enough to a young girl in London, "I beg your pardon for distrusting your friendship. The world has used me so unkindly, I fear it has made me suspicious of every one." All this time she was dying of a malignant tumour in the breast. Her flying to strong drinks and opium to cease the pain of this, her detracting townspeople do not fail to record to her discredit. She died in 1847, and the Geological Society, in concert with the vicar of the place, have lately put up a little memorial window to her in the church, a poor little thing, sir, One of those kaleidoscope windows, you know, said one of the faint praisers, who, having neglected her in life, seemed to think it quite proper to decry all her belongings now she is gone. Grateful or ungrateful, the Lyme people live in a pretty country. It is a fine bracing walk over the hills from Bridport, itself a quaint place, just a knot of houses by the beach, and all the rest of the town a mile and more inland, so inland that you don't see the sea from any part of it. Near Bridport ends the Chesil Bank, that strange pebble beach which runs along from Portland, joining the island to the mainland. The pebbles grow gradually smaller as you move westward. At Portland they are as big as respectable potatoes. West of Bridport they are small peas. You think it is a sandbank till you put your hand down and feel. So regular is this decrease that they say smugglers, running ashore on blind nights, tell their whereabouts by picking up a handful of gravel. The road to Lyme is very hilly. Even we, who live in the hilliest part of Somersetshire, groaned at the ups and downs, but what drivers these people are! How glad we were to be afoot, despite the fatigue. After our Somerset fashion of locking the wheel at every gentle slope, to see those Dorset men swing along down the hills without either drag or skid-pan was a caution. Is it that the men are bolder, or the horses better trained? About the Peak in Derbyshire they do the same thing, but in the Saxon's paradise, the pleasant country, the Somerset, we always make as much fuss about a hill as a London bus does in going down by St. Sepulchre's Church. Lyme has a history of its own. It was great in Edward III's reign, when the Cobb, the artificial harbour, was first built, and the Feast of Cobb Ale was founded. The ale, in the good old times, was the equivalent of a public dinner nowadays, generally for some good object, and this Cobb Ale flourished till the Puritans put it down, along with stage plays and other unseemly sports. Lyme fitted out 2 good ships for the Armada. It was defended by Blake against Prince Maurice. The defence of Lyme and that of Taunton are enough to immortalize our great Republican admiral, even without his deeds of prowess by sea. As is often the case, the besieged sullied their cause by sad cruelty in the day of triumph. After the Royalists had gone off, they sallied out to pillage, and, finding a poor old Irishwoman of the enemy, drove her through the streets to the seaside, knocked her on the head, slashed and hewed her body with their swords, and, having robbed her, cast her carcass into the sea, where it lay till consumed. The Admiral's secretary says explicitly that the women of the town slew and pulled her in pieces. Whitelock writes much to the same effect. Some tell of a hawk's head stuck with nails having been prepared, into which the old woman was put, and so rolled into the sea. Such is civil war. Another sad episode in the history of Lyme is the attempt of the Duke of Monmouth, the coward who skulked away from Sedgemoor while the poor Somersetshire rustics, whom he had deluded, charged and charged again with scythes and billhooks, Kirk's lambs and Feversham's dragoons. Daniel Defoe was among Monmouth's men. The brothers Hewling of Lyme were among the most pitied victims of the bloody assize. But amidst all the interest attaching to the quiet little fashionable watering place, not the least is that which centres round the name of Mary Anning. Her history shows what humble people may do, if they have just purpose and courage enough, towards promoting the cause of science. The inscription under her memorial window commemorates her usefulness in furthering the science of geology. It was not a science when she began to discover, and so helped to make it one, and also her benevolence of heart and integrity of life. The carpenter's daughter has won a name for herself, and has deserved to win it. End of Mary Anning by Charles Dickens, from All the Year Round, February 11th, 1845.
on Demagogues in The American Democrat by James Fenimore Cooper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. James Fenimore Cooper on Demagogues. A demagogue, in the strict signification of the word, is a leader of the rabble. It is a Greek compound that conveys this meaning. In these later times, however, the signification has been extended to suit the circumstances of the age. Thus, before the art of printing became known, or cheap publications were placed within the reach of the majority, the mass of all nations might properly enough be termed a rabble when assembled in bodies. In nations in which attention is paid to education, this reproach is gradually becoming unjust, though a body of Americans, even collected under what is popularly termed an excitement, losing sight of that reason and respect for their own deliberately framed ordinances, which alone distinguish them from the masses of other people, is neither more nor less than a rabble. Men properly derive their designations from their acts, and not from their professions. The peculiar office of a demagogue is to advance his own interests by affecting a deep devotion to the interests of the people. Sometimes the object is to indulge malignancy, unprincipled and selfish men submitting but to two governing motives, that of doing good to themselves and that of doing harm to others. The true theater of a demagogue is a democracy. For the body of the community possessing the power, the master he pretends to serve is best able to reward his efforts. As it is all important to distinguish between those who labor in behalf of the people on the general account and those who labor in behalf of the people on their own account, some of the rules by which each may be known shall be pointed out. The motive of the demagogue may usually be detected in his conduct. The man who is constantly telling the people that they are unerring in judgment and that they have all power is a demagogue. Bodies of men, being composed of individuals, can no more be raised above the commission of error than individuals themselves, and in many situations they are more likely to err from self-excitement and the division of responsibility. The power of the people is limited by the fundamental laws, or the Constitution, the rights and opinions of the minority, in all but those cases in which a decision becomes indispensable, being just as sacred as the rights and opinions of the majority. Else would a democracy be indeed what its enemies term it, the worst species of tyranny. In this instance, the people are flattered in order to be led. As in kingdoms, the prince is blinded to his own defects in order to extract favor from him. The demagogue always puts the people before the Constitution and the laws, in face of the obvious truth that the people have placed the Constitution and the laws before themselves. The local demagogue does not distinguish between the whole people and a part of the people, and is apt to betray his want of principles by contending for fancied or assumed rights in favor of a country or a town, though the act is obviously opposed to the will of the nation. This is a test that the most often betrays the demagogue, for while loudest in proclaiming his devotion to the majority, he is, in truth, opposing the will of the entire people in order to effect his purposes with the part. The demagogue is usually sly, a detractor of others, a professor of humility and disinterestedness, a great stickler for equality as respects all above him, a man who acts in corners and avoids open and manly expositions of his course, calls blackguards gentlemen and gentlemen folks, appeals to passions and prejudices rather than to reason, and is in all respects a man of intrigue and deception, of sly cunning and management, instead of manifesting the frank, fearless qualities of the democracy he so prodigally professes. The man who maintains the rights of the people on pure grounds may be distinguished from the demagogue by the reverse of all these qualities. He does not flatter the people even while he defends them, for he knows that flattery is a corrupting and dangerous poison. Having nothing to conceal, he is frank and fearless, as are all men with the consciousness of right motives. He oftener chides than commends, for power needs reproof and can dispense with praise. He who would be a courtier under a king is almost certain to be a demagogue in a democracy. The elements are the same, though brought into action under different circumstances. Ordinary observers are apt to fancy them the extremes of opposite moral castes. Travelers have often remarked that Americans, who have made themselves conspicuous abroad for their adulation of rank and power, have become zealous advocates of popular supremacy on returning home. Several men of this stamp are at this moment in conspicuous political stations in the country, having succeeded by the commonest arts of courtiers. There is a large class of political men in this country who, while they scarcely merit the opprobrium of being termed demagogues, are not properly exempt from the imputation of falling into some of their most dangerous vices. These are they whose habits and tastes and better opinions, indeed, are all at variance with vulgar errors and vulgar practices, but who imagine it a necessary evil in a democracy to defer to prejudices and ignorance, and even to popular jealousies and popular injustice, that a safe direction may be given to the public mind. Such men deceive themselves, in the first place, as to their own motives, which are rather their private advancement than the public good, and, admitting the motives to be pure, they err greatly, both in their mode of construing the system under which they live, and in the general principles of correcting evil and of producing good. As the greatest enemy of truth is falsehood, so is the most potent master of falsehood truth. These qualities are correlatives, that which is not true being false, and that which is not false being true. It follows, as a pervading rule of morals, that the advancement of one is the surest means of defeating the other. All good men desire the truth, and on all public occasions on which it is necessary to act at all, the truth would be the most certain, efficient, and durable agency in defeating falsehoods, whether of prejudices, reports, or principles. The perception of truth is an attribute of reason, and the groundwork of all institutions that claim to be founded in justice is this high quality. Temporary convenience and selfish considerations, beyond a doubt, are both favored by sometimes closing the eyes to the severity of truth, but in nothing is the sublime admonition of God in his commandments, where he tells us that he will visit the sins of the fathers unto the third and fourth generation of their children, more impressively verified than in the inevitable punishments that await every sacrifice of truth. Most of the political men of the day belong to this class of doubtful moralists, who, mistaking a healthful rule, which admonishes us that even truth ought not to be too offensively urged, in their desire to be moderate, lend themselves to the side of error. The ingenuity of sophisms and the audacity of falsehoods receive great support from this mistaken alliance, since a firm union of all the intelligent of a country in the cause of plain and obvious truths would exterminate their correlative errors, the public opinion, which is now enlisted in the support of the latter, following to the right side, as a matter of course, in the train of combined knowledge. This is the mode in which opinions rooted in the wrong have been gradually eradicated by the process of time, but which would yield faster were it not for the latitude and delusion that selfishness imposes on men of this class, who flatter themselves with soothing a sore that they are actually irritating. The consequence of this mistaken forbearance is to substitute a new set of errors for those which it has already taken ages to get rid of. On the subject of government and society, it is a misfortune that this country is filled with those who take the opposite extremes, the one side clinging to prejudices that were founded in the abuses of the feudal times, and the other to the exaggerations of impractical theories. That the struggle is not fiercer is probably owing to the overwhelming number of the latter class, but as things are, truth is a sufferer. The American doctrinaire is the converse of the American demagogue, and in his way is scarcely less injurious to the public. He is as much a visionary on one side as the extreme theoretical democrat is a visionary on the other. The first deals in poetry, the last in cant. The first affirms a disinterestedness and purity in education and manners when exposed to the corruption of power that all experience refutes, and the last an infallibility in majorities that God himself has denied. These opposing classes produce the effect of all counteracting forces, resistance, and they provoke each other's excesses. In the doctrinaire, or theorist of the old school, we see men clinging to opinions that are purely the issue of arbitrary facts, ages after the facts themselves had ceased to exist, confounding cause with effect. And in the demagogue, or his tool, the impractical democrat, one who permits envy, jealousy, opposition, selfishness, and the unconsciousness of his own inferiority and demerits, so far to blind his faculties as to obscure the sense of justice, to exclude the sight of positive things, and to cause him to deny the legitimate consequences of the very laws of which he professes to be proud. This is the dupe who affirms that one man is as good as another. These extremes lead to the usual inconsistencies and follies. Thus do we see men who sigh for titles and factitious and false distinctions, so little conscious of truth as to shrink from asserting the real distinctions of their social station, or those they actually and undeniably possess, as if nature ever intends a man for an aristocrat who has not the manhood to maintain his just rights. And those again who cant of equality and general privileges, while they stubbornly refuse to permit others to enjoy in peace a single fancied indulgence or taste, unless taken in their company, although nature, education, and habits have all unfitted them to participate, and their presence would be sure to defeat what they could not, in the nature of things, enjoy. The considerate and modest and just-minded man, of whatever social class, will view all this differently. In asserting his own rights, he respects those of others. In indulging his own tastes, he is willing to admit there may be superior. In pursuing his own course, in his own manner, he knows his neighbor has an equal right to do the same. And most of all is he impressed with the great moral truths that flatterers are inherently miscreants, that fallacies never fail to bring their punishments, and that the empire of God is reason. End of On Demagogues in the American Democrat by James Fenimore Cooper.
Excerpt from On Thinking For Oneself by Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On Thinking For Oneself. A library may be very large, but if it is in disorder, it is not so useful as one that is small but well arranged. In the same way, a man may have a great mass of knowledge, but if he has not worked it up by thinking it over for himself, it has much less value than a far smaller amount which he has thoroughly pondered. For it is only when a man looks at his knowledge from all sides and combines the things he knows by comparing truth with truth, that he obtains a complete hold over it and gets it into his power. A man cannot turn over anything in his mind unless he knows it. He should, therefore, learn something, but it is only when he has turned it over that he can be said to know it. Reading and learning are things that any one can do of his own free will, but not so thinking. Thinking must be kindled like a fire by a draught. It must be sustained by some interest in the matter in hand. This interest may be of purely objective kind or merely subjective. The latter comes into play only in things that concern us personally. Objective interest is confined to heads that think by nature, to whom thinking is as natural as breathing, and they are very rare. This is why most men of learning show so little of it. It is incredible what a different effect is produced upon the mind by thinking for oneself, as compared with reading. It carries on and intensifies that original difference in the nature of two minds which leads the one to think and the other to read. What I mean is that reading forces alien thoughts upon the mind, thoughts which are as foreign to the drift and temper in which it may be for the moment, as the seal is to the wax on which it stamps its imprint. The mind is thus entirely under compulsion from without. It is driven to think this or that, though for the moment it may not have the slightest impulse or inclination to do so. But when a man thinks for himself, he follows the impulse of his own mind, which is determined for him at the time either by his environment or some particular recollection. The visible world of a man's surroundings does not, as reading does, impress a single definite thought upon his mind, but merely gives the matter and occasion which lead him to think what is appropriate to his nature and present temper. So it is that much reading deprives the mind of all elasticity. It is like keeping a spring continually under pressure. The safest way of having no thoughts of one's own is to take up a book every moment one has nothing else to do. It is this practice which explains why erudition makes most men more stupid and silly than they are by nature, and prevents their writings obtaining any measure of success. They remain, in Pope's words, forever reading, never to be read. Footnote: Duncade 3:194. End of footnote. Men of learning are those who have done their reading in the pages of a book. Thinkers and men of genius are those who have gone straight to the book of nature. It is they who have enlightened the world and carried humanity further on its way. If a man's thoughts are to have truth and life in them, they must, after all, be his own fundamental thoughts, for these are the only ones that he can fully and wholly understand. To read another's thoughts is like taking the leavings of a meal to which we have not been invited, or putting on the clothes which some unknown visitor has cast aside. The thought we read is related to the thought which springs up in ourselves, as the fossil impress of some prehistoric plant to a plant as it buds forth in springtime. Reading is nothing more than a substitute for thought of one's own. It means putting the mind into leading strings. The multitude of books serves only to show how many false paths there are, and how widely astray a man may wander if he follows any of them. But he who is guided by his genius, he who thinks for himself, who thinks spontaneously and exactly, possesses the only compass by which he can steer aright. A man should read only when his own thoughts stagnate at their source, which will happen often enough even with the best of minds. On the other hand, to take up a book for the purpose of scaring away one's own original thoughts is sin against the Holy Spirit. It is like running away from nature to look at a museum of dried plants, or gaze at a landscape in copperplate. A man may have discovered some portion of truth or wisdom after spending a great deal of time and trouble in thinking it over for himself and adding thought to thought. And it may sometimes happen that he could have found it all ready to hand in a book and spared himself the trouble. But even so, it is 100 times more valuable if he has acquired it by thinking it out for himself. For it is only when we gain our knowledge in this way that it enters as an integral part, a living member, into the whole system of our thought, that it stands in complete and firm relation with what we know, that it is understood with all that underlies it and follows from it, that it wears the color, the precise shade, the distinguishing mark of our own way of thinking, that it comes exactly at the right time, just as we felt the necessity for it, that it stands fast and cannot be forgotten. This is the perfect application, nay, the interpretation of Goethe's advice to earn our inheritance for ourselves, so that we may really possess it. Was du van denen Wellern hast erwirb es, es zu besitzen. Footnote, Faust 1, 329, end footnote. The man who thinks for himself forms his own opinions, and learns the authorities for them only later on, when they have served but to strengthen his belief in them and in himself. But the book philosopher starts from the authorities. He reads other people's books, collects their opinions, and so forms a whole for himself, which resembles an automaton made up of anything but flesh and blood. Contrarily, he who thinks for himself creates a work like a living man as made by nature. For the work comes into being as a man does. The thinking mind is impregnated from without, and it then forms and bears its child. Truth that has been merely learned is like an artificial limb, a false tooth, a waxen nose, at best, like a nose made out of another's flesh. It adheres to us only because it is put on. But truth acquired by thinking of our own is like a natural limb. It alone really belongs to us. This is the fundamental difference between the thinker and a mere man of learning. The intellectual attainments of a man who thinks for himself resemble a fine painting, where the light and shade are correct, the tone sustained, the color perfectly harmonized. It is true to life. On the other hand, the intellectual attainments of the mere man of learning are like a large palette full of all sorts of colors, which at most are systematically arranged, but devoid of harmony, connection, and meaning. Reading is thinking with someone else's head instead of one's own. To think with one's own head is always to aim at developing a coherent whole, a system, even though it be not a strictly complete one. And nothing hinders this so much as too strong a current of others' thoughts, such as comes of continual reading. These thoughts spring every one of them from different minds, belonging to different systems, and tinged with different colors, never of themselves flow together into an intellectual whole. They never form a unity of knowledge or insight or conviction, but rather fill the head with a Babylonian confusion of tongues. The mind that is overloaded with alien thought is thus deprived of all clear insight. It is well nigh disorganized. This is the state of things observable in many men of learning, and it makes them inferior in sound sense, correct judgment, and practical tact to many illiterate persons, who, after obtaining a little knowledge from without, by means of experience, intercourse with others, and a small amount of reading, have always subordinated it to, and embodied it with, their own thought. The really scientific thinker does the same thing as these illiterate persons, but on a larger scale. Although he has need of much knowledge, and so must read a great deal, his mind is nevertheless strong enough to master it all, to assimilate and incorporate it with the system of his thoughts, and so to make it fit in with the organic unity of his insight, which, though vast, is always growing. And in the process his own thought, like the bass in an organ, always dominates everything, and is never drowned by other tones, as happens with minds which are full of mere antiquarian lore, where shreds of music, as it were, in every key mingle confusedly, and no fundamental note is heard at all. Those who have spent their lives in reading and taken their wisdom from books are like people who have obtained precise information about a country from the descriptions of many travelers. Such people can tell a great deal about it, but after all they have no connected, clear, and profound knowledge of its real condition. But those who have spent their lives in thinking resemble the travelers themselves. They alone really know what they are talking about. They are acquainted with the actual state of affairs, and are quite at home in the subject. The thinker stands in the same relation to the ordinary book philosopher as an eyewitness does to the historian. He speaks from direct knowledge of his own. That is why all those who think for themselves come at bottom to much the same conclusion. The differences they present are due to their different points of view, and when these do not affect the matter, they all speak alike. They merely express the result of their own objective perception of things. There are many passages in my works which I have given to the public only after some hesitation, because of their paradoxical nature. And afterwards I have experienced a pleasant surprise in finding the same opinion recorded in the works of great men who have lived long ago. A book philosopher merely reports what one person has said and another meant, or the objections raised by a third, and so on. He compares different opinions, ponders, criticizes, and tries to get at the truth of the matter, herein on a par with the critical historian. For instance, he will set out to inquire whether Leibniz was not for some time a follower of Spinoza, and questions of a like nature. The curious student of such matters may find conspicuous examples of what I mean in Herbart's analytical elucidation of morality and natural right, and of the same author's Letters on Freedom. Surprise may be felt that a man of the kind should put himself to so much trouble, for on the face of it, if he would only examine the matter for himself, he would speedily obtain his object by the exercise of a little thought. But there is a small difficulty in the way. It does not depend on his own will. A man can always sit down and read, but not think. It is with thoughts as with men. They cannot always be summoned at pleasure. We must wait for them to come. Thought about a subject must appear of itself by a happy and harmonious combination of external stimulus with mental temper and attention, and it is just that which never seems to come to these people. This truth may be illustrated by what happens in the case of matters affecting our own personal interest. When it is necessary to come to some resolution in a matter of that kind, we cannot well sit down at any given moment and think over the merits of the case, and make up our mind. For if we try to do so, we often find ourselves unable at that particular moment to keep our mind fixed upon the subject. It wanders off to other things. Aversion to the matter in question is sometimes to blame for this. In such a case, we should not use force, but wait for the proper frame of mind to come of itself. It often comes unexpectedly, and returns again and again, and the variety of temper in which we approach it at different moments puts the matter always in a fresh light. It is this long process which is understood by the term a ripe resolution. For the work of coming to a resolution must be distributed, and in the process much that is overlooked at one moment occurs to us at another, and the repugnance vanishes when we find, as we usually do on a closer inspection, that things are not so bad as they seemed. This rule applies to the life of the intellect as well as to matters of practice. A man must wait for the right moment. Not even the greatest mind is capable of thinking for itself at all times. Hence a great mind does well to spend its leisure in reading, which, as I have said, is a substitute for thought. It brings stuff to the mind by letting another person do the thinking, although that is always done in a manner not our own. Therefore a man should not read too much, in order that his mind may not become accustomed to the substitute, and thereby forget the reality, that it may not form the habit of walking in well-worn paths, nor by following an alien course of thought grow a stranger to its own. Least of all should a man quite withdraw his gaze from the real world for the mere sake of reading, as the impulse and the temper which prompt to thought of one's own come far oftener from the world of reality than from the world of books. The real life that a man sees before him is the natural subject of thought, and in its strength is the primary element of existence. It can more easily than anything else rouse and influence the thinking mind. After these considerations, it will not be matter for surprise that a man who thinks for himself can easily be distinguished from the book philosopher by the very way in which he talks, by his marked earnestness, and the originality, directness, and personal conviction that stamp all his thoughts and expressions. The book philosopher, on the other hand, lets it be seen that everything he has is second hand, that his ideas are like the number and trash of an old furniture shop, collected together from all quarters. Mentally he is dull and pointless, a copy of a copy. His literary style is made up of conventional, nay vulgar phrases, and terms that happen to be current, in this respect much like a small state, where all the money that circulates is foreign, because it has no coinage of its own. Mere experience can as little as reading supply the place of thought. It stands to thinking in the same relation in which eating stands to digestion and assimilation. When experience boasts that to its discoveries alone is due the advancement of the human race, it is as though the mouth were to claim the whole credit of maintaining the body in health. The works of all truly capable minds are distinguished by a character of decision and definiteness, which means they are clear and free from obscurity. A truly capable mind always knows definitely and clearly what it is that it wants to express, whether its medium is prose, verse, or music. Other minds are not decisive and not definite, and by this they may be known for what they are. The characteristic sign of a mind of the highest order is that it always judges at first hand. Everything it advances is the result of thinking for itself, and this is everywhere evident by the way in which it gives its thoughts utterance. Such a mind is like a prince. In the realm of intellect its authority is imperial, whereas the authority of minds in a lower order is delegated only, as may be seen in their style, which has no independent stamp of its own. Everyone who really thinks for himself is so far like a monarch. His position is undelegated and supreme. His judgments, like royal decrees, spring from his own sovereign power and proceed directly from himself. He acknowledges authority as little as a monarch admits a command. He subscribes to nothing but what he has himself authorized. The multitude of common minds, laboring under all sorts of current opinions, authorities, prejudices, is like the people, which silently obeys the law and accepts orders from above. Those who are so zealous and eager to settle debated questions by citing authorities are really glad when they are able to put the understanding and the insight of others into the field in place of their own, which are wanting. Their number is legion. For, as Seneca says, there is no man but prefers belief to the exercise of judgment. Unus quitesque mavut credere quam judicar. In their controversies such people make a promiscuous use of the weapon of authority, and strike out at one another with it. If any one chances to become involved in such a contest, he will do well not to try reason and argument as a mode of defence. For against a weapon of that kind these people are like Siegfrieds, with a skin of horn, and dipped in the flood of incapacity for thinking and judging. They will meet his attack by bringing up their authorities as a way of abashing him, argumentum ad verecundiam, and then cry out that they have won the battle. In the real world, be it never so fair, favourable, and pleasant, we always live subject to the law of gravity, which we have to be constantly overcoming. But in the world of the intellect we are disembodied spirits, held in bondage to no such law, and free from penury and distress. Thus it is that there exists no happiness on earth like that which, at the auspicious moment, a fine and fruitful mind finds in itself. The presence of a thought is like the presence of a woman we love. We fancy we shall never forget the thought nor become indifferent to the dear one. But out of sight, out of mind. The finest thought runs the risk of being irrevocably forgotten if we do not write it down, and the darling of being deserted if we do not marry her. There are plenty of thoughts which are valuable to the man who thinks them, but only few of them which have enough strength to produce repercussive or reflect action. I mean, to win the reader's sympathy after they have been put on paper. But still it must not be forgotten that a true value attaches only to what a man has thought in the first instance for his own case. Thinkers may be classed according as they think chiefly for their own case or for that of others. The former are the genuine independent thinkers. They really think and are really independent. They are the true philosophers. They alone are in earnest. The pleasure and the happiness of their existence consists in thinking. The others are the sophists. They want to seem that which they are not, and seek happiness in what they hope to get from the world. They are in earnest for nothing else. To which of these two classes a man belongs may be seen by his whole style and manner. Lichtenberg is an example of the former class. Herder, there can be no doubt, belongs to the second. When one considers how vast and how close to us is the problem of existence, this equivocal, tortured, fleeting, dreamlike existence of ours, so vast and so close that a man no sooner discovers it than it overshadows and obscures all other problems and aims. And when one sees how all men, with few and rare exceptions, have no clear consciousness of the problem, nay, seem to be quite unaware of its presence, but busy themselves with everything rather than with this, and live on, taking no thought but for the passing day and the hardly longer span of their own personal future, either expressly discarding the problem or else over ready to come to terms with it by adopting some system of popular metaphysics and letting it satisfy them. When I say one takes all this to heart, one may come to the opinion that man may be said to be a thinking being only in a very remote sense, and henceforth feel no special surprise at any trait of human thoughtlessness or folly, but know rather that the normal man's intellectual range of vision does indeed extend beyond that of the brute, whose whole existence is, as it were, a continual present, with no consciousness of the past or the future, but not such an immeasurable distance as is generally supposed. This is in fact corroborated by the way in which most men converse, where their thoughts are found to be chopped up fine, like chaff, so that for them to spin out a discourse of any length is impossible. If this world were peopled by really thinking beings, it could not be that noise of every kind would be allowed such generous limits, as is the case with the most horrible and at the same time aimless form of it. If nature had meant man to think, she would not have given him ears, or at any rate she would have furnished them with air-tight flaps, such as are the enviable possession of the bat. But in truth, man is a poor animal like the rest, and his powers are meant only to maintain him in the struggle for existence. So he must need keep his ears always open to announce of themselves by night as by day the approach of the pursuer. End of excerpt from On Thinking For Oneself by Arthur Schopenhauer.
Rendering Reflections in Window Glass by Arthur L. Guptill, from Sketching and Rendering in Pencil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is no great difficulty in acquiring the skill to render a wall of brick or stone, or a roof of slate or shingle. But when it comes to successfully representing windows or glazed doors, or any objects containing large areas of glass, our task proves less simple. For glazed surfaces are so complex and changeable in their appearance as to demand special care and skill in their indication. It is not hard, to be sure, to learn to draw a typical window or two, especially if shown at small scale. But if the scale is so large as to make any considerable amount of detail necessary, it is no easy task for the beginner to do even this much well, while it is still more difficult to so render a number of adjacent windows as to give them the best effect in relation to one another and to the remainder of the building. If they are made too dark or too light, they may, even though good in themselves, attract more than their proper share of attention. And if all are drawn in the same way, the result will probably prove monotonous, while if, instead, too much variety is shown, the breadth of effect of the whole drawing is almost sure to be destroyed. Before attempting finished renderings of windows, The student should, therefore, acquaint himself through observation and study with the appearance of glass under different circumstances and conditions, for it is only by so doing that he can represent it to the best advantage in any given problem. Walk along a street and study the windows that you see, not only those near at hand, but those in the distance as well. Compare those on the sunny side with those in the shade, and those in the upper stories with those in the lower. As you make these comparisons, ask yourself such questions as the following. What is the difference in the appearance of glass in sunlight and in shade? Do windows in the upper stories have the same general effect as those in the lower? How do windows in the distance compare with those near at hand? Can you see the curtains or shades distinctly in all the windows? How much of the interiors of the rooms do you see as you pass? Is the glass always plainly visible? Is it hard to tell if panes have been broken from a sash? Is it easy to distinguish plate glass when you see it? If so, why? Do all the lights of glass in one window look the same? Does the glass usually seem lighter or darker than the sash itself? Do you see images reflected in the glass? If so, are they sufficiently definite to permit you to tell trees from buildings? Does your own image appear in the windows? Are images more distinct in glass in shade than in glass in the sunlight? Are reflections as clear on a rainy day as they are when the sun is shining? A little observation will answer such questions as these and make it evident that ordinary window glass has two leading characteristics which relate especially to its appearance and which are, therefore, of the greatest importance to the student. First comes its transparency. Under certain conditions, glass seems practically invisible. This is especially true of clean plate glass, favorably lighted. We are sometimes able then in our representation of windows to neglect the glazing and treat the sashes just as though the panes were non-existent, showing distinctly the shades and hangings within. Or if the drawing is made from an interior, looking out, the foliage and sky beyond. The other characteristic, and the one which causes much of the trouble of the beginner, is the power that glass has to act as a reflector or mirror, giving very often a shiny effect to the window, and usually images of objects as well, which in some cases are almost as clear as those obtained in the usual looking-glass. One of the difficulties confronting the student who tries sketching directly from buildings is the complication in the effect of glass resulting from these reflections, for often trees and buildings and skies and clouds and people are all pictured in the windows, showing so plainly as to prove confusing, for the images are not only somewhat distorted, as a rule, because of imperfections in the glass, but are crisscrossed by the sash bars and mingled and blended with the curtains in a most bewildering manner. It is not easy, therefore, to know just what to put in and what to leave out, so considerable experience will be necessary to teach what really is essential and what should be subordinated or omitted. It is worth remembering that as a rule the two characteristics of glass which we have mentioned appear in combination. The glass seems sufficiently transparent to enable us to see through it quite easily, yet has enough reflection to give it a shiny appearance. Sometimes, however, this power to reflect neutralizes the effect of transparency to such an extent that we find it impossible to look through the panes at all. This is especially true in windows near the top of a building, where the reflection of sunlight or bright sky is frequently so strong as to make the curtains within either invisible or very indistinct. Such windows, and particularly those at the upper stories of very tall buildings, often take on much the same color and tone as the sky, and if the sun itself is reflected, the windows become dazzling in their brilliancy. A reflected light cloud may make the glass almost white, while a blue sky may cause a blue reflection of a value similar to that of the sky itself. If we observe the windows nearer the street level, we find as a rule that most of them seem darker, for in place of the sky reflections we have those of nearby buildings and trees. It is useful to bear in mind, then, that when rendering tall buildings, the general tone of the glass, taken as a whole, may often be correctly shown lighter in the upper than in the lower stories. Even in the ordinary suburban home or country house, the windows of the lower floors frequently seem darker when viewed from without than do those above, especially if the nearby foliage is comparatively low, so as to reflect in the downstairs windows only. It is true, too, that glass within shadow or on the shady side of a building usually seems much lighter than we would expect, so it is by no means necessary to represent it by a dark tone simply because it is within shade or shadow. Its light appearance is generally due to the fact that it mirrors the brightness of the sky or some nearby building in sunlight. This power which glass has to reflect varies under different circumstances. If glass has black or darkness as a background, or is in shadow as we have just mentioned, it usually proves a stronger reflector than it does when in light or with light shining through from behind, or with a light background. Paint glass black on the back, and it becomes a good mirror, reflecting objects very distinctly. When we look at a window from without in the daytime, and it has no shades or curtains, its glazing may be likened to the painted glass just mentioned, the darkness of the interior being relatively of a deeper value than the outdoor tones, and therefore taking the place of the black paint, and such a window shows reflections more distinctly than one with light curtains behind. If a window by chance shows portions of a black or any very dark window shade, and of a light one as well, the reflections will be more distinct on that portion of the glass which has the dark shade behind it, and contrarily, if a similar window has a light shade lowered to the sill so as to fill the whole opening, the reflections will be comparatively indistinct. As a further proof that glass is a good mirror, when backed up with black, stand facing a window in a lighted room at night with the shade raised, and if it is dark out of doors, your own image can be easily seen. In the daytime, however, if you stand at the same place and look out into the sunlight, you will find your reflection to be quite indistinct or even invisible. When making a drawing of an interior as it appears in the daytime, it is therefore seldom necessary to show any reflections in the glass of the windows or doors of the outside walls, as the brighter light without renders them impotent. In fact, in architectural drawing, it is only occasionally that definite reflections of objects are shown, for unless extreme care is used to keep them inconspicuous, they may become so noticeable as to seriously detract from the result. It is not often advisable, for instance, to show the reflections of tree trunks or nearby buildings, and if such images are indicated, they should be drawn correctly and kept subordinated. There are times, however, when a reflection of a window reveal or an arch in Trados or some similar adjacent part of a building may prove interesting, and in the sketch at number 5, figure 36, a dark reflection of the shaded intrados is shown. Even though comparatively little use is made of definite images of objects when representing glass, the effect of most windows is, nevertheless, modified to such an extent in general tone by the indefinite reflections of the sky and distant objects as to demand some expression of this modification. But as the spectator, when viewing a drawing, seldom has an exact knowledge of what these objects influencing the appearance may be, the artist is usually at liberty to assume such conditions as best suit his requirements and convenience. This means that if it pleases him to draw his windows light on the assumption that they are reflecting a bright sky, or dark for some similar reason, he is at liberty to do so. And as windows often change in effect completely and suddenly, it is hard to dispute his authority. Now, to get down to a few practical facts of value to the beginner. First of all, decide whether the glass is to be shown light or dark. This depends largely on the surrounding material. If the walls are of light plaster and strong contrast seems desirable, keep the glass dark. If instead the walls are of a dark material, light windows will attract more attention. There are many cases, however, where it seems wise to keep certain windows inconspicuous as a matter of presentation, and under such conditions strong contrast is, of course, to be avoided. The best way to determine which windows should be dark and which light is by making a preliminary study on tracing paper before starting the final rendering. As a rule, those windows nearest the spectator, or in some instances nearest the center of interest, should show not only the sharpest contrasts, but also the greatest amount of detail. This gives us an opportunity to get a certain variety of treatment in the different windows, which is essential, but at the same time care must be taken not to provoke unrest by overemphasizing the differences of representation. Once a general scheme for the values has been determined upon, it is necessary to reach a decision as to how much detail is to be shown through the glass. This will depend largely on the location of the windows and on the nature of the building. If a dignified facade is to be rendered, it is seldom wise to show much inside the glazing, as curtains and the like sometimes detract from the architectural character of a formal building, unless rendered in a very conventional manner. An informal building, such as a suburban residence, permits greater freedom of expression, however, so in a building of this sort it is usually best to show the shades and curtains quite distinctly. Stiffness of effect is avoided if an occasional window is shown open or with the shutters partly closed, while awnings and screens and such things sometimes add to the feeling of reality. In a formal building, if shades are shown in the windows, they are usually all lowered to the same point, generally about 1/3 to 1/2 way down from the top, or are arranged in some uniform manner, but greater variety of spacing is permissible in less formal structures. Inside draperies harmonize better with the structural lines of the building if shown hanging vertically or nearly so, and for this reason it is often well not to drape them in curves, as curved lines frequently attract too much attention. Neither is it necessary or desirable to show much detail or design in the hangings, though there is no harm in suggesting some simple pattern, as in No. 4, Figure 36, especially if a sash is unbroken by muntins or other objects. When it comes to the rendering of the sashes and the window frame, treat the woodwork very broadly, merely suggesting by 1 or 2 lines all the various members of which the whole is composed. The sash bars will usually be sufficiently well indicated if a single line representing their shady side and their shadow on the glass is used. Sashes are, as a rule, left white on renderings, but there are instances where the glass is shown so light as to cause dark sashes to seem essential as a means of producing proper contrast. In number 5, figure 36, it will be noticed that the woodwork of the door is left light at the bottom where the glass is dark, but graded to dark at the top so as to count strongly against the light reflection. In number 9, figure 37, the sashes are in shadow and consequently dark, but the glass here is catching a strong reflection of light, as in the previous example. It perhaps seems a bit extreme to leave the glass as white as it is in this sketch and in the doorway at number 13 on the same sheet, but an effect of transparency is obtained in this way, and the light tone of the glass pleasingly breaks up the monotony of the shadow. Often, however, the glass in such windows is shown very dark, this being a matter of choice, as both conditions are found in actual buildings. In most drawings of windows, the shadows cast by the frame and by the sashes on the shades and curtains are made quite prominent, and this often adds greatly to the effect, and it is well, as a rule, to emphasize the shadows of the shutters also. There is another point worth considering, and this is that if there is a large, dark shadow near the top of a window, it is best not to have a similar dark tone at the bottom, as such duplication may injure the result. End of Rendering Reflections in Window Glass by Arthur L. Guptill, from Sketching and Rendering in Pencil. Recorded for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Some Reflections on the Beauty of Unpunctuality by Lord Alfred Douglas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rob Marland. Some Reflections on the Beauty of Unpunctuality. There is an old proverb which says that procrastination is the thief of time. This has been amended and improved, along with many other proverbs, by a brilliant and witty modern author, who says, "Punctuality is the thief of time." This latter saying is very true. Nothing is more fatal to time than punctuality. Under its influence, time gallops away. It cuts time up into little square bits, all quite square, and when the process is finished, there is no time left, but each little square bit represents some one thing, such as breakfast, a lecture, or luncheon. So the saying is very true and very subtle. And yet if we look at the old saying in a certain way, and a way different from the usual way, we will see that it too contains its modicum of truth. In both the proverb quoted, and in its emendation, the word time is, I presume, taken to mean one's own time. I mean that when the author of the proverb, whoever he was, originally wrote it, he intended to intimate that procrastination was an undesirable thing, and that the unpunctual man was a loser by practising unpunctuality. Mr. Oscar Wilde at once perceived the fallaciousness of this idea, and very properly corrected the proverb into what I have already quoted. He saw that procrastination was a charming thing. He realized that unpunctuality made life beautiful, and he noted the alarming and dangerous prevalence of boldness, seriousness, and solid common sense among the punctual. But now that the old proverb has been effectually knocked on the head, or perhaps rather I should say neatly spitted, and now that it is hiding itself away among the middle classes, let us seek it and find it again, and, by misinterpreting the meaning of its original propounder, give to it a new vitality, which will enable it to hold up its head again, and even to shake hands with Mr. Oscar Wilde's emendation. To do this we have merely to interpret the word time in the proverb as other people's time. Then it becomes quite true, and, what is more important, quite modern to say that procrastination is the thief of time. Of course it steals other people's time and gives it to the unpunctual man, and by so doing it fulfils another saying that to him that hath shall be given, and from him that hath not shall be taken away. For the punctual man, as all the world knows, never has any time to spare. His time is money, and he never throws that away recklessly. Whereas the unpunctual man has all his time through all the day to do what he likes with, and in addition to that, he can add on whenever it suits him those other little bits that his slave procrastination steals from the punctual. By giving this meaning to the word time, we have brought the old proverb round again, and it has now been shown that the statement procrastination is the thief of time is in one sense as true and as modern as the statement punctuality is the thief of time is in another. But no doubt there is still a large proportion of people who cling to the old idea that punctuality is a desirable thing and unpunctuality the reverse, and who, although they must have observed the frightful evils which spring from punctuality, and the fearful tendency among the punctual towards early rising, regular exercise, and methodical habits, yet persist in going to bed at a reasonable hour, in order that they might be able to rise for early breakfast, or, worse still, attend a roll call in the morning. Of such I would earnestly beg that they will spend a few moments of that portion of the day which is set apart for, shall we say, reading, in the academical sense of the word, in cultivating habits of unpunctuality. They will, no doubt, find it difficult at first. The path is steep, and is beset with thorns and quagmires, not to say dons, but perseverance will be rewarded, and, although they may often slip back and waver, yet if they earnestly fix their eyes on the absolute unpunctuality, and struggle on, they will in the end find it easy and pleasant. Once they have tasted of the real fruit of unpunctuality, I have no fears for them. They will look back with horror to their former lives, and regret every hour that they lived as slaves to punctuality. But the unpunctual man is not, as might, perhaps, be supposed, the only one who is benefited by his own unpunctuality. No, it is his mission to bring light and joy to those who never knew it before. Even the most degraded of the punctual sometimes benefits by his appearance. Who that has ever attended a dull lecture, say, on the ethics of Aristotle, and has come, we won't say quite in time, but reasonably early, can have failed to note the joyous and inspiriting effect of the arrival of the unpunctual man, say, half an hour late, the ripple of happy laughter that flows through the room, the mild joke on the part of the lecturer, perhaps himself not the least pleased at the interruption, the blush of pleasure, and conscious well-doing on the part of the late arrival, and the triumphant and delighted pride of his close personal friends, who indirectly share, as is only right with friends, in his distinction. Again, what a great thing it is to be late for dinner! It is true that when people are waiting for an expected guest who is late, they are apt to say unkind things about him, and to regard him with hatred and enmity. But when he does arrive, they forgive him, and even bless him, for his arrival is the signal for the adjournment to the dining-room, and thus he appears as a sort of deliverer from famine, and, quite illogically no doubt, the very cause of the feast. And, besides, the unpunctual man who arrives late for dinner is bound to provide some beautiful and highly coloured legend to account for his lateness, and thus conservation is promoted, fiction is encouraged, and a basis is formed for the evening's conversation. It is now so generally admitted that punctuality at breakfast, unless for some particular reason, is not a thing to be encouraged, that it is hardly worth while to discuss that point, and I will content myself with saying that, in my opinion, a man who consistently comes down in time for breakfast, and expects others to do likewise, is quite capable of going out for a walk before breakfast, in the fresh morning air, and such a man usually goes to sleep in a chair, and snores directly after dinner. Let no such man be trusted. Again, how many people have escaped terrible deaths by being late for trains? The number must be something enormous. All the trains that I have ever missed have come to the most fearful ends. They have either run off the lines, or gone away from London, or stopped at stations to drink water, and who shall say which of these calamities is the greatest? But why should I multiply instances of the beauty and blessedness of unpunctuality? Need I remind my readers that the Prussians, by being late for the Battle of Waterloo, not only got at least an equal amount of glory with the English, but to a large extent escaped the discomfort and inconvenience of being shot down in thousands and wounded? Or need I dwell upon the exquisite and subtle pleasure which is to be obtained by arriving at a country church after the end of the second lesson, a pleasure which, I am told, is only to be equalled by that of arriving late for a wedding when one is acting one of the leading parts? I feel that it is superfluous. The unpunctual man will agree with me. He will understand my feelings. But the punctual man, being by nature a Philistine, cannot understand them, and never will. I do not wish to be misunderstood. I know that there are many people who are unpunctual by temperament, and yet are forced by circumstances to be punctual, and I sympathize deeply with them. There are no greater martyrs to be found in this world. But for those who are really punctual by nature and temperament, there is little hope. They must be Philistines. But some Philistines are nice, and a nice Philistine is one of the most charming and refreshing things in life. End of Some Reflections on the Beauty of Unpunctuality by Lord Alfred Douglas.
Sophie Treadwell interviews Pancho Villa from the New York Tribune, August 28, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Visit to Villa, A Bad Man, Not So Bad, by Sophie Treadwell. This first authentic interview with Francisco Villa was obtained by Sophie Treadwell, the Tribune correspondent who sent out from Mexico the first story of the flight of Carranza. This correspondent was granted the first interview with President Obregón of Mexico when he took the reins of government after the overthrow of Carranza. The Tribune's correspondent also sent out the first authentic and detailed story of the killing of Carranza. The story of the flight of Carranza was a graphic piece of detailed writing. This story of Villa, the most picturesque figure of modern Mexico, reveals a Villa hitherto a stranger to the American press. The author's acknowledgment is due to Eduardo John Wiedemeyer of Monterrey, Mexico, the friend de confianza of Villa, who made this long-desired interview a reality. Is man's reputation just another of the God's little jokes? Is, they say, always a perversity? And a man who, always a paradox? Is black really white, and white really black, and things always not what they seem? Was Lord Chesterfield a boor, and Dr. Johnson a bore? Was Solomon celibate, and little George Washington a liar? I ask because I have just come to know that famed so-called bandit Francisco Villa. Villa lays down his arms. Nobody believed it. This was a year ago in Mexico City. Carranza overthrown, Gonzales out-politicoed, Obregón triumphant. And then the headlines, Villa lays down his arms. We read after the headlines, Villa, from an unknown village called Musquis near Sabinas, in the state of Coahuila, had called up the National Palace in the capital and offered to quit fighting. How came Villa in the village of Musquis in Coahuila, when the news before had announced him in Chihuahua, bottled up, his little army surrounded, General Amaro and his Yaquis about to close in on him? We read further. Villa had ridden overland more than 450 miles, leading several hundred men, all that was left of his following, across terrible open country in absolute secrecy, so that instead of surrendering to the then Federals where they had him, he made his terms with them from where they didn't have him, or the least chance of getting him. And his terms were land of the patria for himself and his followers to retire to in peace. In peace? Derisive laughter from half a world. Villa in peace? Huh, huh. He asked the ranch of Canutillo, far off in the hills of Durango. Where was this Canutillo exactly? I wanted to go out there then. From Mexico City, north on the main line to El Paso, 2 days and nights to Jimenez, from Jimenez west 1 day on a side road through Parral to Rosario, the end of the line, and from Rosario horseback 3 days to Canutillo. At least that is what they told me at Obregón's headquarters. I was getting ready when an emissary came to say I could not make the trip alone overland with a mozo, as had been my intention, but would have to have an escort of soldiers. You think you know Mexico, señorita, but you know nothing. These people up there are very different from those of the South. They have been living the life of bandits for 10 years, and, well, it would not be safe. All right, an escort, and thank you. The next day another emissary, this time from the Provisional President de la Huerta. He would allow correspondents to go wherever they wished. He would put no obstacle in anyone's way. To me personally, he would grant every facility, passes, safe conduct, escorts. But if I went at this time, something unforeseen might happen that could develop into a serious embarrassment. So if I would postpone So I didn't go to Canutillo last year, but this year I have been. I have just returned. It has all been very simple. The trip was as I had been told, except, and this was a disappointment, the last lap was made not on horseback, but in a Ford, and took not 3 days, but 3 hours. The next day, when we were all at dinner at the ranch, we were discussing automobiles. Villa wanted our advice about the best American car for his family's pleasure. Don Eduardo urged a Packard, but I was strong for a Pierce Arrow. At the height of the argument, Villa gave us a little smile. "Well, friends, perhaps we can all agree on a Ford." "No, no, Don Francisco, not a Ford." But he meant it. "Truly, friends," he said, "the Ford is an exquisite thing." He sighed and then laughed, a way he has. "How many hundreds of leagues in the past I have cavorted over the land in one of those little Fords. So strong they are, so unpretentious, and so to be trusted. Truly, friends, una cosa exquisita." And in one of these exquisite things it was that we made the trip from the end of the railroad at Rosario to the ranch of Canutillo. Rosario, a pueblito of a few low adobe houses that cling to the earth under great sky-reaching trees, alamos, cottonwoods. Under one of these, the Fordito waiting, 2 villistas in the front seat. They drive over and greet us cordially. It seems another Villa follower has come in on the same train, a tall young Indian dressed in a black corduroy suit and black sateen shirt. His trousers are full, like a Parisian Apache's, and his jacket belted like a Greenwich Village artist's. But his hat is puro Mexicano. He seems to be partial to hats, for in his hand he carries 3 more, of straw, 1 big, 1 medium, and 1 teeny-weeny, in size like the 3 bears of the nursery story. We saw him the next day carrying his baby around, with the littlest hat proudly superimposed at a rakish angle. The other 2 villistas, the chauffeur and the assistant, for no matter how insignificant or battered the car in Mexico, it always has 2 men on the front seat, are not so picturesque as the Indian. Like the majority of Mexicans of the North, they are dressed a la Americano. The driver has khaki pants and an OD shirt, the ayudante blue overalls. We get in. The Federal soldiers, lolling thick about the station, watch us curiously. "Is there a garrison here?" "Oh, no, señorita, merely the escort for the train." But I think to myself that even with Villa, 1 whole year a farmer, those in power have not relaxed their vigilance. The suitcases are tied on the running board. The Indian has one too. We are off. In a flash, the little town and the station are left behind, and we are in the open country. Rolling, grass-covered hills, a brilliant green, even unmarred like a vast lawn stretching out to fill the fastidious eye of some tremendous god. Dark trees massed against the skyline in enchanting groupings. And over all, and very close, a sky so clear, so pure, one feels like a child being first told about heaven. There is indeed something divine about the whole landscape. Its loveliness stretches on mile after mile, without any sign of man or any of his works to once break the illusion. Its silence, and its vastness, and its beauty seem that of eternity, of infinity, of God. So perfect in its spell it seems an unknown paradise, not yet discovered by any angel. Here dwells Villa. I have never known a land of such celestial beauty and such profound isolation. It does not seem to really belong to this earth. One is aware of the sense of elevation, but not as in the high mountains. Rather, one seems to have chanced upon a new and completely separate level of existence. One might be Jack of the Beanstalk, just stepping from his glorious vine. What far-reaching silence! Through it the car hummed ahead like a little launch chugging manfully through a horizonless sea. Then it lurched up over the edge of a hill like the crest of a wave, and there the spell breaks for a moment in the sight of a wrecked village, Villa Ocampo. Villa knew Canutillo well when he asked for it. For 10 years it had been part of his fighting terrain. The ruined village is swiftly back of the eyes. Again enchantment. But here and there faint, almost unsuspected signs of reality begin. A solitary peon working alone in the midst of the wide endlessness, a low wheeling buzzard, 3 horses. On and on we go, up and down over the gentle breasts of these eternally old young hills. A turn, a little row of adobes that seem part of the earth itself, like curious mud nests of who knows what strange birds. A man stands in one doorway, waiting. The car stops. He comes forward. There is the usual Mexican exchange of affectionate courtesies. Is there a letter? Yes, one. Here you have it. No more? No more. What a pity. He turns the letter over wistfully in his brown hand. Evidently it was not the one he was awaiting. A horseman comes up, dismounts, the horse standing, bridle dragging. The rider takes off his beautiful hat, draws near. Señorita, permit me to present General José V. Garcia. My first view of a Villista officer. Thin, intelligent face, great pride here and great endurance. My eye is drawn to the lovely carved cartridge belt and holster, and to the gorgeous boots of soft brown leather, fitting like a glove over the foot, leg, and knee, delicately tooled and held together above the knee by inch-long fasteners of carved white ivory. General Garcia was the only man on the entire ranch, with the exception of the jefe, the chief, Villa himself, that I was to see armed. But I was to meet other Villa officers, and they were all to give me something of the same suggestion, of men worn down by hardship to an unflinchable residue, thin, sinewy men with sad, unconquered eyes. It was here I got my first feeling of what, after all, it means to be a Villista, to follow the fortunes of one man for 10 years, through struggle, triumph, and defeat, to be outcast with him to the farthest mountain tops, not safe during years for 1 hour's release from vigilance, hunger, danger, everyday companions. General Garcia's gentle voice, would I not care to meet General Ornelas? That was the old man's house, the next, the one with flowers at the windows. These were his 2 daughters sewing on the porch. I had heard of old General Ornelas, 2 stories, one of how, when Villa's fortunes were at their lowest, and Villa paper not worth the match to burn it, the old general had sold all his possessions, 1,000 head of cattle, and when they offered to pay him in good American dollars, he had refused it, saying, I want only the money of my General Villa. And the other story? When the old man came to live here at Canutillo, to be near his general in the final settling, he found he had left behind 4 little burros, so he made a long journey back to get them, and hired a whole boxcar to bring them safely by express. Yet there are people who actually will try to tell you that no Mexican was ever loyal. The car went on. Another long stretch of smooth, green, undulating plain. One last rise over a little hill, and there, Canutillo, the hacienda of Villa. It does not look much like a ranch. It looks like a small town, several blocks of adobe houses along well laid out streets, larger indiscriminate buildings on all sides. There is a church, big and beautiful enough to hold the worship of a large community. Beyond the church lies the hacienda house, the dwelling of the patron. The car turned into the archway entrance and stopped. It was cool and dark there under the adobe wall. We climbed out and went on into the sunshine of the patio, a patio as big as a small block. The house is built close around all its 4 sides. We crossed to the left where the screen doors were and entered the sala. Villa's family reception room is also his bedroom. A tremendous brass bed looms up in one corner. There are a wardrobe, a dressing table, a trunk rack with a small trunk on it, a parlor table, a piano. On a homemade stool by the wardrobe there is a bowl and pitcher of water. A single white scrim curtain hangs at the one big window. There are pictures, a small oil painting of Villa over the piano, evidently a copy from a photograph, other portraits and colored prints. The walls are high and white, and the floor is of native tile. A sense of scrupulous cleanliness is in the whole room. We were received by a young girl, but hardly were we seated when the screen door from the patio opened, and he came in swiftly, limping slightly, Villa, the jefe. He does not look like his pictures, better looking somehow, different, rather heavy, with a tremendous chest like the pictures, a white shirt, corduroy trousers, and a great double-decked cartridge belt and holster with pistols. That too was like the pictures. Small head, short-cropped black curly hair, small ears lying close, rather fine nose, large mouth, black mustache, strong yellowish teeth, extraordinary eyes. Villa's eyes are really remarkable. They have all the intensity of deep-set black eyes, but they slightly protrude and are brown and small. Protruding as they do, and burning, they give the effect of some fiery power within, concentrated and bursting to come out. These eyes impress one first, and the sense of great bodily strength, and the voice. Señorita, here you have your house. He says even the simple phrases of everyday politeness in a strange, resonant voice of heavy timbre, but placed high in his head. It is difficult to describe Villa's voice. It has an even, singing quality, and seems to come from far off, to be detached, something like Ethel Barrymore's, only booming and powerful. After a full exchange of all the usual courtesies, we are finally seated opposite one another, staring frankly. After a long, close, silent scrutiny of me, he spoke again. Here you see me, señorita, a simple farmer who knows nothing of what is going on in the outside world. One so isolated he does not even see a paper. Anything that such a man can say to be of interest to you, I cannot imagine. But I am at your service, and you are welcome. I have been expecting you for 2 days. The car has been waiting for you in Rosario all that time, that you might not arrive and suffer disappointment. But I am afraid that I have little here that can please you. Only a ranch, señorita, a ranch that has been totally destroyed, and that is very slow in rebuilding. I give all my mind to this work, and my men give all their will, but we are struggling against great difficulties, and it is slow. Perhaps you will do me the honor to return to my house in a year's time, and then I shall be more able to entertain you. As soon as you have rested, I shall show you with pleasure the little that there is now to be seen." He sighed, and here I got my next impression of Villa, the one that was to grow stronger, the impression of profound sadness. Are you not contented here, mi general? No, I am not. But, he hesitated, I should not say that. You find it lonely here? No, not that. It is in lonely places I find my life, señorita. His spirits seemed to lift a little. He laughed, a delightful, hearty laugh, with little twinkling, perhaps cynical highlights in it. I remember one day during the Revolution, I came across a newspaper in a deserted rancho. It said in big letters, "Nothing is left to Villa but the mountain tops." I roared with laughter at those reporters. Nothing is left to Villa, I said to myself, but what he likes best, the mountain tops. The laugh, the sigh, then. But your brothers of the papers have not always made me laugh, señorita. In fact, I think no man has ever suffered as much as I from the deceptions of the press, been so brutally misinterpreted. Villa el bandido, Villa el asesinado, Villa el enemigo de los americanos. Señorita, I am not a bandit, and I am not an assassin, and I am not an enemy of Americans. Surely you must believe that, or you would not have come here as you have. I have killed men, but I am a soldier, and never have I lifted my hand against an American just as an American. Will you believe me when I tell you that I did not go into Columbus and that I knew nothing of the massacre of Santa Isabel? He stared at me steadily a long moment. Then, you must remember that I have had thousands of men under my leadership, and that, due perhaps to the defeat of our arms, or due to the inability to get food, there have come times of almost complete disorganization, when but a few of the most loyal remained with me, directly subject to my orders, and the rest broke up into small bands, roaming the country at will. I was not responsible for these separated bands. I could not be. But oh, how many depredations these have committed in my name before I could turn my hand and my vengeance against them. He seemed to be pondering the whole matter deeply. Then he went on more lightly. Of course, some of the things they say I have done. These I do not deny. It is true, for example, that I kidnapped an American called Joe Askew and held him for ransom. Would you like to know something of the circumstances of that kidnapping, señorita? Again the cynical smile. And it was like this. A certain American mining company here needed desperately to transport $1 million worth of silver bullion from their smelter to the main line. Not having the confidence they perhaps should have had, it is not for me to say, in the Carranza troops, they asked my aid to transport that $1 million in safety. Asked, solicited. Notice that, señorita. They offered to pay me a certain sum, say 100,000 pesos, if I accomplished it for them. Well, I and my men escorted that silver bullion to the main line at Jimenez, where you came through. Very good. But now at that time I did not need all the pay promised me, so I arranged to take half and leave half on call. Very good. But, señorita, some months later, when I needed that balance, payment was refused me. A long pause. Then, it was after that, some time after that, that I took Joe Askew. He was the administrator of the San Fernando ranch at Lerdo. I kept him 16 days. His ransom was the amount of that balance due me, and it was paid, señorita. There are certain relations between certain mines and certain ranches by the very men who had refused me that balance before. Another period of pondering. Then, it is true, too, that I have taken to eat for my men from Americans and Mexicans alike, but not in pure robbery, señorita, but as a need in a bitterly fought and poverty-stricken revolution. I have not only not been the enemy of Americans, but I have been their friend, their protector. There are many of your countrymen who have lived here who will tell you that, but they do not write for your press. In 1912, when Orozco was on the stampede and the situation looked bad, I ordered all American families from the surroundings to concentrate in Torreon. I put 20 cars at their disposal, when cars were like the very breadth of our fighting life. I gave them all I could possibly get together of eatables. I gave them mozos to do the work and an escort of my best men. And I sent them through like this to the border. In 1915, again I sent out hundreds of families under my protection. And later again. Truly, señorita, I tell you that I, Villa, alone, have been responsible for the saving of hundreds of American lives and millions of American dollars. Millions of pesos of silver have been carried by me in safety from American mines to the main line of railroads, and yet your people call me Villa, the bandit. This weighs upon me. This injustice weighs. I wish your people, instead of judging me through your papers, would actually try me before a tribunal. I would ask for nothing better than that, to be judged for my deeds before an open court. Again, the heavy sigh. Silence. Then the laugh. The Jefe was on his feet. No matter, señorita, for I am a man in everything desilusionado de la vida, disillusioned with life. Let us give you some coffee until the time of supper, and then I will present you to Villa, the worker, the organizer, the farmer, and builder. The family came in to be presented. The present Señora de Villa is a gentle, pretty Mexican woman about 30. She wore a white percale dress, and her hair was brushed back softly into a small knot at the nape of her neck. Her voice was exceptionally low, almost a whisper. Then there was Agustin, Villa's oldest son. Agustin is 9. Then Octavio, about 7, and 2 little girls. Each child came up and bowed very prettily, and then ran over to Villa and took his hand and kissed it. He patted them all, but it was clear from the first moment that Agustin, the oldest, holds the biggest part of his father's affection. This boy, señorita, said the Jefe, can ride any horse on the ranch and shoot. Show your rifle to the señorita, my son. Agustin produced from behind the piano a huge rifle. It was bigger than he, so big he could hardly handle it alone. He laid it across his father's knees and tugged to take off its case, then its wrappings, then the leather breech protector. He held up the long, shiny gun barrel proudly. But that isn't a .22. Of course not, scorned Agustin, aged 9. It is a .30-30. We are puros hombres here, señorita, said Villa. And then, tomorrow, my little son, you can invite the señorita to shoot at the target with you in the orchard, and see who shall win. The invitation accepted. The gun wrapped and retired to its peaceful post behind the piano. The children sent out to play, and we went across the sun-drenched patio to the dining room. This is another big, plain, square room of white walls and tile floors. Its only furniture, a huge table with a bench on either side, and a hat rack. A window cut in one wall, with a shelf below, gave to the kitchen. One had a vista of a stove like a restaurant range, and 2 or 3 women servants at work. We were served by an old ranchman named Pepe, coffee with milk and sweetbread and butter. Villa urged the butter upon us, homemade, from the cream of the Jerseys. Did we not find it to our taste? Then he noticed Don Eduardo's 90-peso Stetson lying negligently on the floor. "But what is this, amigo, when I have had a rack built especially for fine hats?" He ordered Pepe to install the Stetson in state. He asked us about the United States. What sort of man was Harding? What sort of man was this other one, Hughes? What were their intentions to Mexico? What of the petroleros? This oil question should be settled. That is what he had said to those in power now in the capital. The oil question must be settled first and with justice. Mexico must keep friends with the United States. We were neighbors. Neighboring ranchers stood together when there was trouble from the outside. And so it was with countries. And there might be trouble for the United States from the outside. Who knows? Now she was powerful, and all others were flattering and pretending friendship. But in their hearts there was envy, and all were whispering to themselves, "Caramba, que ricos están estos." Gee, how rich those people are. Envy is a terrible force. If trouble should come, why, Mexico would fight for her neighbor. Of course. The creation of false feeling between the two countries was all wrong. It was the game of the politicos in both nations. But the pueblos understood. Especially did the American people understand. Here was a pueblo culto, a cultured people, a people that could not be imposed upon. That was the strength of the United States, its pueblo culto, while my poor people, so ignorant, so helpless, so easily imposed upon. He sighed his strange, thick sigh and looked out the door into the glorious Mexican sunshine. We were all still. A sudden sadness, a hopelessness, seemed to permeate everything. The Jefe's personality is so powerful that he impresses his moods overwhelmingly on all who are near him. He brought his eyes back to us, fixing us with his stare. A democracy was a useless thing unless its people were cultured. Yes, he had come to this conclusion. Worse than useless, dangerous. The only hope for Mexico was to educate the poor people, and for this they could learn much from the United States. He himself had once lived 8 months in California. He could not speak English, only a few words, but he knew the American people. He laughed now and went on. When he was in San Francisco, he had 2,000 pesos in his pocket, but he was hungry all day because he did not know how to ask for anything to eat, only a little fruit from a wagon. Finally, at night, hunger armed his courage. He went into a restaurant and sat down. When the waiter came, he gave him $10 and pointed first to himself and then to the kitchen. The waiter understood, and taking his hand, led him out into the kitchen and from one pot to another. All the food was different from any I had ever known, so I decided by the smell. I said esta and esta until I had picked out enough. Then the waiter took me back to the table and brought me what I had chosen. It was a good meal, too. The nose is much to be trusted. Later, I went to Los Angeles. One day I tried to speak in English to a gentleman on the street, and he hit me. I did not hit back because I did not know why we were fighting. Instead, I stepped aside and followed him until he arrived at his home. That evening I sent a friend who could speak English to this house to inquire why I had been hit. The American was so pleased by my attitude he became my friend, and later gave me a concession for cutting wood up in the hills. I lived here with another American family, and as the señora was not very well, and as is the custom in the United States, the house was without even one servant, I used to get up early. I have always been accustomed to get up early and make the fire and lay the table and have everything in movimiento before the family came down. They liked me very much, that American family, and were sorry when I felt I had to return to my country. And now, if you are enough refreshed. We gathered our hats decorously from the rack and went out into the white light again, the beautiful white light of late afternoon in Mexico. Villa led the way across the patio to the entrance arch. On the left, the office, a big oak roller-top desk, a filing cabinet. Truly an office, said Villa with pride. On the right, the room of Los Gallos, row after row of fighting cocks piled in crates, one on top of the other. I like fighting cocks, said the jefe. I am a man without vices. I do not drink, and I do not gamble, and I smoke but little. But I like Los Gallos. This is a beautiful bird, El Charro, and look at this one, El Valiente. Ah, here is one you will want to see, Wilson. Come here, Wilson. He is not much of a bird, this Wilson, but it just occurred to me then that the bedraggled fighting cock he was holding out for my inspection was named in honor of our former president. Not much of a bird, you say, laughed Don Eduardo. Oh, he's all right, only— He stopped. Only what, Don Francisco? Nothing. I was just thinking, that is all. Of course, Wilson was not my friend, but never mind, está bien. Better name one for Harding, was Don Eduardo's tactful suggestion, after a rather uncomfortable pause. The jefe laughed. Harding, good. I'll pick out a fighter. The senora drew me aside. What does that mean, Harding? She asked. And why do they laugh? We left the Gallos, Wilson, Harding, et al., and went out into the front, past the church to a building in course of construction. Workmen were very busy here. This is the school, señorita. Soon it will be done. Now the children go every day to an ordinary little house, and a young lady hears their lessons. But in a few months all will be installed here. We will have desks, books, teachers, all that is necessary. The building is according to my ideas. There were long, narrow rooms built around the four sides of a court. We went into the first one. This is for the beginners. You see, the windows are high. That is my special idea, so that no child can look out and be diverted from his studies. Here all must be serious. Here children must learn. When a youngster enters this school, all he needs is inside these walls. The key can be turned, and nobody can get out except to eat. Children should go to school. I shall see to that. Again the sigh. I myself have never had one day in school. Not one day. I am very ignorant. I can read a little and write a little. That is all. And I learned after I was a man. However, now the laugh, I can sign my name. Serious again. But my son shall be instructed. First here at Canutillo, where they will learn in the school from books, and in the life of the ranch from natural things. That is important for a man, most important of all. Tomorrow you shall see at the Blanco how my son Agustin can shoot. Later I shall send them away to learn more in the United States. Then we saw the bodegas full of wheat. How many hectoliters did we guess? Don Eduardo must see if he could calculate. 10,000? Close. Good. And see, run it through the fingers, was it not clean? We saw the mowers and the thrashers and the plows and the harrows, all American made. We saw the carpenter shop. We saw the blacksmith shop. Then we saw the new stalls with concrete feed boxes for the horses. We looked over the jefe's favorite mount, and Agustin's pony, and many others. We saw the cows, and the goats. By then it was almost dark. We crossed a small stream on a plank and went into the orchard. A wide path led under the trees. The shadows were long. It was beautiful. There were many men just laying off work. They stepped aside as we passed and saluted the jefe. They were working among the potatoes and tomatoes and onions and garlic planted between the trees. Villa stepped up to 3 of them. "Will you, friends, have the kindness to go to the lower field and bring us some watermelons?" The men started off, eager to be of service. We sat on the ground to wait. The talk was of different melons, which varieties were the better. That was something that was to impress me continually during our visit, the so-called fierce and dictatorial Villa asking our advice again and again on all sorts of subjects. He said he wished to get hold of some seeds of American melons. Then the friends came with 2 fine big ones. We took them with us to the house, the jefe carrying one and Don Eduardo the other. Back again in the sala, Villa seated himself on a straight-backed chair, and we grouped ourselves in a little semicircle about him. First he called for plates and a knife. While these were being brought, he called for water to wash his hands. A young woman brought him the little stand with the bowl and pitcher. She poured out the water for him and handed him the soap. Then she poured clear water over. This done, she handed him the towel. Louis XIV, in all the grandeur of Versailles, could not have accomplished his ablutions with more primitive formality. The little washing outfit was then put before each of us, and the same general ceremony gone through with, while Villa proceeded to cut the melon with great deftness. He proportioned the thin slices between us and called for boxes. The young woman brought 2 and set them before us. They were for the rinds. We ate with relish. Hardly was this over when it was supper time. The jefe, it seemed, never takes supper, but he went with us to the table. A figure appeared outside in the dark. "Excuse me, mi general, but Antonio is angry against Ignacio Martinez and has gone to his house for his pistol." "Take it away from him immediately, you and Felipe, and lock him up with the gallos for tonight." "Está bien, mi general." The incident passed without comment. Later, out in the patio, in the fresco, what profound stillness! What an overwhelming sense of isolation! How many, many stars! "Tell me, friend," said the jefe suddenly to Don Eduardo, "do you believe there is a God?" "Yes, I do. Don't you, Don Francisco?" "I don't know. I wonder. Sometimes I wonder very much. And then I look at the stars, so many and so mysterious, and I tell myself all these questions are too big for the little minds of men to answer." He stopped and pondered. That is another characteristic, a habit of pondering heavily. When it is light and you can see his face, you can actually see in the strain of his expression the great effort he is making to think out whatever is baffling him. After one of these queer, silent, inward efforts, he went on. "But if there is a God, I say if, my friend, if, and if he made the earth, surely he is too good to have made anything as mean as a hell. Don't you believe that, my friend? There is no hell." Don Eduardo agreed. More silence, more pondering. Then, "But of what good are churches to God, friend, or to men? We have turned our church into a warehouse, and we are all better off. Why, even the saints on the wall have gotten fatter. Surely they have. Tomorrow you look, and you'll see. Especially those on the same side with the potatoes. I tell you, between the rats and the saints, it is hard for a man to make a living here." "Are there many rats here, Don Francisco?" whole armies of them. We have fought them day and night, until now there are scarcely any left. But still there are fleas. Of what use are fleas, friend? If there is a God, why should he make such things as a flea? How could a God think of a flea? That is what I don't understand. Of what purpose is a flea? Born only to idleness, to eat, and then to pasear. Muy paseadores, fleas. Never sleep nor let sleep. Rats, mice, fleas. What a fight it has been to establish order here. Do you not think, friend, you could send me some sort of powders to serve these last? Surely I will send you some flea powder, Don Francisco. How much do you want? About 50 kilos. But that's enough to kill all the fleas in the world. Well, we've got all the fleas in the world. Unfortunate prospect for bed. It was time, after 9. The Villa family, like most Mexican families, retires early. The children had gone long before. It seems I was to have the big brass bed in state. The jefe and his señora would hear of no other arrangement, declaring they would find themselves very comfortable in the next room with the children. The young girl brought fresh water. The señora turned down the covers. Villa put a chair at the head and set the lamp on it. May you rest well, señorita, until tomorrow. I undressed and slipped into immaculately clean sheets. Over me a white embroidered counterpane. My tired, dusty head on an exquisite handmade pillow slip. So this was the bed of Villa. I blew out the light. Soon the door opened softly, the señora's gentle voice. The general says to leave the door to us open, that you may not feel alone or afraid during the night. Morning, 7 o'clock. No, not 1 all night. The señora was waiting to take breakfast. The jefe had long since been up. It was his custom to rise at 4. There was much to be looked after. Soon Villa and Don Eduardo joined us. They came from a tribunal. Afterward Don Eduardo told me about it. You remember that little disturbance last night when Don Francisco ordered somebody's pistol taken away from him and the man locked up? Well, the trial was this morning, in the office. Very simple. The jefe sat at the desk and the man was brought in. The jefe asked him what he had to say. The man said, nada. Then the jefe said, it is necessary that there be order here. Nothing but order. The integrity of all of us is involved. If you feel in your heart that you are henceforth able to comply, return to your work as usual. But if you feel in your heart that you are not able to comply, tell me now, and I shall arrange to have you and your family transported this very day to wherever you wish to go. What do you say? I shall be orderly henceforth, mi general. That is well. Go to your house. We spent the morning going around the hacienda. How endless it was! Not a ranch, not a little town, but a separate state. And over it all, never lifting for a second, that unearthly sense of silent isolation. Much activity, men on horseback, mule teams, wagon loads of wheat, scrapers, but all the work going on very stilly, no jangling of harness, no clang of tools, no talk of men, silence, shadows moving in a dream. How to explain this strange, unreal stillness that hangs over the hacienda of Canutillo? Is it but the natural hush of vast, empty, low hills stretching out endlessly in clear, high air? Or is there too some curious repression in the souls of these people now living there? The repression of men moving dumbly through unaccustomed tasks, the oppression of heart of villistas turned farmers. We have no drinking here, señorita, no gambling, no disorderly houses, not even a baile, nothing but work, puro trabajo. Now and then a workman would come up to the jefe, take off his hat and wait respectfully until Villa would say, "What now, friend?" "Excuse me, mi general, but shall we put the tomatoes in the small boxes or in the large?" "In the small. Pack them not too closely and put one box over the other with sticks between in piles of 6. "Está bien, mi general." Every time in the 2 days that anyone came to Villa for an order, and they came to him about everything, he answered them immediately, without a moment's hesitation, clearly, directly, finally, as though he drew all his orders from some swift, infallible source. And I began to understand something of his power over men, for how surely and how gratefully even the strong among us respond to complete decisiveness. We went into the church, now a warehouse. It was swept clean and piled high with boxes, crates, and sacks. There was a counter halfway along the front, and scales, but high on the side walls still hung the saints, and the altar, big and gilt, was untouched, but uncandled at the room's end. We had hardly entered when an old peon appeared at the door, hat in hand. He came on the material errand of getting a kilo of rice, but the surroundings were too much for his habit-trained, devout old soul. He asked for a kilo of rice, and then, one eye on the scale and one eye on the altar, he crossed himself. Just then he saw the jefe, and suddenly, feeling his devotion to have been misplaced, he put on his hat. Then, realizing that was a breach to his general, he took it off as quickly. Then he put it on to take his rice, and turning, faced the altar again, and anxiously took it off. "Pobre viejito," poor little old man, smiled Villa, taking it all in. So good, but so ignorant. Then he was serious. "That is the trouble with all of us, señorita. We are good people, but we are so ignorant. Where is the man with the power to lift up my race?" He sighed. Again that overwhelming sadness. I knew that he had once dreamed of being that man. At dinner we had another guest, General Nicolas Fernandez. He had ridden over with his small son from his particular part of the ranch at San Isidro on the river Florido, 18 leagues distant. He was another of those silent, sad, sinewy men. The talk was ranch talk. General Fernandez was having difficulty over some water right. It was a question of politics, very difficult. "Who is your deputy from over there?" asked the jefe. "I don't know." "Those are things you should know, my friend. We must occupy ourselves with these questions now." The talk was of crops and cattle. Villa said he wanted to go to Juarez to buy ganado. He asked advice of General Fernandez, of Don Eduardo, and yes, of me. Again that incredible eagerness to be instructed, to be told, to be advised, and that strained, drinking-in expression with which he listens, like an anxious child standing beside the teacher. General Fernandez thought the jefe would do better to go to Matamoros than to Juarez, but Don Eduardo didn't like Texas longhorns anywhere, and I preferred Herefords. Why did I prefer Herefords? Why were they better for him than Holsteins? And what about Jerseys? And what crosses were considered best in the United States? The talk drifted to great ranchers. Did I know the American of the Cadena y Pelayo ranch, Don Jacobo, Jacob Sweet? That one was puro hombre, hace divinidades a caballo, a real man. He does divine things on horseback. There was a gringo to be admired. And General Scott? Of all the Americans he had ever known, he liked best, here he turned with a courteous gesture to Don Eduardo, putting aside for the moment your friendship, amigo, he had liked best General Scott, un verdadero soldado, a true soldier. At the time of siesta, the señora and I sat together in the cool of the bedroom sala. She was sewing on a bit of thin pink silk. "What are you making, señora?" She looked at me uneasily. "Un toallita." But of such fine material, a doily? She blushed and murmured something about it being for a friend. We talked of other things. The servant problem. Very difficult to get good help on a ranch. She had 2 women in the kitchen and 2 men to do nothing but grind for them. Everything, corn for tortillas, wheat for bread, is ground by hand on a metate, and 1 man to wait on the table. But neither the food nor the service of it was as she wanted, and 2 girls to take care of the rooms. But she must constantly see to everything herself. They were not to be trusted alone to keep everything perfectly clean. We spoke of the jefe. "He seems very sad," I said, "too sad." "How can it be otherwise, señorita, when one has suffered so? Sometimes he tells me a little of what he has endured, and it is more than I can bear just the telling. I would like you to know some of them, but he would not wish it. There are things a real man does not speak of. But perhaps if you would ask him, señorita, for example, about his days hiding in the cave when your army was hunting him, perhaps, I don't know, he might say a little." We were silent for a while. I could feel her looking at me. Then she got up and, opening the wardrobe with one of the usual many keys of the Mexican lady of the house, she shyly brought out a bundle of tiny clothes and without a word put it on my lap. There were almost a dozen little dresses of pink silk and a dozen of white linen, all the same pattern, but each adorned with fine handwork. I never knew before there was such an infinite variety of stitches. "Each little one different," she whispered, and blushed like a girl. Augustine came in shining with excitement. "We are going to have the target contest. Here is the rifle, but where are the cartridges?" Much rummaging through the whole house of Villa to find any cartridges. Finally we are off. Augustine and I, the contestants, Villa, the señora, Don Eduardo, Margarita, and quite a gallery of villistas. The blanco target was a white bottle placed on a stump at 25 meters. I lifted the rifle. But, Augustine, "A moment, señorita. Do you not want to rest the rifle by a tree?" But no. The little lad looked very unhappy. Then, after a moment, "But, señorita, it is necessary that I rest it by a tree because I cannot hold it otherwise. It weighs too much." "All right, you rest it, Augustine, because you are little, but I shall shoot like this because I am big." But he was not to be comforted. "Please, señorita, do me the favor to rest it on the tree, you too, so that we shall be equal in the contest. Is it a disgrace, I wonder, for a grown woman to be outshot by a child of 9, when that child happens to be the firstborn son of Francisco Villa?" Then the jefe challenged Don Eduardo to a pistol contest. A bottle still at 25 meters. Don Eduardo shot first. Villa's pistol. Even the jefe was impressed. He turned to me, his eyes shining with pleasure at his friend's prowess. "Caray, señorita, que buenos tiros estos! Gee, what good shots!" Then the jefe. Good shooting, but no better than Don Eduardo's, perhaps not quite as good. "Estoy viejo, I am old," he murmured when we were going back through the dusk. He is 44. Again the sadness. "Will you not tell me of some of the hard tasks you have accomplished in your 10 years of revolution, mi general? Ah, senorita, a man does not talk of those things. Well, will you not tell me why you fought for 10 years? That is simple, senorita. I first went into revolution because life was insupportable for the low people during the time of Diaz, and I was of the low people. I followed the little Madero. Then he was killed by Huerta, and I overcame Huerta. Then was Carranza, but nothing was better for the low people. Nothing had yet been won. So I kept on fighting until, well, now Carranza is dead, and how do you feel about the death of Carranza? His face darkened. Una mancha barbara, a horrible stain that will defile the history of my poor country forever. Again that pondering. Then, well, he is dead, and the patria needs peace. More than anything else, the patria needs peace. So I have quit fighting. I am a farmer. When I thought it was best for my people, I would not quit fighting. And when I thought it was best for my people, I would not go on fighting. How many battles have you been in, mi general? Of battles, senorita? And by that I shall mean combats where at least 100 men were left on the field. Over 1,300. I have had luck, eh? Never wounded? Oh, yes, of course. I have a bullet here, and here, and here, and here, and in this leg, not so lucky, 3. And the last time, 3 different places. When we reach the house, I shall show you why I shall never walk well again, and why I have pain without ending. That was when the Americans came in? Yes. Will you tell me about that? About your lying in a cave so long? I have heard about it, but there is not much to tell, senorita. After the battle of Herrero, where I was wounded, my leg, as I told you, broken in 3 places, I disbanded what was left of my forces, that they might escape without the burden of me. And with 2 men only, both my first cousins, I ran for the higher hills to a secret cave I knew. We reached it just in the nick of time to hide, but without a moment to get food. We had with us only 3 kilos of rice and 1 1/2 kilos of sugar. We lay there 33 days, senorita, 33 days, with nothing to eat but 3 kilos of rice and 1 1/2 kilos of sugar among 3 men. Luckily, there was water in the cave, and water is the most essential. There were in pursuit of us 16,000 Carrancistas and 12,000 Americans. On several different days during the first week we heard them beating the brush all around us, but so cleverly had nature arranged our hiding place, never, unless they knew, could they suspect a cave. During the second week I felt that I was to die, and I made my cousins swear to build a great fire of hardwood and burn me until not a piece of bone remained. My only fear was that my dead body might be taken captive to a foreign country. A long pause. Then, after a month of that, I thought it safe to try to go, and I directed my cousins to build me a stretcher of branches. On the 33rd day they carried me out into the air of night. Traveling that way, carrying me by night and hiding me by day, they brought me to the house of a friend. Here I lay some days while they hid food and all necessaries in another larger cave, where we then retired, but not in agony this time, for 6 weeks more, until I was cured. But cured is hardly the word, as the wound still pained, almost continually. We had reached the house. If you would look at my leg, friend, and you, senorita, and tell me if you think it will ever quit its aching. Again, that childlike confidence in our poor knowledge. Like a little boy, he pulled up his corduroy trousers leg and the white cotton drawers, and we looked at the 3 ugly, irregular scars, and both agreed on something of which we knew nothing, that in time it would stop aching. Then, after a moment, "It has been wonderful, mi general, hearing about the cave. Will you not tell me of other brave things?" I had made a mistake. This silenced him. "A man does not talk of brave things, señorita. He does them." "Your last ride from Chihuahua to Musquis? That must have been hard to endure." "The endurance was my men's, and they endured it for my pride, that I might not be dictated to, but be free to state my own terms. For this they rode 180 leagues across what you call desert, 50 leagues without water, going out of their minds, some of them. These men whom you see all around working, they made that ride with me." Supper time once again. Tonight the Jefe asked for a cup of chocolate to bear us company. It was brought to him with a fly in it. "Throw this out." Soon he was brought another cup. "Throw that out too. Throw it all out. Do you suppose we can eat of it after such a thing?" The señora looked her distress. He turned to her kindly. "Don't cry, Linda, pretty one. It is not thy fault, but of those stupidities in the kitchen. Women in the kitchen are no good, too careless. And now that you may feel better, I shall tell you of a surprise I have for you. I have engaged a man to cook. For dependability, always choose a man. He arrives tomorrow. A very good, a very fine cook, and above all, most clean. You will be pleased, pretty one." Again the evening hour in the patio. Again the stars coming so near, the silence stretching so far. From a distant doorway a square of yellow light lies on the darkness. Beyond, a small dull red fire dimly shows us the face of a bending Indian woman. Near us the children, walking around and around in a sedate circle holding hands, their pretty voices singing softly. Augustine suddenly dropped the other's hands, came to his father. "I do not care to play any longer, papacito." "Sta bien. What dost thou wish to do?" "I wish to do a turn in the night alone." "Sta bien. Do a turn in the night alone, my little son." Augustine started off somberly into the dark. The other children, without him, lost interest in play, and came to hang about the knees of the señora, looking at us shyly. "My son is like me," said the Jefe. "He likes to be alone in the night." An old man drew near, and after being recognized by the Jefe's usual, "What dost thou wish, friend?" he asked for orders for the morning, and got them with the Jefe's usual swift decision. Then, "Dost thou want anything further, friend?" And the old man's voice, quavering with age, but with strong respect and cariño, "Nothing more except only to serve my general." Another sleep in the great brass bed. Eyes hardly closed it seemed, when the Jefe, holding high a lighted lamp, stood in the door. "Señorita, I am sorry, but it is the hour." 3 o'clock. Time to get up and move fast to catch the 7 o'clock train from Rosario. Villa's voice. "If you will permit me, I shall light your lamp for you." He came like some kind woman to the bedside and lit the lamp on the chair there. "My señora is rising to bid you good-bye, but she is not yet ready, and the servants are not about before 4. With your permission, señorita." He went out, going softly in his sandals, limping as he must, always. The self-starter was working beautifully on the ford that early morning. We backed out swiftly from the archway that leads into the patio of the house of Villa. "Good-bye, Don Francisco. Good-bye, mi general." "Good-bye, señorita. Good-bye, amigo. Remember, here you always have your house. Until soon. Hasta luego. Adios." We turned into the black before dawn, back to the town of Rosario, to the train to Jimenez, to the main line to the capital. Adios, Canutillo. Adieu, Villa. Yes, I believe in Francisco Villa, in the sincerity of his feeling for his country and for his people, the poor, the ignorant, the helpless of Mexico. The history of his country offers no parallel to his career. Of ignorant men come to power there have been plenty, of revolutionaries plenty, of generals plenty, but there never has been one of these willing to lay down his arms for the good of all, and to retire in peace to an inglorious life of toil. San Antonio, the whole border today, is a hotbed of discontented patriots involving themselves in every sort of plot against the present victors. In Havana, Paris, Madrid, New York, others of thinner patriotism because of fatter purse squander the profits of former power. Villa alone stays with his land and works. And I, for one, feel that his talents are being wasted. I, for one, feel that in spite of his ignorance, his profound ignorance, he has great gifts, extraordinary gifts, gifts amounting to genius, for organization, for order, for command, this and a supreme instinct for handling common men. I can see him at the head of a national organization of rurales, of mounted police, making Mexico, to its furthest sierra, safer to travel in than Central Park at noonday, yes, by a whole lot. I, for one, know of no man to whose integrity to protect and to whose power to defend I would more confidently entrust either my money or my life. Viva Villa. End of Sophie Treadwell interviews Pancho Villa, from the New York Tribune, August 28, 1921. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Tasman Explores Australia by Hendrik Willem van Loon, from the Golden Book of the Dutch Navigators. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr. It often happened that ships of the Dutch East India Company on their way to the Indies were blown out of their course or were carried by the currents in a southern direction. Then they were driven into a part of the map which was as yet unknown, and they had to find their way about very much as a stranger might do who has left the well-known track of the desert. Sometimes these ships were lost. More often they reached a low, flat coast, which seemed to extend both east and west as far as the eye could reach, which offered very little food and very little water, and appeared to be the shoreline of a vast continent which was remarkably poor in both plants and animals. Indeed, so unattractive was this big island, as it was then supposed to be, to the captains of the company, that not a single one of them had ever taken the trouble to explore it. They had followed the coastline until once more they reached the well-known regions of their map, and then they had hastened northward to the comfortable waters of their own Indian Ocean. But of course people talked about this mysterious big island, and they wondered. They wondered whether, perhaps, the stories of the Old Testament, the stories of the golden land of Ophir, which had never yet been found, might not yet be proved true in that large part of the map which showed a blank space, and was covered with the letters of Terra Incognita. If there was any such land still to be discovered by any European people, the Dutch East India Company decided that they ought to benefit by it. Therefore their directors studied the question with great care and deliberation. A number of expeditions were sent out one after the other. In the year 1636 2 small vessels were ordered to make a careful examination of the island of New Guinea, which was supposed to be the peninsula part of the unknown southern continent. But New Guinea itself is so large that the two vessels, after spending a very long time along the coast, were obliged to return without any definite information. Antony van Diemen, the Governor General of the Dutch East Indies, however, was a man of stubborn purpose, and he refused to discontinue his search until he should have positive knowledge upon this puzzling subject. 6 years after this first attempt, he appointed a certain Franz Jacobs Vischer to study the question theoretically from every possible angle, and to write him a detailed report. Vischer had crossed the Pacific Ocean a few years after the discovery of Strait Le Maire, and he had visited Japan and China, and was familiar with all the better known parts of the Asiatic seas. He set to work, and he gave the following advice. The ships of the company must take the island of Mauritius as their starting point, they must follow a southeastern course until they should reach the 54 degree of latitude. If in the meantime they had not found any land they must turn toward the east until they should reach New Guinea, and from there, using this peninsula or island or whatever it was as a starting point, they should establish its correct relation to the continent of which it was supposed to be a solid part. If it should prove to be an island, then the ships must chart the strait which separated it from the continent, and they must find out whether these did not offer a short route from India to Strait Le Maire and the Atlantic Ocean. Van Diemen studied those plans carefully. He approved of them and ordered 2 ships to be made ready for the voyage. They were small ships. There were the Heemskerk with 60 men and the Zeeheyn with only 40. Vischer was engaged to act as pilot and general adviser of the expedition. The command was given to one Abel Tasman. Like most of the great men of the Republic, he had made his own career. Born in an insignificant village in the northern part of the Republic, somewhere in the province of Groningen, the name of the village was Lutjegat, he had started life as a sailor, had worked his way up through ability and force of character, and in the early 30s of the 17th century he had gone to India. Thereafter he had spent most of his life as captain or mate of the different ships of the company. He had been commander of an expedition sent out to discover a new gold land, which according to rumour must be situated somewhere off the coast of Japan, and although he did not find it, since it did not exist, he had added many new islands to the map of the company. Since he was a man of very independent character, he was specially fitted to be in command of an expedition which might meet with many unforeseen difficulties. His instructions gave him absolute freedom of action. The chief purpose of this expedition was a scientific one. Professional draftsmen were appointed to accompany the Heemskerk and make careful maps of everything that should be discovered. Special attention must be paid to the currents of the ocean and to the prevailing direction of the wind. Furthermore, a careful study of the natives must be made. Their mode of life, their customs, and their habits must be investigated, and they must be treated with kindness. If the natives should come on board and should steal things, the Hollanders must not mind such trifles. The chief aim of the expedition was to establish relations with whatever races were to be discovered. Of course there was little hope of finding anything except long-haired Papuans, but if by any chance Tasman should discover the unknown Southland, and find that this continent contained the rumoured riches, he must not show himself desirous of getting gold and silver. On the contrary, he must show the inhabitants lead and brass, and tell them that these 2 metals were the most valuable commodities in the country which had sent him upon his voyage. Finally, whatever land was found must be annexed officially for the benefit of the Estates General of the Dutch Republic, and of this fact some lasting memorial must be left upon the coast in the form of a written document, well hidden below a stone or a board planted in such a way that the natives could not destroy it. On the 19th of August, Tasman and his 2 ships went to Mauritius, where the tanks were filled with fresh water, and all the men got a holiday. They were given plenty of food to strengthen them for the voyage, which they were about to undertake through the unknown seas. After a month of leisure, the 2 ships left on the 6th of October of the year 1642, and started out to discover whatever they might find. The farther southward they got, the colder the climate began to be. Snow and hail and fog were the order of the day. Seals appeared, and everything indicated that they were reaching the Arctic Ocean of the southern hemisphere. Day and night they kept a man in the crow's nest to look for land. Tasman offered a reward of money and rum for the sailor who should first see a light upon the horizon, but they found nothing except salt water and a cloudy sky. Tasman consulted Visscher and asked him whether it would not be better to follow the 44 degree of latitude than to go further into this stormy region. Since they had been sailing in a southern direction for almost a month without finding anything at all, Visscher agreed to the change in his original plans. Once more there followed a couple of weeks of dreary travel without a sight of anything hopeful. At last, on the 29th of November of the year 1642, at 4 o'clock of the afternoon, land was seen. Tasman thought that it was part of his continent, and called it Van Diemen's Land, after the Governor General who had sent him out. We know that it was an island to the south of the Australian continent, and we now call it Tasmania. On the 2nd of December Tasman tried to go on shore with all his officers, but the weather was bad, and the surf was too dangerous for the small boat of the Heemskerk. The ship's carpenter then jumped overboard with the flag of the Dutch Republic and a flagpole under his arm. He reached the shore, planted his pole, and with Tasman and his staff floating on the high waves of the Australian surf and applauding him, the carpenter hoisted the orange, white, and blue colours, which were to show to all the world that the white men had taken possession of a new part of the world. The carpenter once more swam through the waves, was pulled back into the boat, and the first ceremony connected with the southern continent was over. The voyage was then continued, but nowhere could the ships find a safe bay in which they might drop anchor. Everywhere the coast appeared to be dangerous. The surf was high and the wind blew hard. At last, on the 18th of December, after another long voyage across the open sea, more land was seen. This time the coast was even more dangerous than it had been in Tasmania, and the land was covered with high mountains. Furthermore, the Hollanders had to deal with a new sort of native, much more savage and more able to defend themselves than those who had looked at the two ships from the safe distance of Van Diemen's Land, but had fled whenever the white men tried to come near their shore. At first the natives of this new land rowed out to the Heemskerk and the Zeehan and paddled around the ship without doing any harm. But one day the boat of the Zeehan tried to return their visit. It was at once attacked by the ferocious natives. 3 Dutch sailors were killed with clubs, and several were wounded with spears. Not until after the Heemskerk had fired a volley and had sunk a number of canoes, did the others flee and leave the Dutch boat alone. The wounded men were taken on board, where several of them died next day. Tasman did not dare to risk a further investigation of this bay with his small vessel, and after the loss of several of his small company he departed. The place of disaster he called Tasman Bay, and sailed further toward the north. If he had gone a few miles to the east, he would have discovered that this was not a bay at all, but the strait which divides the northern and southern part of New Zealand. Now it is called Cook Strait, after the famous British sailor, who, a century later, explored that part of the world, and who found that New Zealand is not a part of the continent, but a large island which offered a splendid chance for a settlement. It was very fertile, and the natives had reached a much higher degree of civilization than those of the Australian continent. Cook made another interesting discovery. The natives who had seen the first appearance of the white men had been so deeply impressed by the arrival of the 2 Dutch ships that they turned their mysterious appearance into a myth. This myth had grown in size and importance with each new generation, and when Captain Cook dropped anchor off the coast of New Zealand and established relations with the natives, the latter told him a wonderful story of 2 gigantic vessels which had come to their island ever so long ago, and which had been destroyed by their ancestors, while all the men on board had been killed. It is not easy to follow Tasman on the modern map. After leaving Cook Strait he went northward, and passing between the most northern part of the island, which he called Cape Maria Van Diemen, and a small island which, because it was discovered on the 6th of January, was called the Three Kings Island, he reached open waters once more. He now took his course due north in the hope of reaching some of the islands which Le Maire had discovered. Instead of that, on the 19th of January, the two ships found several islands of the Tonga group, also called the Friendly Islands. They baptized these with names of local Dutch celebrities and famous men in the nautical world of Holland. Near one of them, called Amsterdam, because it looked a little more promising than any of the others, the ships stopped, and once more an attempt was made to establish amicable relations with the natives. These came rowing out to the ship, and whenever anything was thrown overboard, they dived after it and showed an ability to swim and to remain under water which ever since has been connected with the idea of the South Sea population. By means of signs and after all sorts of presents, such as little mirrors and nails and small knives had been thrown overboard to be fished up by the natives, Tasman got into communication with the Tonga people. He showed them a mean, thin chicken, and pointed to his stomach. The natives understood this, and brought him fresh food. He showed an empty glass and went through the motion of drinking. The natives pointed to the land and showed him by signs that they knew what was wanted, and that there was fresh water to be obtained on shore. Gradually the natives lost their fear and climbed on board. In exchange for the coconuts which they brought, they received a plentiful supply of old rusty nails. When those on shore heard that the millennium of useful metal had come sailing into their harbour, their eagerness to get their own share was so great that hundreds of them came swimming out to the Dutch vessels to offer their wares before the supply of nails should be exhausted. Tasman himself went on land, and the relations between natives and visitors were so pleasant that the first appearance of the white man became the subject of a Tonga epic, which was still recited among the natives when the next European ship landed here a century and a quarter later. Going from island to island, and everywhere meeting with the same sort of long-haired, vigorous-looking men, Tasman now sailed in a south-western direction. He spent several weeks between the Fiji Islands and the group now called Samoa. During all this time his ships were in grave danger of running upon the hidden reefs which are plentiful in this part of the Pacific. At last the winter began to approach, and the weather grew more and more unstable, and as the ships after their long voyage were in need of a safe harbour and repair, it was decided to try and return within the confines of the map of the known and explored world. Accordingly the ships sailed westward and discovered several islands of the Solomon group, sailed through the Bismarck archipelago, as it is called now, and after several months reached the northern part of New Guinea, which they too supposed to be the northern coast of the large continent of which they had touched the shores at so many spots, but which instead of the promised Ophir was a dreary flat land surrounded by little islands full of coconut, natives, and palm trees, but without a scrap of either gold or silver. Tasman then found himself in a well-known regions. He made straight away for Batavia, and on the 15th of January of the year 1644 he landed to report his adventures to the Governor General and the Council of the Indian Company. A few months later he was sent out upon a new expedition, this time with 3 ships. He made a detailed investigation of the northern coast of the real Australian continent. He sailed into the Gulf of Carpentaria. He found the Torres Strait, which was supposed to be a bay between New Guinea and Australia, for the report of the Torres discovery in 1607 was as yet unknown in the dusty archives of Manila, and had not been given to the world. And once more he returned by way of the western coast of New Guinea to inform the Governor General that whatever continent he had found produced nothing which could be of any material profit to the Dutch East India Company. In short, New Holland, as Australia was then called, was not settled by the Hollanders because it had no immediate commercial value. After this last voyage no further expeditions were sent out to look for the supposed southern continent. From the reports of several ships which had reached the west coast of Australia, and from the information brought home by Tasman, it was decided that whatever land there might still be hidden between the 110 and 111 degree of longitude, offered no inducement to a respectable trading company which looked for gold and silver and spices, but had no use for kangaroos and the duck-billed platypus. New Holland was left alone until the growing population of the European continent drove other nations to explore this part of the world once more 120 years later. End of Tasman Explores Australia by Hendrik Willem van Loon.
The Tomb of Keats by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rob Marland. The Tomb of Keats. As one enters Rome from the Via Ostiensis by the Porta San Paolo, the first object that meets the eye is a marble pyramid which stands close at hand on the left. There are many Egyptian obelisks in Rome, tall, snake-like spires of red sandstone, mottled with strange writings, which remind us of the pillars of flame which led the children of Israel through the desert away from the land of the Pharaohs. But more wonderful than these to look upon is this gaunt, wedge-shaped pyramid standing here in this Italian city, unshattered amid the ruins and wrecks of time, looking older than the eternal city itself, like terrible impassiveness turned to stone. And so in the Middle Ages men supposed this to be the sepulchre of Remus, who was slain by his own brother at the founding of the city, so ancient and mysterious it appears. But we have now, perhaps unfortunately, more accurate information about it, and know that it is the tomb of one Caius Castius, a Roman gentleman of small note, who died about 30 BC. Yet, though we cannot care much for the dead man who lies in lonely state beneath it, and who is only known to the world through his sepulchre, still this pyramid will be ever dear to the eyes of all English-speaking people, because at evening its shadow falls on the tomb of one who walks with Spenser, and Shakespeare, and Byron, and Shelley, and Elizabeth Barrett Browning, in the great procession of the sweet singers of England. For at its foot there is a green sunny slope known as the Old Protestant Cemetery, and on this a common-looking grave which bears the following inscription. This grave contains all that was mortal of a young English poet, who on his deathbed, in the bitterness of his heart, desired these words to be engraven on his tombstone. Here lies one whose name was writ in water. February 24th, 1821. And the name of the young English poet is John Keats. Lord Horton calls this cemetery one of the most beautiful spots on which the eye and heart of man can rest. And Shelley speaks of it as making one in love with death to think one should be buried in so sweet a place. And indeed, when I saw the violets, and the daisies, and the poppies that overgrow the tomb, I remembered how the dead poet had once told his friend that he thought the intensest pleasure he had received in life was in watching the growth of flowers, and how another time, after lying a while quite still, he murmured in some strange prescience of early death, "I feel the flowers growing over me." But this time-worn stone and these wild flowers are but poor memorials of one so great as Keats. Footnote. Recently, some well-meaning persons have placed a marble slab on the wall of the cemetery with a medallion profile of Keats on it and some mediocre lines of poetry. The face is ugly and rather hatchet-shaped, with thick sensual lips, and is utterly unlike the poet himself, who was very beautiful to look upon. "His countenance," says a lady who saw him at one of Hazlitt's lectures, "lives in my mind as one of singular beauty and brightness. It had the expression as if he had been looking on some glorious sight. And this is the idea which Seven's picture of him gives. Even Haydon's rough pen and ink sketch of him is better than this marble libel, which I hope will soon be taken down. I think the best representation of the poet would be a coloured bust, like that of the young Raja of Kulapur at Florence, which is a lovely and lifelike work of art. End of footnote. Most of all, too, in this city of Rome, which pays such honour to her dead, where popes and emperors and saints and cardinals lie hidden in porphyry wombs, or couched in baths of jasper and chalcedony and malachite, ablaze with precious stones and metals, and tended with continual service. For very noble is the sight, and worthy of a noble monument. Behind looms the grey pyramid, symbol of the world's age, and filled with memories of the Sphinx and the lotus leaf, and the glories of old Nile. In front is the Monte Testaccio, built, it is said, with the broken fragments of the vessels in which all the nations of the East and the West brought their tribute to Rome. And a little distance off, along the slope of the hill under the Aurelian wall, some tall gaunt cypresses rise, like burnt-out funeral torches, to mark the spot where Shelley's heart, that heart of hearts, lies in the earth. And, above all, the soil on which we tread is very Rome. As I stood beside the mean grave of this divine boy, I thought of him as a priest of beauty slain before his time, and the vision of Guido's Saint Sebastian came before my eyes as I saw him at Genoa, a lovely brown boy with crisp clustering hair and red lips, bound by his evil enemies to a tree, and, though pierced by arrows, raising his eyes with divine impassioned gaze towards the eternal beauty of the opening heavens. And thus my thoughts shaped themselves to rhyme. Heu miserande pua. Rid of the world's injustice and its pain, he rests at last beneath God's veil of blue. Taken from life while life and love were new, the youngest of the martyrs here is lain, fair as Sebastian and as foully slain. No cypress shades his grave, nor funeral yew, but red-lipped daisies, violets drenched with dew, and sleepy poppies catch the evening rain. O proudest heart that broke for misery! O saddest poet that the world hath seen! O sweetest singer of the English land! Thy name was writ in water on the sand, but our tears shall keep thy memory green, and make it flourish like a basil tree. Rome, 1877. End of The Tomb of Keats by Oscar Wilde.
The True Story of Mary Pickford's Beginning, from Photoplay Magazine, July 1923, by Terry Ramsey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The True Story of Mary Pickford's Beginning. A little miss in a gray jacket, with curls down her back and an earnest, wistful face, stepped off a streetcar at Fifth Avenue and went walking slowly along 14th Street looking up at the house numbers. This was in early May of 1909, only 14 years ago by the calendars, but a century ago in the affairs of the motion picture. The little girl was on her way to see if by chance there might be a place for her in biograph pictures. She jingled a couple of stray pennies in her pocket to remind her that her last nickel had gone for car fare, and if she did not get the job that she hoped for, there would be a long walk back to the boarding house way uptown in 37th Street. No one gave special notice to this rather unimportant little person of 16, except perhaps the passing glance of approval that youth and a pretty face always get in New York. She was just one of the crowd that is always passing in the busy forenoon in 14th Street. But if it were announced today that this same little girl would walk along that same path in that same street, the police reserves would have to be called to keep back the crowds, and business would stop as proprietors, clerks, and customers rushed to the doorways. The girl was Mary Pickford, the Cinderella queen-to-be of the motion picture. In just 6 years more, the amazing day was to come when the little girl with the curl could smile into the face of an anxious motion picture magnate and say, in all seriousness, "No, I really cannot afford to work for only $10,000 a week." That last 5-cent piece invested in a car ride to 14th Street was the beginning of a remarkable journey. But back of that day in 1909, Mary Pickford had a life experience on the other side of the picture, worthy of recording here by way of contrast, and for those who mayhap see her successes of today through the eyes of envy. At 16, Mary had been at work for 11 hard years. She was already old with experience of the stern realities of this workaday world. She was born into the most humble circumstances of life and lived close to the shadow of want. Miss Pickford was Gladys Smith, an infant of 4 when her father died in Toronto, leaving his widow nothing except a family of 3, with Gladys the oldest. That morning when one of the neighbors came and took Gladys away for the day, the little girl knew that in the darkened best room her father lay dead, with candles burning about the crucifix that stood at his head. She knew, too, that things were going to be harder now for her mother. In a vague, childish way, she wanted to help. There were many other tragedies after that. The slender capital of the family was invested in a little candy shop that shared half of a fish store. The candy counter did a small business, selling gumdrops at a penny each to the passing school children, but it sufficed for the time. Then came the ill-fated day when baby Jack was left alone in the store with the family's pet dog. Jack found that the dog liked candy and fed him the entire stock of the establishment. The dog died, Jack was spanked, and the candy store was bankrupt. Gladys's mother went out to look for work. The little girl was old enough to go along with her mother when she went to interview the manager of the Valentine Stock Company of Toronto, and it was ambitious little Gladys herself who suggested that she might have the baby part in the production under rehearsal. The amused director tried her, found that Gladys could act, and promptly engaged her for the part. From that day on, Gladys Smith was on the stage. The next season she played in The Little Red Schoolhouse, and not long thereafter appeared in the cast of that sterling melodrama entitled The Fatal Wedding. Many other melodramas followed. Then came an engagement for the whole Smith family, Mother, Lottie, and Jack, with Chauncey Alcott in Edmund Burke. Jack, by the way, was cast as a little girl in a frilly dress, to the extreme unhappiness of the young man. In the course of this engagement, the mother decided to put away the popular but unromantic name of Smith for the purposes of the stage, and took for the family name Pickford, the name of her paternal grandmother. Gladys Pickford did not ring right to her ears, and so Gladys was changed to Mary, the most glorious name in all Ireland. Mary shared with her mother the burdens and responsibilities of the family as best she could, and developed an initiative of her own. She strived mightily in her way, trouping with the road shows and living the often precarious life of the wandering player. She was of those itinerant folk of the roadshow melodramas, who call Broadway home, but seldom see it except in those unhappy idle days when they are resting while at liberty. Mary was on her way up in the world if she could find that way. She learned to read and write on the road and between scenes backstage, under the tutorship of the female heavy of a melodrama company. Meanwhile, Mary listened and learned of the world about her. She heard a very great deal of the chesty gossip of mellow actors discussing When I Was with Belasco, and came to learn that on this wonderful Broadway, Belasco was master. This established, she made her decision. She would play with Belasco. One day when the company was called for rehearsal for a change of bill over in a little New Jersey opera house, Miss Mary Pickford was missing. Over in New York, Mary was storming the stage door of Belasco's theater, demanding audience with him. "But he won't see nobody at all. He's rehearsing the company right now." The guardian of the stage door thought that ought to be enough and final. "I don't care if he is. I cut a rehearsal over in Jersey to come, and he's going to see me." Mary Pickford charged past the astonished doorman in a gust of mingled rage and determination. He followed, on tiptoe, prayerfully hoping that this slip would not bring down on him the wrath of Belasco and the loss of his job. The doorman was just in time to see Mary dash into the center of the stage, where a company was rehearsing The Warrens of Virginia. Belasco was in a bad humor over the play. It was going all awry, mostly because of an unsatisfactory child part. The abrupt appearance of little Mary, projecting herself into the middle of his troubles, struck Belasco with the full force of its drama. He stopped, waved the company to silence, and smiled down on his caller. She was breathless and awed, but she had yet the courage of her sensational entrance. 10 minutes later, Miss Mary Pickford was rehearsing in The Warrens of Virginia under the eyes of the great Belasco. She had come to Broadway and won. For 3 seasons, until she had outgrown her part, Mary played in this production. With the courage of this conquest behind her, it is easy to see how it came that Mary was willing to toss her last nickel for car fare on a long chance that she might get into the pictures with Biograph. That was her way. She decided what to do and forthwith did it. When Mary came that June morning to number 11 East 14th Street and turned up the steps to the Biograph studio, she was faced with even less promise than the day she applied at Belasco's stage door. The reception room at Biograph was presided over by a secretary whose disposition had been written off as a total loss years before. Her slender patience had been worn away by the abundant annoyances of the motion picture business. Her words were sharp and few. Mary tiptoed up. "I want to see Mr. Griffith." "Mr. Griffith is busy. He will not see anybody." Then the secretary looked up and into the wistful smile of Mary. Griffith, with his mind bent on his work in the studio above, was passing at the moment. He stopped abruptly when he heard an amazing change of tone come into the voice of the woman behind the desk, still addressing the caller. "But he might take time to see you, my dear." Griffith wheeled about. Who in thunder could this be that the reception-room clerk would address so tenderly? What miracle had been wrought? Then Griffith saw Mary. Together they went up the big staircase to the studio, the same romantic stairway that had felt the tread of many a grande dame and many a figure in the making of the nation's history back in the days when the room, where the Cooper Hewitts cast their eerie green glow, had been the grand ballroom of the Martin Van Buren mansion. The Lonely Villa was in the making. It was a typical Griffith drama of the day, a Biograph feature, to be one whole reel in length, twice as long as the skits and comedies that made up the staple film output of the trade. Marian Leonard was the leading woman in The Lonely Villa. Robbers were trying to break into the villa, while the wife, with her children clutching at her skirts in terror, frantically tried to telephone for help. Her message of dire distress was but half told to her husband miles away. Mary Pickford was put in to play the part of one of the children, imperiled while the robbers battered at the door. That afternoon at quitting time, Mary got a handsome blue ticket which enabled her to draw $5 at the cashier's window, in payment for her first day's work in motion pictures. Her last nickel had been returned to her 100-fold, and, although she did not suspect it, she had entered upon a career that was in time to make her the most famous woman in the world, and endow her with a wealth beyond her most ambitious fancy. Griffith had a bit of difficulty with this complicated drama of the lonely villa. The robbers were expected to batter away at the door of the villa, while the rescuing husband with reinforcements was on the way, arriving at last in the well-known nick of time, winning against all obstacles, including motor trouble in a horseless carriage. The work of the robbers at the door was just a shade unconvincing. Griffith was not satisfied and decided on a retake, which was considered rather a wasteful procedure in the motion picture practice of the day. While the remaking of these scenes was in progress, a stranger found his way as far as the studio door. It was James Kirkwood, just off the road from playing in The Great Divide with Henry Miller, and, by the by, with Henry Walthall, a fellow member of the company. Kirkwood had wandered into Biograph looking for his friend Harry Salter, an actor who had become an assistant to Griffith. Salter introduced Kirkwood to Griffith. Griffith sized up Kirkwood at a glance. "Here, put on a beard and get into the scene as one of the robbers." Kirkwood had heard of these motion picture things, but he had the standard and orthodox actor's suspicious contempt for them. No, I can't do that." "Yes, you can, and you'll fit the part fine." Griffith and Salter would have their way. "If I wear a beard, nobody will know me anyway. Here goes," Kirkwood decided. He went on. Kirkwood joined the mob of robbers smashing in the villa door. He remained with Biograph the rest of the year, and presently Henry Walthall, who had been with him in The Great Divide, came down to join the company. The lonely villa, aside from its historic service as the vehicle of the introduction to the screen of Mary Pickford and James Kirkwood, is worthy of remembrance because of the durability of the plot. It has lived in Griffith's memory ever since, and in 1922 it came to flower again as a pretentious feature drama, somewhat modernized and revamped, under the title of One Exciting Night. The basic elements of the two stories are well near identical. Mary's appearance in that small part in the lonely villa was enough to show Griffith something of the screen value of her winsome face. She was cast for the part of Giannina in The Violin Maker of Cremona. The hero role was played by David Miles, an actor from the stage who had been added to the Biograph stock by Griffith. The Violin Maker of Cremona was released by Biograph June 7, 1909, in 936 feet, subject number 3575, as may be seen in the old catalogues of the period. There was joy in the Pickford family at Mary's success and the prospect of steady employment through the summer. Even in 1909, the peep show machines, which readers of earlier chapters will recall as the foundation of Biograph's beginnings, were still widely in service in penny arcades, and at odd moments between more pretentious subjects, the Biograph studio turned out the little one-minute dramas and farces for the mutoscopes. Lottie and Jack Pickford made their first appearances before the motion picture camera for these mutoscope subjects, through arrangements made by Mary, who let no opportunity for the family pass untried. Griffith delegated the direction of these mutoscope pictures as much as possible to budding directorial material in his company. Many of these reels were directed by Eddie Dillon and Harry Salter. And the little card-wheel pictures of the peep shows contain casts with now famous names that no feature drama of the screen has ever brought together. Mary Pickford played bits, too, in those days, one-reel dramas, split-reel comedies, and peep show pictures, all the grist of the Biograph mill. Mary was soon an established member of the Biograph family. They gathered at lunch about a rough table in the basement of the old mansion at 11 East 14th Street to eat sandwiches rustled from an adjacent saloon lunch counter by Bobby Heron, custodian of properties, general utility person, and errand boy at large. A considerable part of the art of the motion picture was evolved in the lunch table discussion between the actors, cameramen, and Griffith, the experimenting director. The talk was pictures, pictures, everlastingly pictures. Everything was new then, and many, many things had yet to be tried. There were debates about close-ups and cutbacks and all of those bits of camera technique that had been evolved by the pioneers, and that Griffith was now making a part of the art of telling a dramatic story on the screen. Griffith's pictures were conspicuous for the way in which he brought the action up close to the camera, frequently cutting off the actor's feet at the bottom of the pictures. This was considered by many of his critics as a terrible piece of barbarity. No doubt some of the more conservative producers felt that it was waste of good money to hire an actor and then not photograph all of him in the picture. The very simplest elements of motion picture storytelling and the evolution of the use of the camera as an instrument of expression rather than of mere record all had to be tediously established. And some of the old fetishes of early-day motion picture superstition still survive. As late as 1922, one of the leading English producers informed the writer that he held it a serious mistake to have any character appear on the screen without entering the scene full length, feet and all. In these early experimental days, Max Sennett was an untiring student of picture technique, following every step that Griffith took. When no better provocation offered, he carried the camera to be among those present. When the supply of scenarios to his liking failed, Griffith often called for suggestions from the company. $15 for the best split-reel comedy idea was a welcome announcement. With pencils and paper, twisting their tongues and scratching their heads like schoolboys laboring over a slate, the Biograph actors could be found in all corners of the studio trying to erupt with screen ideas. Just one thing was inevitable in these sessions. Max Sennett would come forward with a policeman scenario. It is not on record that Sennett ever sold one to Griffith, but he persisted with a patience that made Sennett's policeman comedy scenario the best standing joke of the studio. "Laugh at my comedy if you want to, but I'm going to make the policeman famous," Sennett insisted. And all who remember the Keystone Cops that eventually came forth under Sennett's direction some years later will admit that Mac made good on his threat. It would seem probable that the extreme violence of Sennett's Keystone Cop comedy resulted from his early repressions and discouragements at Biograph. But Mary Pickford was a rather more successful contributor of scenarios. She was the author of a surprising number of the early Griffith Biograph pictures. Among Mary's scenarios were several which will perhaps linger in the memory of some of the old followers of the screen, including The Awakening, featuring Arthur Johnson, Getting Even with James Kirkwood, Caught in the Act, Lena and the Geese, The Alien, Granny, in which Lottie Pickford played, Fate's Decree, and The Girl of Yesterday. Doubtless, the rich eventfulness of Mary Pickford's experience in roadshow melodrama gave her a fund of that special sort of material which Griffith desired. In this wonderful school of the motion picture, Mary grew up with the art of picture-making itself, learning it as fast as it evolved, and herself contributing to its evolution. The world prefers to think of Miss Pickford as the pretty little girl with the curl, pursuing a dramatic pictorial destiny through a Pollyanna world of just-so arrangements. But in point of truth, she is as diligent a student of her business as any office-prisoned executive, dour with the weight of his responsibilities. No doubt the world prefers to believe that Mary Pickford's success has been a resultant of luck, curls, and cunning sweet girl ways. But 100 girls with more beauty, just as much luck, and equally cunning ways have striven in vain for a share in Mary's niche of fame. There must be something to credit to that famous old formula of some brains and a lot of hard work. End of The True Story of Mary Pickford's Beginning, from Photoplay Magazine, July 1923, by Terry Ramsey. Read by Andrea Kotzer.
The Truth About Greece by G.F. Abbott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Truth About Greece. 1. The Greco-Servian Treaty. The military treaty between Greece and Serbia, signed on May 19, 1913, before the Second Balkan War, was based on a state of things which was naturally altered by the results of that war. These changes led the authorities at Athens to the opinion that it was necessary, in accordance with Article 6 of the treaty, that the two general staffs should consult together in order to arrange a plan of future cooperation. Up to a certain time, this opinion appears to have been shared by the authorities at Belgrade, for on March 21, 1914, the Greek minister in the Serbian capital informed his government that the Serbian government asked for a Greek officer to be sent to Belgrade to discuss with Voivode Putnik, chief of the Serbian General Staff, the terms of a new agreement, and in May, Colonel Vlahopoulos was dispatched by the Hellenic government to open the negotiations. Immediately on his arrival at Belgrade, the colonel called on the voivode and was told that he would be invited to a discussion at the proper moment. After waiting 10 days in vain, the Greek officer reminded the Serbian Minister of War and the Premier, M. Pasic, of the object of his mission. But even after this step, he failed to obtain an answer. His impatience can easily be imagined, for the relations between Greece and Turkey at the time, owing to Turkey's refusal to recognize the claim of Greece to the islands ceded to her by the Treaty of Bucharest, were very strained, and everything pointed to the probability that, in the event of a Greco-Turkish rupture, Bulgaria would not remain passive. In other words, there was reason to fear the very crisis which the Greco-Serbian alliance had been formed to meet. But Serbia had small comforts to give the Greek emissary. On the contrary, on June 1st, at an audience with the Crown Prince at which he explained, at His Royal Highness' request, the point which the Greco-Turkish dispute had been reached, he was told that, as Serbia found it absolutely impossible to come to her allies' assistance, Greece should not push her differences with Turkey too far. The same advice was at the same time tendered to the Hellenic government by the Serbian government. This refusal of assistance constituted in itself a denunciation of the Greco-Serbian treaty. Nevertheless, the Greek General Staff continued its efforts to open negotiations with the Serbian General Staff, if not on the basis of the treaty, at least on the basis of the common interests of the two countries in view of the Bulgarian danger to which both alike were exposed. And on July 30, 1914, it demanded that the Hellenic government should sound the Serbian government if, in case Bulgaria ordered a general mobilization, Serbia would be disposed to bring part of her forces against her, so as to prevent the concentration of the Bulgarian forces and give the Greek army time to mobilize. The Serbian government apparently was then too engrossed by the outbreak of the European war to pay any attention to this communication. On receiving no answer, the Greek General Staff telegraphed to Colonel Vlahopoulos as follows, quote, "Should only Turkey attack Greece, the latter might, by making a supreme effort, bear the shock single-handed. But if Bulgaria joined in the attack, it would be indispensable for Serbia to oppose to her at least 100,000 men in order to prevent her concentration. It would be well for the Greek General Staff to know the views of the Serbian General Staff on the subject of eventual action, so that Greece might take her measures accordingly." Unquote. Colonel Vlahopoulos communicated this message to the Serbian headquarters and was informed by M. Pasic that at a council in which the Crown Prince took part, it was decided that so long as there was no imminent danger from the side of Bulgaria, Serbia could not move troops from the Austrian to the Bulgarian frontier, first on account of the obligations she had contracted towards the Entente, and secondly, because the Serbian army had already assumed the offensive on the Austrian front. M. Pasic repeated this statement to the Greek minister at Niš, adding that, in case of imminent danger from the side of Bulgaria, he intended to consult on the necessary measures first the powers of the Entente. The Hellenic government from these two statements drew the conclusion that Serbia, by her alliance with the Entente powers, had undertaken new obligations which deprived her of her freedom to fulfill her obligations towards Greece, even in the case of a Bulgarian attack. Thus stood matters from August 1914 until March 1915, when the Greek General Staff once more tried to get into touch with the Serbian General Staff in order to ascertain at least the forces available against Bulgaria and concert a plan of operations. To that end, it called Colonel Vlahopoulos to Athens, and on April 3rd gave him written instructions in which stress was laid on the necessity that Serbia should concentrate real forces on the Bulgaro-Serbian frontier, for it feared already some Bulgarian attack. Among other things, it stated that, quote, "The moment Bulgaria invaded Serbia, the Bulgarian danger for the latter would be greater and more imminent than the Austrian. Bulgarian troops entering Serbia through the district of Egri-Palanka would render a retreat to the south impossible, and the Serbian army would find itself pressed between the Austrians and the Bulgars." Unquote. It went on to add, quote, "If the Serbian General Staff concur with these views, it would be desirable that a consultation should at once take place between the two General Staffs, in order to study in advance the conditions of a military cooperation in case Bulgaria abandoned her neutrality, for any attempt at such an understanding at the moment of the attack would come too late." Unquote. Colonel Vlahopoulos, on his return to Niš, succeeded on April 17th in obtaining from the Serbian authorities permission to go to Kragujevac to meet Voivode Putnik, to whom he communicated the views and proposals of the Greek General Staff. But the voivode refused categorically to enter into any conversations whatever on the subject. For, he said, the present military situation does not permit any thoughts in that direction. In spite of successive rebuffs, the Greek General Staff once more, in June, approached the Serbian government with detailed proposals for common action against Bulgaria, dwelling again on the necessity of a preliminary concentration of sufficient Serbian troops along the Bulgarian frontier to counterbalance the Bulgarian advantage in rapidity of mobilization. These fresh efforts at an understanding proved as fruitless as all the preceding. It is probable that the Serbian General Staff felt convinced that even if Bulgaria attacked Greece, she would not dare attack Serbia, the ally of the Entente powers. But be the motive of Serbia's attitude what it may, its meaning was unmistakable. It meant that Serbia, fettered by her new obligations towards the Entente, as well as by her own new requirements, took no longer any account of the Greco-Serbian treaty. In the weeks that followed, Bulgaria's attitude grew more and more menacing. The news of Bulgarian grand maneuvers and the raids of Bulgarian komitadjis into Serbian territory, it would seem, ended by rousing Serbia to a sense of her danger. And on August 2nd, the Serbian Minister of War took the opportunity offered him by a visit from Colonel Vlahopoulos to mention the need of an understanding between the two general staffs and of cooperation in case of a Bulgarian attack. Colonel Vlahopoulos told him that he had again and again endeavored to enter into negotiations on that subject and had never succeeded in obtaining a hearing. 8 days afterwards he had with Colonel Pavlovich, chef de la section des opérations, a conversation in which the Serbian officer stated that his country could not transport at the moment to the northern part of the Bulgarian frontier more than 1 or 2 divisions, nor could it concentrate there the rest of its available forces except after a declaration of war. As to South Serbia, she would have to be left with the 8 regiments made up of the 1915 conscripts, that is, raw recruits. In return, he demanded that Greece should mobilize very quickly, attack Bulgaria, and send a portion of her forces into Serbia to act against the Bulgars. Colonel Vlahopoulos carried these proposals to Athens in person, for Serbia had a year since recalled her military attaché from the Hellenic capital, and the transmission of such a delicate matter by telegraph at such a time was out of the question, and submitted them to the General Staff on August 20th. Meanwhile, the situation had grown worse, and the fear which the Greek General Staff had expressed in the previous spring, that it would be too late for an understanding, had been fully realized. From every side came intelligence of the concentration of Austro-German forces towards the Danube. On September the 1st, the Greek General Staff submitted to the Minister of War the report brought by Colonel Vlachopoulos, and set forth its own views on the new state of things, expressing the opinion that for Greece to participate with Serbia in a war against Bulgaria, Austria and Germany, so long as she was not assured of the cooperation of other allied forces in sufficient number and in good time, was tantamount to courting annihilation. For, the moment the Serbian army found itself faced by a superior Austro-German army, the Greeks would have to fight the Bulgars, as well as, in all probability, the Turks alone. Towards the end of September, the Serbian Colonel Milovanovic arrived at Athens to ask what was Greece going to do. Lieutenant Colonel Metaxas of the Greek General Staff asked him in his turn what were France and England going to do. The Serb replied that he knew nothing about the Anglo-French forces. As to Serbia, he was only able to supply information of a general character. Concerning the composition and the effective strength of the forces available against the Bulgars, he could say no more than that the Serbian group to the southwest of Egri Palanka consisted of about 30 battalions made up of Serbo-Macedonian conscripts, which was just why the Serbian General Staff had expressed the wish that 2 or 3 Greek army corps might be concentrated in that sector. Lieutenant Colonel Metaxas explained to him that it was impossible for Greece to leave against the strong Bulgarian contingents which threatened Greek Macedonia only 2 army corps, so that she might reinforce with the rest of her army the Serbian right. For if these 2 corps were beaten, the whole of eastern Macedonia and perhaps Salonika itself would fall into the hands of the Bulgars, and the only lines of communication of the Greek army, which were also those of the Serbian army, would be cut. The visit of Colonel Milovanovic to Athens served only to turn the apprehensions of the Greek General Staff into certainty. It was now evident that if Greece entered into the war, she would be left isolated. The Serbs did not want to concentrate in Serbian Macedonia other troops than those of inferior quality which were there already. The French and English, in spite of their assurances, having no available troops, would be able to concentrate in Macedonia only by driblets. A strong Russian landing in Bulgaria, the only operation which could influence that country seriously, did not seem probable for the moment. Lastly, Romania was nowise disposed to take part in the war. Under these circumstances, Greece reasoned that it would be madness for her to plunge into a struggle in the course of which the Austrians and the Germans, who could concentrate very easily superior forces to those of Serbia, would succeed in crushing the latter, while Bulgaria, turning with nearly the whole of her army against isolated Greece, would be able to inflict upon her an equally complete defeat. On the other hand, by holding aloof, she would preserve her military resources intact, while Bulgaria was using up hers. After glancing at the facts set forth above, who could accuse Greece of having failed to do her duty by her ally? For a whole year she strove to get into touch with Serbia and to concert in time a plan of mutual defense, and all the time Serbia, bound by her new ties to the powers of the Entente, found herself absolutely unable to carry out her old obligations towards Greece, or even to consult with her about a fresh agreement for the common action, while Austria and Germany still had their hands full elsewhere. When she did offer to do so, it was no longer a question of fighting the Balkan enemies, in reference to whom alone the treaty had originally been concluded, but of dragging Greece into the struggle of the Entente powers against the empires of Central Europe and their allies, a struggle which for Greece meant destruction in view of the paucity of the Entente forces in the east. These facts also supply the answer to a riddle that must have puzzled many a newspaper reader. Why it was that, while French and English onlookers have been reproaching Greece bitterly for her supposed desertion of Serbia, the Serbs themselves have not uttered one word of complaint. 2. The landing at Salonika, a queer story. Since 1915, British citizens throughout the Empire have been longing for an authoritative explanation of 2 of our failures, the Gallipoli tragedy and its sequel, the Greek tragicomedy. As to the first, our desire was at last gratified a few days ago, after a fashion, by the publication of the Dardanelles report. Upon the second, we are still waiting for the government to speak, and are likely to be kept waiting. Such being the case, I consider it no presumption on my part to offer the public a few facts, valuable in themselves and none the less interesting for being in the nature of revelations. When the Entente powers asked Greece to go to Servia's assistance in case of a Bulgarian attack, M. Venizelos expressed himself willing to do so on certain conditions. He stipulated, first, that the Allies should send to the Balkan Peninsula 150,000 men, Europeans, not natives of Africa or Asia, to take the place of the contingents which, by the Greco-Serbian Treaty, Serbia was bound to contribute in the event of joint action against Bulgaria. He made this demand a sine qua non, partly in order to remove the objection raised against the Greco-Serbian alliance by the opponents of his policy that it had become null through Serbia's failure to discharge her obligations, and partly because, without such help, it was physically impossible for Greece to enter the field. Secondly, that, so long as Greece was still technically neutral, the landing of the Allied forces at Salonika could not have the Hellenic government's official sanction. Her neutrality, however benevolent towards the Entente, made it imperative for Greece to lodge a formal protest. After fulfilling that formality, the Hellenic government would afford the Allies the same facilities as at Lemnos. But the matter was not so simple at Salonika as at Lemnos. Provision had to be made here for the smooth disembarkation and journey to Servia of a large army with all its impedimenta, and moreover, these measures had to be harmonized with the necessities of Greece's own mobilization. The problem, owing to the primitive character of transport means in Macedonia, presented no end of difficulties requiring careful handling by experts. Therefore, M. Venizelos stipulated, thirdly, that Greece should have at least 24 hours' notice. All these conditions were accepted by the Entente, with one exception. The British government did not want Greece to protest against the landing, lest her protest, though merely formal, should give Germany a chance to say that the Allies did to Greece what she herself had done to Belgium. Why, said the Foreign Office, protest at all, since the landing would be effected with your collaboration? However, M. Venizelos insisted. The question was at that stage still under discussion when suddenly, on September the 29th, 1915, without a word of warning to the Hellenic government, the French consul at Salonika, accompanied by the captain of a French man-of-war and 2 officers from the Dardanelles, called on General Moschopoulos, the military governor of Salonika, and informed him that, in pursuance of the understanding arrived at between the Greek premier and the French minister at Athens, they were going to arrange for the landing of French troops and to provide for the defense of Salonika against hostile submarines. At the same time, Sir Ian Hamilton arrived at Salonika with his staff and informed the governor that the Allies were going to occupy part of the town and port and put them in a state of defense preparatory to the landing of the forces. I do not know how a British governor would have behaved in a similar position, but the Greek replied with absolute politeness and no less firmness that, without orders from his government, it would be his painful duty to oppose any violation of Greek territory. As soon as a report of these singular proceedings reached him, M. Venizelos drew up a vigorous protest in which, after recapitulating the negotiations between himself and the Entente powers, he pointed out to them that their contemplated action, so far from being in accordance with an understanding, was calculated to create a very serious misunderstanding between Greece and the Allies. Such action, he declared, could not be carried out until after Greece had lodged a formal protest, and even then the Hellenic government reserved to itself the right to decide, without foreign interference, to what extent its port and its railways should be used by the Allies, its decision being guided by its regard for the requirements of its own army, then in course of mobilization. The protest of M. Venizelos, I can affirm without fear of contradiction, was not a mere matter of form. It breathed a spirit of indignation such as no subsequent Greek premier has ventured to display in his protests against the encroachments of France and England upon the sovereignty of the Hellenic kingdom. Monsieur Venizelos bitterly resented the action of the Allies as an unwarrantable attempt to rush him into a compromising position, to commit Greece before France and England had bound themselves by a definite agreement. Who was responsible for this grave misdemeanor, the first of the many performances which little by little converted the love of the Greek nation for us into something different? Does the credit for this masterly ineptitude belong to the men in Downing Street, the men in the Quai d'Orsay, or the men in the Dardanelles? The question is worth asking. I hope some member of Parliament will ask it and get an answer, a true answer if possible. Meanwhile, the reflection forces itself upon one, how could we have hoped to see Greek statesmen of the school of M. Skouloudis gained over by a diplomacy which managed so successfully to goad even M. Venizelos, its wholehearted partisan, into angry protests? Needless to say that the Premier, by protesting, voiced the resentment of the whole Greek nation. The action of the Allies would have irritated the Greeks in any circumstances, but the circumstances under which it took place were of a nature to deepen irritation into alarm. Just the day before, September the 28th, Sir Edward Grey had stated in the House of Commons amid the loud hear hear of his audience, "Not only is there no hostility in this country to Bulgaria, but there is traditionally a warm feeling of sympathy." And he went on to emphasize once more the Balkan policy of the Entente powers. "Our policy," he said, "has been to secure agreement between the Balkan states, which would assure to each of them not only independence, but a brilliant future based as a general principle on the territorial and political union of kindred nationalities. To secure this agreement, we have recognized that the legitimate aspirations of all Balkan states must find satisfaction." To understand the full effect of this statement upon the Greek and Servian minds, it is necessary to note two things. First, neither Greece nor Servia had consented to endorse the policy it describes, for neither recognized the Bulgarian aspirations as legitimate, holding on the contrary that on the principle of nationality the parts of Macedonia which Bulgaria claimed were respectively Greek and Servian, and in 1913 they had fought Bulgaria to vindicate their rights. The utmost that the Entente had got Greece and Servia to consent to was to yield some of the territories in question to Bulgaria if, with her cooperation, they succeeded in compensating themselves at the expense of Turkey and Austria. Bulgaria had refused to cooperate on those terms, demanding that the territories she coveted should be handed over to her at once. In face of this nod, two courses were open to the Entente, either to coerce Greece and Servia into a concession to Bulgaria, or to support them against her, if the latter showed any hostile inclinations towards them. The Entente so far had restrained from committing itself definitely to either course, its diplomacy being simply one of wait and see. After waiting for nearly a year, our diplomatists had now an opportunity of seeing. This brings me to the second point. When Sir Edward Grey made his statement, Bulgaria had already mobilized her forces, after having received from Germany guns, money, and even military officers, and no doubt could any longer be entertained by any sane mind as to her intention to join in the Austro-German attack on Servia. The Greeks, who know the Bulgars, had refused to be deluded by the Sofia government's official announcement of armed neutrality, and had replied by immediately beginning to mobilize their own forces, September the 23rd, in order to go, with the cooperation of the Entente powers, to Servia's assistance. Such were the ideas with which the Hellenic government had carried on the negotiations already described, nor could they suppose the British and French governments blind to a situation which was so plain to themselves. They believed that London and Paris were as well informed about the significance of the Bulgarian movements as was Athens, and they had been hourly expecting to see the Entente powers drop their blandishments towards Bulgaria and treat with her according to her conduct. They expected that the least the Entente powers could do would be to declare that the offers of Greek and Servian territory they had made to King Ferdinand would be withdrawn if within so many days he did not either disarm or side with the Entente. Instead of such a declaration, the Greeks heard Sir Edward Grey assuring the Bulgars of his warm sympathy with their legitimate aspirations. What could this expression of British goodwill towards Bulgaria at such a moment mean? Had Sir Edward Grey gone mad, or was he talking in his sleep? The Greeks, including Monsieur Venizelos and the government over which he presided, were still wondering when, a few hours after the report of the Grey statement reached Athens, there came the news of the Anglo-French step at Salonika to turn their mystification into consternation. The inference which they drew from this sequence of events was, to put it briefly and bluntly, that the Entente powers harbored the sinister design to use the expedition dispatched to the relief of Servia as a means for despoiling both Greece and Servia on behalf of the Bulgars, that they intended to try to buy King Ferdinand at the last moment by handing over to him the portions of Macedonia which they had tried in vain to induce Greece and Servia to yield to Bulgaria. It may be added that the Greek suspicions were fully shared by the Serbs. We, of course, are bound to believe that neither our government nor those of our allies are capable of a dishonorable motive. But strangers, knowing nothing about our motives, are apt to judge us only by our actions. And, it must be confessed, the allies' action, following upon Sir Edward Grey's speech, did look suspicious. If the intentions of the allies were pure, their mode of procedure, by whatever standard it may be judged, certainly was peculiar. So peculiar indeed that even M. Venizelos and his government, despite their ardent desire to serve the cause of the Entente, were forced to protest. Whether the Greco-Serbian interpretation of the Anglo-French step was correct or not is a question which cannot be decided until the correspondence between the two foreign offices and their diplomatic agents abroad is submitted to impartial examination, and this will not happen in our time. All that we can say at present is that it was an interpretation based upon the knowledge of England's long-cherished bias for Bulgaria. Ever since 1885, it has been the British government's idea that the solution of the Balkan problem lay in the realization of the Bulgarian dream of supremacy. For 30 years, the British government had worked towards that end with unwearied persistence, under ruthless disregard of both Greek and Serbian interests. Hitherto, its efforts had been frustrated by Russia's bias for Serbia and France's bias for Greece. Now, however, in obedience to the give-and-take principle without which the Anglo-Franco-Russian alliance would have fallen to pieces, Paris and Petrograd had given London a free hand, as is clearly proved by the Grey statement, hence the alarm which inspired the protest of M. Venizelos. The Greek premier, in order to set the public mind as well as his own at rest, and to avert any deplorable complications, for, be it remembered, though its mobilization was not yet completed, the Greek nation was already in arms, and an armed nation in a state of alarm about its dearest interests is prone to kick over the traces, asked the Entente powers to hasten to announce plainly and solemnly that the promises they had made to Bulgaria no longer held, and to give a pledge that the dispatch of an expedition to Servia would, under no circumstances, entail any peril to Greek and Serbian territorial integrity. Unless that was done, he declared, no Greek government could have a hand in the landing of international troops at Salonika. Unfortunately, the time for words had passed. No statement could at that moment alter the course of events. Destiny moved too fast for diplomacy. M. Venizelos uttered his warning on October the 1st. On the 2nd, the Bulgarian forces began to mass on the Serbian frontier, while simultaneously the Austro-German battalions were fighting their way across the Danube. On the 4th, Russia launched her ultimatum on Bulgaria. The Tsar's minister was to leave Sofia if King Ferdinand did not, within 24 hours, openly break with the enemies of the Slav cause and expel all German and Austrian officers.
the rapid fulfillment of their own prognostications roused the Greeks to the highest pitch of excitement. But all faith in the Entente had not yet been extinguished. On the very day on which the Petrograd cabinet delivered its tardy and ineffective ultimatum at Sofia, in Athens, the Chamber held a historic debate which ended with a vote of confidence in M. Venizelos' policy of going to Servia's assistance. The vote was passed in the belief that the Allies would keep the promise they had made to the Greek Premier to send to Servia 150,000 men. When next day, October the 5th, the Allied forces turned up at Salonika, M. Venizelos, his king and his people had the mortification to find that they amounted to blank. Nor did they approach the stipulated figure for months after Servia's fate had been sealed. To the feeling of confidence which had prompted that vote immediately succeeded a feeling of panic. "What," cried everybody in Athens, "are we to stake our liberty, our national existence on such a chance? Say, at a maximum, 350,000 Greeks, plus 250,000 half-exhausted Serbs, plus blank allies, against, at a minimum, 500,000 Austro-Germans, plus 400,000 fresh Bulgars, plus 100,000 fresh Turks? Nay, if the English and the French love gambling, we don't. We cannot afford the luxury. Venizelos has allowed himself to be duped." Faced with such a crisis, M. Venizelos did the only thing he could do. He resigned, October the 6th, and his country, faced with the abyss, did the only thing it could do. It shrunk back on to the solid ground of neutrality. From that fateful day, M. Venizelos has been held by the bulk of the Greek nation accountable for all the sorrows they have experienced at the hands of the Entente. All these calamities are traced back to his unfortunate negotiations. I cannot share this view. His policy, in itself, was sound enough, and the only fault I can find with the way in which he carried it on is that it lacked the element of skepticism. The Times said the other day, "Mr. Abbott is sometimes less than fair to M. Venizelos." That is less than fair to me. I have the greatest possible respect for M. Venizelos, both as a man and as a statesman. But I cannot be blind to his defects. He is too apt to credit others with his own candour, a most amiable defect, and one that captivated me by its charming unexpectedness from the first moment, now 8 years ago, I had the pleasure of meeting him. But none the less a defect, considering the sort of world in which we live. On the other hand, his protest shows that he had not carried his credulity to the length of committing Greece irrevocably to the Allies. He had pledged her only on certain definite conditions, conditions which the Allies had accepted. It would be very unjust to blame him for other people's failure to fulfill their engagements. Such, then, to conclude, was the part of the Greek Premier in proceedings which, we have been assured, were carried out at his invitation. If these proceedings were the work of private individuals and not of states, the only term applicable to them would be one that courtesy forbids me to employ. In the absence of a code of international morality, it is difficult to suggest a phrase. The reader of this queer story will naturally ask, is it true? I answer, to the best of my knowledge and belief, every syllable of it. In proof, I challenge the Foreign Office to publish the documents, solemnly promising on my part to withdraw and apologize for any statement of fact that is not confirmed by documentary evidence. 3. The expedition to Servia and its results. Note: we regret to disappoint those readers who have been following with great interest Mr. G. F. Abbott's articles entitled The Truth About Greece. Sir E. T. Cook, the director of the Press Bureau, considers the publication of these articles entirely contrary to the national interest, and the publication of the above article would be, he says, very undesirable. We dutifully bend the knee to the chief censor, and, in the national interest, suppress Mr. Abbott's third and remaining articles. The Editor.
and of the Truth About Greece by G.F. Abbott.
Woman's Press Club by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chad Horner. On October 27th, 1900, the New York Women's Press Club gave a tea in Carnegie Hall. Mr. Clemens was the guest of honor. If I were asked an opinion, I would call this an ungrammatical nation. There is no such thing as perfect grammar, and I don't always speak good grammar myself, but I have been foregathering for the past few days with professors of American universities, and I've heard them all say things like this. He don't like to do it. There was a stir. Oh, you'll hear that tonight if you listen, or he would have liked to have done it. You'll catch some educated Americans saying that when these men take pen in hand, they write with as good grammar as any. But the moment they throw the pen aside, they throw grammatical morals aside with it. To illustrate the desirability and possibility of concentration, I must tell you the story of my little 6-year-old daughter. The governess had been teaching her about the reindeer, and, as the custom was, she related it to the family. She reduced the history of that reindeer to 2 or 3 sentences when the governess could not have put it into a page. She said, "The reindeer is a very swift animal. A reindeer once drew a sled 400 miles in 2 hours. She appended the comment. This was regarded as extraordinary, and concluded, when that reindeer was done drawing that sled 400 miles in 2 hours, it died. As a final instance of the force of limitations in the development of concentration, I must mention that beautiful creature, Helen Keller, whom I have known for these many years. I am filled with the wonder of her knowledge, acquired because shut out from all distraction. If I could have been deaf, dumb, and blind, I also might have arrived at something." End of Woman's Press Club by Mark Twain.
Woman's Problems by Janet Mackenzie Hill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Woman's Problems. The franchise for women in the United States is coming. That it has not been granted more speedily is a matter of surprise, for in general, the men of this country are inclined to give their women whatever they ask for, we might say, everything they take a fancy to. In some states, what is called machine politics is largely at fault for the continued rebuff of petitions for woman suffrage. In other states, notably Massachusetts, the spirit of conservatism, which has fastened itself on both men and women, is cause of the backwardness in accepting or adopting this destined reform. But with the possession of the ballot, not all of woman's problems will be solved. Suffrage for women will not usher in a millennium of peace and leisure. Housework and housekeeping must go on just the same, and yet time be found to aid in the conduct of affairs of town and state. Women of means, whose children have already been placed in life, may find pleasure and profit to themselves, and in a measure be useful to the state by entering upon these larger fields of activity. But how about the wife of the young man and the professional man with salaries of less than $2,000 a year? To get rid of the drudgery of housework is the cry of many women today. Is not the teaching of children as monotonous as housework? Does not teaching keep both the men and women engaged in it as tied down and unable to take part in the things that are thought to give a broader view of life, as does housekeeping or homemaking? There is one phase of this revolt from the kitchen that has not yet been fully presented. It is well known that bread, meat, delicatessen supplies, etc., provided from outside of the home cost about twice as much as the same items prepared in the home, and at the same time the former are rarely equal to the latter in nutritive value and flavor. How is this discrepancy to be made good? More families are living on $2,000 per year or less than on incomes above that figure. Not every young woman can earn the difference in cost of food cooked at home and cooked food bought outside the home. French women, it is said, take hold enthusiastically and become co-workers with their husbands in the conduct of their business, knowing full well that co-partnership is needful to support a family. The time is rapidly approaching in this country, even if it be not already here, when women in some way must help either in keeping down the expenses of the household or in adding to the income of the family. Natural fitness should decide which procedure is best adapted to each individual case. And, besides, the time has not come when all women are desirous of throwing overboard the responsibilities of individual homemaking. J.M.H. End of Woman's Problems by Janet Mackenzie Hill. Read by BettyB.